Dreams are like a window into our soul. They speak to us deeply from our subconscious, and through strange hallucinogenic-like imagery and imagination, they can tap into our deepest desires, regrets, and even our fears. Everybody knows what it's like to dream. Everybody has to sleep. It's this strange process of life where every day we need to essentially be unconscious for multiple hours in order to recharge and recover, and the longer that we go without sleep, the more dangerous it becomes for our health. But for most people, sleep is something that comes with a comforting and secure sensation. Nothing is better than crawling into a nice warm bed at the end of the day, turning out the lights, and drifting away to a world of endless possibilities and outcomes. It's like being a baby again with no responsibilities, no worries, just deep, sweet serenity within the wild world of dreams. But wait a second. Something feels off. What are these strange sounds coming from outside? What is this foreboding atmosphere suddenly surrounding you? This haunting, maniacal laugh coming from the alleyways. The dead body of your mutilated best friend being dragged away in a body bag. Your crush turned into a river of crimson blood. And screeching claws scratching against a metal railing. And the dripping bloodlust of a burned and scarred child murderer gleefully coming towards you, without remorse, laughing at your terror and fear as you run deeper and deeper into his fabricated nightmare world to your certain death. You are trapped within the fantasies of your own mind with no way to escape because you are not really here. You are safely asleep, unable to move, unknowing of the danger of your unconscious. Freddy has come, and you can kiss your life goodbye because here, death in a nightmare means death in reality. Freddy Krueger is a name that almost everybody has heard of. Even without being a horror movie fan and without seeing the Nightmare movies, Freddy has been immortalized on film in the same way that Dracula or Frankenstein have. A legendary movie monster that preys on some of the most primal fears of humanity. The Nightmare on Elm Street franchise has been dormant for some time, but these movies still hold a very special place in my heart and have been both reviled and celebrated throughout their time. And we're going to dig into why. Welcome, my friend, to the Nightmare on Elm Street Horror Retrospective, a deep dive review and analysis video of each movie, their creation, the legacy, and all the lore I can manage to keep track of. I have no idea how long this video will end up being, but if you're starting this at some time at night, well, you should probably follow Nancy's advice, brew some coffee, and be prepared for an all-nighter. Now, what is A Nightmare on Elm Street? Well, put simply, it all originally came from the mind of director Wes Craven, kind of combining various ideas he thought were terrifying and making them into a horror movie that would eventually go on and have a variety of sequels. All of which centering around the idea of an antagonist that is kind of like a dream demon, a slasher that is able to stalk and kill you within your nightmares. And when you die in the dream, you die in real life. Being in a dream, it's also able to tap into the victim's fears, play with their perceptions, unable to tell what's a dream and what's real, and enact limitless sadistic intents because in a dream, there are no rules. The series fits into what you would call the slasher genre of horror, which is essentially you have one killer that stalks people and slowly kills them off one by one until you have a final survivor at the end fighting back to confront them. It's always argued what the first slasher movie really was. Some people say the Texas Chainsaw Massacre from 1974. Some people say Black Christmas from the same year. Some people go as far back as Psycho from 1960 or even further back. But the term for the genre only really started to exist as the tropes were being introduced, and I feel like each movie has its merit into bringing it into fruition, but I don't think it can be denied that the 1980s were definitely the slasher decade. This is the time where every single year it was guaranteed that you were going to get a bunch of slasher-style horror films. Famously, characters that were silent and stalked in the shadows, they were your killers. I already made a horror retrospective video on the Halloween franchise, one of my favorite horror series of all time, and Michael Myers is just about as classic of a slasher as you can get. The plain white mask, a butcher knife in hand, stalking babysitters, and so on, it became a household name. But when I think of slasher movies, I actually kind of more so think of the next guy, Jason Voorhees from the Friday the 13th series, and we'll talk about him a little bit more later on, but those movies really solidified all of the tropes that go beyond just a body count. Dumb teenagers, Everyone that has sex or does drugs is probably going to die, the excessive gore, the creative kills, and another silent mask-wearing murder. But in 1984, smack dab in the middle of the 80s, Nightmare on Elm Street was released and took a wildly different approach to the genre. Freddy Krueger was not a silent, deadly force, he didn't wear a mask, and he didn't even kill you in the real world. Freddy spoke and taunted his victims. He lured them into his world where he made the rules, and he gleefully showed the joy that he had while he killed them. His powers and abilities, along with his personality, and the portrayal by Robert Englund, the actor, are what gravitated so many people to this series. He was terrifying and disgusting, and you knew that he loved what he was doing. He also had a signature weapon, a glove with claws that he crudely made himself, which was far more unique than just carrying around a big knife. He put time and effort into making the weapon in order to torture and kill you, and he did it with a smile on his face. Now, throughout the many sequels of the Nightmare series, Freddy did become, let's say, a little bit more comical, a little bit more personable, somebody that you root for, but I would say at least in the first 3 movies, all of the dark humor is really dark, and he's kept a lot more into the shadows, which I think adds to the scariness. It's not that you don't see him, you see him a lot, but he's lit in very dark and ominous ways that enhance the scares. Robert Englund also brings a very specific physicality to the role that's kind of reminiscent to the old school Nosferatu film, but in an even creepier way. And once again, it's something everybody can relate to in that we have all had dreams and we've all had a nightmare. Now, I wasn't alive yet when the first movie came out, but I remember talking to my parents about it when I was getting into horror movies, and they were telling me just how many people were legitimately kind of afraid to go to sleep after this movie came out. Even in my tiny little backwoods town, the movie was still a phenomenon. Also, the movie takes place in a small, average town, kind of similar to what Halloween did, in average location where you should feel safe and comfortable. It's not like they're going to a camp where the murders happened or walking into a haunted house. They're just here at their own home, asleep. And just speaking from my own experience, and many others, there is a thing called sleep paralysis that happens to people sometimes. Now, I've only experienced it maybe 3 or 4 times in my life, and I hope I never do again. But it's this strange feeling where you become conscious, but your body is still asleep. So, essentially, you can't move your body at all. It feels like I was stuck under a ton of weight. My eyes were open, but I just couldn't move. But the really scary thing about it, and some people will tell you it's because you're still somewhat trapped into the dream world as you are in this paralysis. So they start to see figures, images, and hallucinations, many calling them a sleep paralysis demon. And yeah, the one I saw looked just like a human-shaped shadow, which was slowly coming towards me as I lay trapped in this position. Now, imagine that shadow creature actually looking like Freddy. What would really be the level of difference in terror, whether it was real or a hallucination? Maybe there are Freddy-like figures out there waiting for us to be able to perceive them, ready to strike as we lay between realms of the conscious and unconscious. And with that lovely thought, I want to go back in time to a little bit further just to give you guys a sense of the creation of the original film. So I do need to talk about one of the greatest horror movie directors of all time, the visionary of Freddy Krueger and the Nightmare franchise. That is Wes Craven. Craven was born in 1939 and sadly has passed away in 2015 at the age of 76. It was one of those rare moments where the passing of somebody I never met really affected me. Ever since I got into not just horror movies, but movies in general, the idea of being a filmmaker and everything that entails, Wes Craven has always been one of my favorite directors. His filmography, though it's not all filled with 10 out of 10s, it still solidified itself in history, and because of him, a huge handful of iconic horror films and franchises have come into existence. But one of the funniest things about Wes being known as a horror guy is that he had a pretty sheltered upbringing. He was never particularly into horror movies growing up and didn't even plan on being a filmmaker in any capacity until later in life, which makes his introduction and story very different than when I covered John Carpenter for Halloween or Sam Raimi for The Evil Dead. He grew up being part of a very strict Baptist church, and Wes himself explains in the Never Sleep Again documentary on the making of Nightmare on Elm Street that he wasn't even allowed to see many movies because they were works of the devil, which is even more enjoyable to me that this guy from a sheltered, heavily religious background eventually made some of the darkest horror movies of the 70s and 80s. He went to college for English psychology and writing, which I also find very fascinating, and maybe it helps understand why he would write and make films about such depraved human beings, perhaps in an attempt to understand them or live within their shoes vicariously from the perspective of a fictional story. It's just a really interesting background to come into making movies with. Apparently, after college, he went and started teaching English courses, but eventually moved to New York City to pursue being involved with writing and the film industry just in general. Eventually, he landed a job as an assistant to Sean Cunningham. The irony here that Sean would eventually go on to direct the very first Friday the 13th movie, and then 20-some years later, both Sean and Wes's characters, Freddy and Jason, would collide in a Versus film. But of course, the Jason and Sean's movie was just a drowned boy, and it's the sequels that made Jason famous, but that's a story for another time. The important thing is that Wes started to work alongside him, eventually became one of his editors, and eventually Sean and Wes decided to really collaborate and make a movie together, specifically a horror movie, which is what their financial backers wanted. And this is what I love. Sean comes to Wes and asks him, "Have you ever thought about directing a scary movie?" And Wes is like, not really, but maybe I can come up with something kind of cool. And then this motherfucking guy, Wes Craven, goes off and he writes The Last House on the Left. Have you ever heard of this movie? Okay, sorry, but I'm going to briefly spoil this movie for you. If you've never seen it, I apologize, but this is just important. This is a raw, realistic movie about two girls that get abducted by a gang of escaped criminals who capture them, drug them, take them out into the woods, rape them, torture them, and kill them. And then the killers wind up at the parents of the girl's house. The parents find out and then begin killing the criminals in equally messed up, depraved ways. And I'm not so subtly going to mention the scene where the mother goes to give one of the criminals head and then bites his dick off. One of the criminals provokes his younger brother to commit suicide in the movie.
I want you to take the gun and I want you to put it in your mouth. And I want you to blow your brains out. No!
And the end battle features the father and the lead criminal fighting each other with a chainsaw. It's bloody as hell, it's dark, it's low budget, and the way it's filmed with the grain and the camera quality, and the fact that nobody knows who any of these actors are, and the fact that most of the movie takes place outdoors in the woods, it makes it really feel like an actual snuff film. This is the first movie idea by a guy from a strict religious household who has never watched horror movies. Dear God, something has to be said about that. Now, look, the movie definitely has some problems, most notably the really out-of-place humor with the two bumbling cops. That part just feels like a different movie, and it's just really strange. But as a first film, I think that this is an insane way in order to get yourself noticed. It was made for a total of about $90,000, and that was in 1972. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $650,000 today. And they were originally going to call the movie The Sex Crime of the Century, which would have been an amazing title. Then they changed it to Krug and Company. Krug is the name of the character that's the lead of the criminals in the film. But eventually, they changed it to the super generic sounding Last House on the Left. But hey, it worked. The film was extremely controversial for its time. It originally wound up getting an X rating, and it had to be re-edited several times to get it down to an R. It eventually wound up getting banned in some places, like the UK and Australia. But I bring all of this up and talk about it because it's part of the journey of how we got to Nightmare on Elm Street. The fact that this got made at all, the fact that Wes just randomly came up with a horror movie this dark, and the fact that it was such a shock to the movie world at the time, it meant that it got him on the map. Not famous yet, and maybe a little bit infamous. Here's that sick, twisted guy that made that torture rape movie. But anyway, Last House on the Left, it's pretty good. Give it a watch. There's a remake that's got Jesse Pinkman in it, too. I don't know. Now, the next part of Wes's journey is a bit of a double-edged sword from how I understand it. I guess after Last House on the Left, he attempted to write more movies, only they weren't horror movies. And nobody would back him. Nobody would try to get them made. He was now known for this controversial, scary movie, so it was like, well, if you make another horror movie, then maybe we'll finance it. So he came up with The Hills Have Eyes, which got made and released in 1977. He also wrote and directed this too. It's about a family that gets stuck in the desert mountains, and they begin getting attacked by savages that live out there, having to delve into their own darkness in order to fight back and survive. Again, it's pretty intense, it's low budget, and it also holds a special place in horror history. Maybe not reviled as highly as Nightmare on Elm Street or Scream, but Hills Have Eyes is every bit as iconic of a classic horror film as the others. So he had made 2 great movies in a row. Not mainstream by any means, not huge hits, but in the horror community, I would say pretty great. But unfortunately, they would be followed up by 2 more not-so-great movies. There was Deadly Blessing from 1981, which I'll admit that I have never seen, but it's his first, I guess, traditional slasher movie. And then this one always blows my mind. After that was an adaptation of the DC Vertigo comic character Swamp Thing in 1982. The saddest part about this adaptation is that the best Swamp Thing stories written by Alan Moore that completely changed the lore and story of Swamp Thing came out after the movie. So, oh well. I haven't seen Swamp Thing in a really long time. I do remember liking it as a kid, but of course back then I had no idea it was Wes Craven or even who Wes Craven was. I think back then I just was always kind of drawn to monster stories and stuff, so I liked the creature effects, but in the eyes of most people, this was not very good. So all that brings us finally to Wes Craven's 5th film, and the one that would change everything. A Nightmare on Elm Street, an idea that Wes felt very passionate about, that he had reached a point where even though it was still going to be very low budget, if he could find a studio to take it on and work with him, and the limitations they would have, he was determined to make it happen. And though I'm sure his general history and psychology made him fascinated with dreams in general, specifically the ideas were spawned from articles that came out in the newspaper he read in the 70s. Yeah, that was back when people actually read newspapers. But there were multiple stories about refugees from Southeast Asia coming to America, but being so traumatized by the wars and deaths that they witnessed that they would have terrible, vivid nightmares keeping them awake, and in a couple particular circumstances, saying that they couldn't go to sleep because something was trying to get them. And according to the story, one of them fell asleep one night and literally died in his sleep. One that said there was something coming after him. Now, this is an article from the LA Times I found from 1987, if it's accurate, a few years after Nightmare on Elm Street released, but it definitely says that since 1983, at least 130 Southeast Asian refugees left this world in essentially the same way. They cried out in their sleep and died. Medical authorities called this the Asian Death Syndrome, the refugees having various names for it, one of them being the Night Terror. And if that's not freaky enough to keep you up at night, let's talk about Freddy motherfucking Krueger. Here's the thing. Like many horror franchises, the lore and explanation of Freddy is continuously expanded on and explained as the series goes along. Since this is just the introduction, I want to keep this focused on the original ideas for Freddy. So his backstory, his mom, how he became a nightmare monster, all that stuff, I'm going to save for each individual film as it expands on the lore more. So for right now, let's only talk about what inspired the original. First is that Wes wanted his villain to be able to speak and communicate, but also look pretty scary. So the idea that he was badly burned was to basically give him a mask without actually having him wear a mask, that he would be so disfigured that he wouldn't look completely human. The name Freddy was apparently taken from one of Wes's school bullies. I wonder how that guy felt after the movie came out. And Krueger was just an expansion on the Last House on the Left character's name, which was Krug. The imagery of him walking in the shadows and with the hat comes from a night where Wes was a child and he saw an old man walking and staring at him creepily, almost like he was being stalked himself by some strange old man that wanted to do God knows what to a small child. Really scary shit. He also wears an iconic red and green sweater, which, according to Wes, are the 2 most difficult colors for the human brain to register when they're side by side, so that's why he chose that. Interesting to note that in the original film, there are no stripes on his sleeves. They are just plain red. In every other sequel, the sleeves also have stripes. And last but not least, where did he get the idea of giving Freddy claws? Well, apparently his cat. Yeah, sometimes when you need inspiration, you just gotta look at your pet. The backstory of Freddy is simple. He was once a human, a sick man that was known as a child murderer. Now, there's always been a bit of a debate if Freddy only murdered children or if he was also a child molester, which, according to Robert Englund in a Q&A, originally Freddy was going to be considered that, but during the time of production, there were several big cases of that happening, and they didn't want to be seen as exploiting that situation. Also, it's not really necessary. I don't think that you really need to add a component like that to Freddy to make him scarier. A murderer and a demonic dream entity is frightening enough. Plus, in the film, he goes after teenagers, so there's not really a place for it there. I'm kind of glad that they got rid of that component, but there is still a bit of ambiguity to it. So the original idea is, yes, he was a murderer, he was going to be arrested, but due to some legal loophole, a search warrant not being properly signed and documented, he was released. Wanting no more deaths, the parents of Springwood, where Freddy was from, tracked Freddy down to a boiler room where he would bring his victims, and they collectively burned him alive, killing him. But somehow, it only made him stronger, turning him into some kind of entity that can travel into people's nightmares. Now, he's coming back for vengeance, killing the children of those that burned him. Our main character, Nancy, living in a house on Elm Street within this town, and thus, we have the foundation for A Nightmare on Elm Street. Welcome everyone to what I like to call the timeline board. Now, if you haven't seen my other horror retrospectives, I have done one on the Halloween franchise and the Evil Dead franchise. This is my third one covering Nightmare on Elm Street, and I use the timeline board, well, number one, because I have a whiteboard and I just enjoy an excuse to use it anytime I can. But also, when you're dealing with a horror franchise and sequels and remakes, sometimes the timeline can get really convoluted. So I use it as a way to kind of keep us on track and show us where we are in what movies that we're going to cover. I also generally enjoy covering the movies in release order because it would be the same experience if you were watching them as they come out. And I don't necessarily like to jump around a lot as far as release order goes, even if it would be better to stay in one full timeline before switching over to the next. And of course, as you can probably tell, with both Halloween and Evil Dead, the timelines are extremely convoluted. Halloween has about 4 or 5 different timelines going on. The Evil Dead franchise had rights issues and none of the movies match up with each other. So timeline board, not to mention it has time travel. I don't want to remember. Not to mention all of that makes it a little bit more difficult to kind of explain. I think one of the benefits with doing Nightmare on Elm Street is there's not really much difference with the timelines, even though we have more movies than the Evil Dead franchise. And of course, with Evil Dead, I covered the TV series also, which made it a bit longer. But here we have a little bit less movies, definitely less than the Halloween franchise, and pretty much all of the movies actually exist within the same timeline. So the timeline board in this video is going to be a little bit easier to manage than we're used to. So hopefully that'll save me a little bit of sanity, but I'm sure I'm also going to be staying up a lot of long hours in order to create and make this video and get it out for you guys. So I'm sure at some point I'm going to start having visions and dreams of Freddy Krueger myself entering my psyche, and I just hope that I manage to stay alive or awake long enough to finish this video, but we'll see. And of course, you know, I like to have a little bit of drawings there. Don't worry about Schnoz. He can't hurt you. He's not involved with Nightmare on Elm Street, but he just kind of stays here on the board. I don't want to erase him because he's just adorable and I like him. But besides that, we're here with Nightmare on Elm Street, so let me show you a little preview of what we're going to get into here. Okay, so with the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, I'm going to go through timeline number 1 real quick. This is what we're going to be dealing with moving forward, and I'll expand more onto it as we get into the movies, all right? So timeline number 1 is pretty self-explanatory. We start with the original film, Nightmare on Elm Street, and then we move to the sequel, the first sequel, Nightmare 2, Freddy's Revenge, which goes into, and actually that's a little bit arguable. Some people would say it's not, but it is. It just doesn't really connect to the rest, but we'll get into it. And then that goes into the third movie, Dream Warriors, which is a lot of people's favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movie. And then it goes into the Dream Master, which is part 4. Then we go into part 5, which is the Dream Child, and part 6, which is Freddy's Dead, the Final Nightmare, before 3 more Nightmare on Elm Street movies were made after that. Now, after Freddy's Dead, we go into our crossover film, Freddy Vs. Jason, which I'll have to talk about Friday the 13th a little bit in this video to kind of get us up to speed there when we get there. But that would be the final movie in that timeline. And Should there have been more? Absolutely fucking yes. But unfortunately, that was the last one that we got. Now, before that was released, we have New Nightmare, which is actually in its own tangent universe and doesn't really connect to the first movie in the sense of timeline. What New Nightmare is, which is actually my second favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movie, and I'll get into that more, is New Nightmare takes place in our quote-unquote real world where Nightmare on Elm Street is a movie. So I connected it to the original Nightmare on Elm Street because it's the only one that kind of really matters. All the other movies are also movies in the New Nightmare universe, but you could watch New Nightmare just connecting it to the first movie, and you don't really need to see all of the others, especially since the first one and New Nightmare are both directed by Wes Craven. It's kind of like his own little franchise. So it's like Nightmare 1, New Nightmare. I wouldn't say that you need to connect it to all the others as far as timeline goes. I am only connecting it to the first one because it's kind of like a pseudo sequel in that way, but really, technically, it's its own movie. It's its own timeline because the other movies are only just movies in that universe. So it's the only one that's actually really taking place. Does that make sense? I'll get more into it when I get to New Nightmare. Now, the other things I have on here are, I don't know how this is going to work. I don't know how we're going to cover this because let's just start over here. So here I have on its own the Nightmare on Elm Street remake from 2010, which of course is not connected to the others because it's a remake. And this is one of those remakes that, granted, I will be honest with you, I have only seen it once so far, so I'm going to rewatch it for this review. But I despised this movie when I first watched it. I hated it so much because it is just not creative. It's not inventive. I don't really care for Jackie Earle Haley as Freddy Krueger, and I feel like it just took everything the first movie did and just redid it, but just had some like updated special effects. But one of the things that makes the original movie so awesome is how they had a limited budget and had to work with practical effects and didn't have CGI take over and just all of these things. And it's going to be definitely a rant portion. But the thing that's unfortunate about it is that that was the last Nightmare on Elm Street movie that was ever made so far. As of the recording of this video and this retrospective, Nightmare on Elm Street 2010, which came out 13 years ago at this point, was the last Nightmare on Elm Street movie, which is incredibly depressing when I think about the fact that it's been that long, and also that we have to end on such a sour note. And here in this video, what I like to do is cover all the videos coming out in release order. So that means that the Nightmare on Elm Street remake is going to be the last movie I talk about in this video. And because I hate it so much, I know I'm going to go on a rant about it, but I had a bit of a moment where I was trying to think about the structure of this video, and I was like, do I really want to end on the Nightmare on Elm Street remake? Do I really want to end this video on such a sour note? You know, so I thought actually about shifting the timeline of the video, not the timeline board. Shifting the timeline of the video for the first time ever, and maybe I would talk about the remake earlier on so we didn't have to end with it. But you know what? Consistency is something that's important to me, and structure, and figuring out the way to do these videos. I want to be congruent, so if you watch all of the retrospective videos of any horror franchise, you know kind of what to expect. Of course, I want to throw things in that you don't expect also, but as far as like the structure of the video, I want you to feel safe. I want you to feel comfortable. I want you to feel like you can fall asleep here. And it's something that isn't going to haunt you or kill you in your nightmares or prey on your darkest fears. And it's something maybe you can actually relax and fall asleep to and just keep the video on. I don't know. Watch time's kind of important. But anyways, I guess I am going to save it to last. Now, the only other thing here is I put this on the board, and this is Freddy's Nightmares, which is actually a TV series that lasted 2 seasons, and it's kind of an anthology, I guess, Twilight Zone type series, but I will be 100% honest with you guys. I have never watched Freddy's Nightmares, the TV series, but apparently there are a couple of episodes that do feature Freddy Krueger, and apparently he is kind of like a host of the show. And also, I believe the first episode is a little bit about his backstory, which would be canon and would actually fit into the first timeline here. So I'm going to see where this video's at by the time I get to it, and I'm going to watch it. I don't know how I'm going to review it for the video, because if most of the episodes do not feature Freddy Krueger and, don't tie into the Nightmare on Elm Street universe at all, it would be a little bit silly to do a review for like 40 episodes that are not connected to the franchise really, only in name and title only, with the TV series being called Freddy's Nightmares. So what I think I will do is try to find it, and I'll try to watch it, but I'll probably only mention the episodes that feature Freddy Krueger and not the entire thing. Not that I don't want this video to be as epic of a journey as it can, but I feel like if I start talking about that many episodes, it's going to take up way too much time in the video, and you're going to have like an hour-long segment that has nothing to do with Freddy, and you guys don't want that. I don't think you want that. Maybe you do. Also, I've never really heard anybody talk about the show. Like, I know it aired in the late 80s, early 90s, so I was like a little kid or, a toddler, so obviously I wouldn't have heard about it when it was airing. But I'm just, it must not be that great if nobody ever mentions it or nobody ever says, hey, you got to watch this also when we're talking about Nightmare on Elm Street. It's kind of crazy, man. But anyways, there you go. That is sort of the introductory here. So really, we have 3 different timelines. We have the movie timelines that take us up to Freddy vs. Jason, and then we have the new Nightmare timeline, which is kind of its own thing connected here, and then we have the remake timeline. So super easy to kind of understand, way easier than Halloween or Evil Dead when it comes to timeline connectivity, and the movies stay pretty consistent. So here we go, man. We're going to dive right into it. We're going to dive into my review of the very first Nightmare on Elm Street movie, one of my top 10 favorite horror movies of all time, and of course, my favorite Wes Craven movie, and of course, my favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movie, the original. So Wes had the story ready to go, and after getting turned down by many different studios, nobody seemed willing to finance it until the upcoming New Line Cinema. The Nightmare franchise would actually turn out to be their first successful hit, giving them the nickname The House That Freddy Built. For me, I just remember being a kid and always seeing that New Line Cinema logo before various movies I would watch, and it's always stuck in my head a lot more than any other movie logo. I'm not sure why that is. But anyways, Nightmare was getting financed and made. I want to start with 2 things before I get into the story of the movie, and that's the cast and the special effects. As terrifying and innovative as the script was, a lot of the success of the franchise comes down to the actor that landed the role of Freddy Krueger himself, Robert Englund. Freddy is the antagonist of all of this, and it's all built around the presence that he creates. He needed to have a presence to him that would feel disgusting, creepy, uncomfortable, but also have a sadistic glee to it all. Somehow Robert understood exactly what Wes was going for, and most importantly, he took the role seriously. He doesn't just sign on to be a mustache-twirling bad guy for a project, but instead, he really brought something unique to the character. He played it as a character, the way he walks and the way he speaks in particular. Whether he knew it then or not, he was creating an icon with his portrayal. And though Robert never really had mainstream success outside of the Nightmare series, in the horror community, he is regarded pretty highly. He's been in a bunch of horror, sci-fi, and schlocky films along the way, and he's one of those guys that every time he pops up in something, even for just the smallest scene, I always get a kick out of it. Hell, he even showed up in the most recent season of Stranger Things, which is doubly ironic because in the Stranger Things series, the antagonist Vecna is pretty much almost 100% inspired by Freddy Krueger, so it comes full circle. As the lead protagonist, we have Nancy Thompson, played by Heather Langenkamp, one of my favorite final girls, and I think that her performance is really strong in this movie. When people say, why aren't there smart people in horror movies? Nancy is always one of the first examples that I would give. She's intuitive, proactive, and faces a near impossible challenge of taking on a dream demon, and she is incredibly scared, but goes through the trials in spite of it. John Saxon plays Nancy's father, a police officer trying to uncover the reason and suspects behind the murders in town, and he sort of serves as the veteran actor to help lend credibility to the movie, kind of like Donald Pleasance in Halloween or even Alec Guinness in Star Wars. You need one good, older, recognizable actor to kind of help legitimize you. And also, this movie is introducing Johnny Depp. Yeah, years before anyone was taking a shit on his pillow, Johnny Depp had his very first film role right here in Nightmare on Elm Street. But back then, nobody knew who he was, so it wasn't like, oh my god, they're casting Johnny Depp in this movie. He was just an actor. He doesn't even play a lead part. He's just a boy named Glenn that lives across the street from Nancy and crushes on her pretty hard. The funny thing is that when casting the movie, Wes Craven's daughter pushed him to cast Johnny because, well, he was a hunk. So, who knows? If Wes's daughter never thought Johnny Depp was hot, maybe he never would have had the film career that he's had. The other thing I need to mention besides the cast is the practical effects. I am so thankful that this movie came out before the advent of CGI and the fact that it was such a low budget. As the sequels went on, the dream sequences got more and more elaborate and over the top, but what I like about the first film is a lot of the subtlety of the dreams. In fact, a lot of the movie is shot so that you begin to question whether or not you are actually in a dream or in the real world. It keeps you guessing until something too weird starts to happen. Keeping the dream location subdued to alleyways and the boiler room, it just helps give that ominous feeling of uncertainty. Also, it doesn't need to be super fantastical because Freddy is such a foreboding presence himself. You don't really need the dream world to be scary because Freddy's already got that covered. The movie lets him be that scary part and adds the anxiety with the anticipation of his arrival. It doesn't try to get you with the dream imagery as much. One of the best effects is when Nancy is falling asleep and Freddy coming out of the wall above her. It was just done with a sheet of spandex and some light underneath. The whole effect cost like $10 to make, and it's one of the most memorable moments in the movie. So nowadays, it would have just been done with CGI, and it would have looked dated after a couple of years. But this is timeless. Anyways, Nightmare begins with a few close-up shots of Freddy building his iconic claw glove. It's an extremely effective opening where you just hear his heavy breathing, the sounds of various tools and metal clanging against one another. You only see his hands and part of the workshop, and if you didn't know what this movie was going to be, you would be super confused until the final shot of the intro showcasing the completed glove, and then bam, the title appears. It's such a great introduction. The real movie begins not with Nancy, but with the character of Tina. She's set up in the beginning kind of like Janet Leigh from Psycho, where if you didn't know any better, you would think that she's the main character, but she gets killed off relatively quickly. It gives us our first look into the nightmare world, and like I was saying, I just love the simplicity of the dark, gloomy boiler room. The next day, it shows Tina outside of the high school meeting with her friends, but just before that, there's the shot of a couple of little girls jumping rope and singing a nursery rhyme, the rhyme itself directly relating to Freddy. Some say the girls only exist in the dream world, and showing them here is just kind of meant as a transition between dreaming at night and then waking up in the morning, but people in the physical world are aware of the rhyme, and I just like the idea of every small town kind of having these local legends or dark stories that get shared around that you might not even know where they come from or if there's any truth to them, but there is. So we meet our main characters other than Tina. We got Nancy, Glenn, and Rod, whose name ironically makes a lot of sense because the first thing that he says in this movie is talking about his morning wood.
I had a hard-on this morning when I woke up, Tina. Had your name written all over it.
There's 4 letters in my name, Rod. How could there be room on your joint for 4 letters?
So that's his character. But later in the night, all the kids stay at Tina's house, and through conversation, they all slowly begin to realize that they've been having similar dreams lately, all about a man with claws and a striped sweater. But before they get too in-depth, they're interrupted by Rod, who just wants to get his dick wet with Tina, so the two of them go off and do that, while poor Glenn tries to get it on with Nancy, but she turns him down. The worst part is when Glenn is trying to go to sleep, and in the room right next to them, he can hear Tina and Rod going at it. I don't know about you guys, but I have been in this exact position more than once in my younger years, and just laying alone trying to sleep while one of your friends is getting laid, man, it's such a bummer. I feel for you, Glenn. This is also where it cuts to Nancy falling asleep and Freddy sort of looming above coming out of the wall. There's 2 interesting things that I think about in this scene. One is that Nancy wakes up and she puts the crucifix back on the wall, so does this signify that a crucifix actually does weaken Freddy's ability to get into your dreams? It's never really used again that I remember. I don't know, maybe while rewatching the films for this review series, I'll see it happen once again, but I don't remember it ever happening again. Also, does this scene imply that Nancy would have been Freddy's victim tonight if she didn't wake up and prevent it. So, because she did, he went back to Tina. I don't know. Tina's nightmare features her leaving the house and going outside into the alleyway, and one thing I like about this series is that oftentimes in horror movies, if characters are making really stupid decisions, like going off into the dark alone, you would just call them idiots. But since we are dealing with being in a dream, I think it's far more forgivable for the characters to do strange things like this, kind of going off in a daze, because in a dream, you do just kind of wander from place to place and there's not really any thought behind it. In a dream, you're probably far more likely to do something like this. Freddy's first appearance can seem a little silly by today's standards, walking down the alleyway with his outstretched arms, but I think it begins to showcase what kind of a guy he is. He enjoys tormenting and fucking with his victims. He's having fun with it. Even when he begins to chase her, he does this silly little run that always makes me laugh, but he's not running trying to catch her. He knows that he has her scared, so he's playing with her. He cuts off his own fingers and starts laughing about it, and my favorite bit is when he tackles Tina and she reaches up and rips off his face, revealing a laughing skeleton. Oh my god, it gets me every time. And it's just his sadistic sense of humor. But unlike in future movies where they purposely try to make Freddy funnier and they give him cheesy one-liners and things to say, here in the original, it's all just his natural personality without acting like he's in some kind of comedy show. He just loves what he does. He's not trying to make anybody other than himself laugh, and that's why it works. The kill for this scene is iconic as well, Tina being actually attacked in the dream world and her body being dragged across the wall and onto the ceiling. Her screams and cries are haunting, it's scary to look at, the camera doesn't cut away that often, and Rod wakes up and he can do nothing but just stand there helplessly, having no idea what's going on. It's probably one of the actual scariest scenes in the film. And even though Rod might not be the most upstanding dude around, he is legitimately innocent here, but he gets arrested on suspicion for Tina's murder. Nancy is then focused on as our true protagonist. Her falling asleep in the middle of school and then seeing Tina in a body bag in her dream always gave me chills. And it's so simplistic. There's not even really any special effects going on here. Not a lot of them. Seeing the lifeless corpse of your dead friend and then it being dragged away down the hallway in a body bag that's see-through. It's just creepy, man. And this is where Nancy tries to follow her, dream intelligence once again, but she comes face to face with Freddy. She manages to wake herself up by burning her arm on a pipe, and when she wakes up, she has the burn for real. So what happens in the dream world directly affects the real world. Also, oh wait, is that Elise Rainer from the Insidious movies playing the teacher? Oh my god, wait, does that mean I'm going to have to connect the Nightmare on Elm Street series to the Insidious franchise? I mean, after all, she does travel into astral worlds and faces up against monsters and demons and... Okay, just stop, Ryan. It's literally just the actress. It's not the character. You don't need to do this to yourself. You need all the sanity that you can muster for this video. Just don't do it, man. Another memorable scene is when Nancy falls asleep in the bathtub and we see Freddy's hand reach up from between her legs. It's so invasive and uncomfortable, and it creates such a dynamic image of this movie and just showing how Freddy preys upon the innocents. Rod is taken out next, but we don't actually get to see his dream, only the real world where Freddy makes it seem like he hung himself in the prison cell. And as Nancy is trying to explain to her parents that all of this is connected and it's happening because of a man in their nightmares, well, of course her parents aren't taking her seriously. But there is a little bit more of an explanation as to why, other than them just ignoring her. It seems like her parents have gone through a divorce recently, and as her father is just throwing himself fully into the police force trying to protect her from actual outside threats, he just doesn't really seem to have the time to listen to her. And her mother is drinking herself into a coma, coping with all of her issues, especially after hearing Nancy mention the name Freddy, whom she assumes is long dead and doesn't want to remember. The only scene I don't really like is when they take Nancy to the sleep study clinic. First of all, getting an appointment that quickly is just the biggest piece of fiction in the entire movie. And also, I'm always so distracted by this random cat poster on the office wall. Did you guys ever notice this? What even is this? It's like cats on a trolley. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I also need to mention there's a scene where Nancy has Evil Dead playing on the TV. Well, that's because in the movie, The Evil Dead, the director Sam Raimi put a poster of The Hills Have Eyes ripped in half up on the wall, kind of like saying, that's not real horror, this is real horror. And that goes back to in Wes Craven's The Hills Have Eyes, he had a shark poster on the wall that was torn in half, maybe as a reference to Jaws. So when Wes Craven put Evil Dead on the TV, he's bringing it back at Sam Raimi saying, no, that's not real horror. This is real horror. So it's all done in jest, and it's just a fun back and forth between the directors. The death of Glenn is also very memorable, and not just because of the cutoff shirt that he's wearing, and, glad that didn't stay in style, but as he falls asleep in bed, Freddy just sucks him down to a sinkhole to I don't know where and does I don't know what, but a river of blood just comes flying up from the bed from down below and splashes across the ceiling. This seems to also happen in the real world, as Glenn's mom unfortunately opens the door to see the result of the kill. So just like when Tina was crawling around in the ceiling, it seems like your body responds to whatever Freddy is doing in the dream world, regardless of the situation, and it creates a lot of unexplainable kills. Nancy's journey in this movie does make her one of the best final girls in horror, in my opinion. She doesn't really have anybody in her corner, and she's completely limited by her alcoholic mother and distant father. She has to take matters into her own hands and face the nightmare alone, and takes a bunch of necessary precautions to do so. After her mother finally admits who Freddy was, and how he was killed in a fire by the parents of the town, she knows a bit about what she's dealing with. She also knows that she can bring items out of the dream world if she's holding on to them when she wakes up. So she attempts to go in and bring Freddy out so that he can be captured or killed, and she basically does. She sets up a bunch of booby traps all around her home, which is fantastic. Doors that swing sledgehammers when they're open, light bulbs that explode. It's great stuff. She even sets Freddy on fire. Again! Nancy is terrified but faces Freddy in spite of her fear, and she does it without any help. And I think there's a huge philosophical lesson here about facing your fears and not giving energy to it. If all of these dreams are just within our own mind, then the thing overtaking our mind is fear. By taking back our autonomy within our minds, we can weaken the fear. Or, as explained in the movie, we can turn our back on it. But here's where it gets a bit complicated. So at the end of the movie, Freddy goes after Nancy's mom and seemingly burns her and kills her. But it's ambiguous if we are in the real world at this point or still in the dream. So the official canon seems to be that Nancy never really did pull Freddy out of her dream, but was still dreaming the whole time, even though all of her booby traps still worked somehow. But the essential idea is that after killing her mom, Freddy comes back to take her, and she literally turns her back on him, signifying that she doesn't fear him. He's in her head, and she takes the energy away from him, causing Freddy to disappear. It might seem a little corny, but it's a clever idea. She was never going to beat him with just brute force. He's too powerful. And they also expand on this a bit in future movies by stating that Freddy gets more powerful the more people are afraid of him. But the very next scene is Nancy walking out the bedroom door and outdoors into the daytime. So clearly this is still a dream. Now, Wes Craven apparently actually wanted there to be an upbeat ending where Nancy actually legitimately did overcome Freddy. But this is one of those situations where the studio, specifically producer Robert Shea, wanted there to be a twist scary ending instead. He wanted to show Freddy still alive and attacking Nancy at the last moment. They even shot an ending with Freddy driving the car that Nancy gets into. But Wes just couldn't bring himself to do it, so they had to make a compromise. That there would still be a twist horror ending, but they wouldn't actually show Freddy still here, even though it's basically implied that he's still alive anyways. So they have Nancy get into the car with her friends, the car locks them in, and it has Freddy's stripes over the top, and it drives them away into the distance. And then Nancy's mom gets pulled through the front door window as it cuts to credits. I'm so used to this ending, and when I was first getting into horror films, I could just jump right into all the sequels, so it never bothered me. But now seeing what Wes Craven was trying to say with the movie and with its ending, making it a standalone without knowing that there was going to be sequels or a franchise, I can definitely understand the frustration he must have had with changing the ending and putting this here. But the idea is still there, and he accomplished an almost impossible task, which is creating a horror movie that will be remembered for the rest of history. A character that is forever immortalized and feared, and a film that gave millions of people all over the world terrifying nightmares. And I think that is a worthy accomplishment in itself. The film released to great success, and word of mouth kept the influence going and going. It put New Line Cinema on the map as a studio and raked in $57 million on just a $1 million budget. So, needless to say, especially with the added ambiguous ending, fans and producers were calling for a sequel. This brings us to Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge, which was released only 1 year, almost exactly from the first movie. So yeah, this movie was fast-tracked and pushed to be made by any means necessary. Nightmare was the first hit that New Line Cinema had, so they were trying to strike while the iron is hot. And here's the thing. With filmmaking, there are always two sides of it. You have the artistic creative side, and then you have the business and profit side. But you can't have one without the other. In many cases, these two sides work in unison and benefit both sides of the equation. But it's rarely a 50-50 split. The business side almost always has more control and more say in what's going to happen with the property. And it makes sense since they're the ones putting up the money and have more to lose. But if you are too focused on the profit and business side, well, then you can lose the aspects that made people actually care about and connect to the film. And sometimes that means you lose people that are passionate about the project instead of waiting for a really good story or working with the creatives that made it. The need to make profit so soon and the need to cash in, it overtakes the entire entity. And what do I mean by all this? Well, Nightmare on Elm Street was Wes Craven's story and vision, but he doesn't own the movie. New Line Cinema did. And that means that they can make more movies with or without him. And since Wes designed Nightmare as a standalone film and wanted Freddy to be defeated, but only tacked on the twist ending because he was forced to by the producers, he didn't have much interest in coming back for another one. He told the story that he wanted to tell, and that was it. But that doesn't mean that Wes had a bad relationship with the studio. They were the ones that believed in him, and they took a risk on the first movie, and they both profited from its success. Wes's split after Part 1 was amicable, and after they had a script written by David Chaskin, they did offer it to Wes to come back and direct, but after reading the script, he was even more uninterested. And that's because this movie decided to go in a wildly different direction than the first, and according to Wes, not only does it take away the aspects of what made Freddy scary, but also completely messes with the lore that he established. And he's not wrong. After rewatching the movie for this review, I definitely agree, and though I don't hate this movie, there is plenty I like about it, but man, it is a massive step down from the original. Basically, instead of only doing nightmare killings, they were running with the premise of trying to bring Freddy into the real world by acts of possessing the protagonist, which is just weird, but I think I can headcanon my way around it so that it makes sense, so bear with me. But they also decided not to bring Nancy back and instead focus on a new protagonist named Jessie. And that's fine. I like that they didn't try to bring Nancy back just to kill her off in the first 5 minutes or anything like that. Actually, they do confirm that she's not dead in this movie, but they mention that she went crazy and was taken away. They also confirm that her mother was actually killed, but she's not mentioned beyond that other than Jessie finding her diary talking about Freddy. Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger is the only actor from the first movie to return, but the crazy thing is, they were actually going to recast him. Yeah, to save money, they were actually going to treat Freddy like any other slasher villain, like how Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees has different actors playing them in each movie, because those characters are silent and they don't speak lines and they wear masks so you can't tell. But Freddy has an entire persona that was established. His way of speaking, moving, and interacting, that was all Robert Englund. Robert owned that role and he defined Freddy. Thank God they came to their senses and eventually rehired them. And some people say some of these quick shots from the shower scene in the movie is actually the other actor and it just didn't work right. To direct the movie, they got a guy named Jack Shoulder, who only made one previous film before this, also financed by New Line, and it was called Alone in the Dark. I don't really have much to say about him because he's not really made many movies in total, and Nightmare 2 is the only one of his that I've actually seen, but it mostly seems like he was somebody who needed work and New Line needed someone to direct, so hey, come direct this. That's kind of the vibe I get from it anyway. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. But the inconsistency from Wes Craven's style and vision of the original to this movie is impossible to ignore. The movie opens up with a bunch of teenagers on a school bus, the driver actually being played by Robert Englund himself without the Freddy makeup at first, which is a nice touch. But eventually the bus begins to drive off the street into a desert landscape and becomes positioned on top of a rock pillar. And then the driver fully transitions into Freddy, showing us that he's still here and still after the Elm Street and Springwood children, Jessie being one of them. Jessie is our new protagonist and the only male lead protagonist in the entire franchise, and he's having all of these night terrors of Freddy. But he's actually living in the same house that Nancy was in the original movie, even having Nancy's bedroom. Apparently, after Nancy left the house, it went up for sale and Jessie's family bought it 5 years after the event of the first movie. So even though this movie was released in 1985, that would mean that the movie takes place in 1989. I wonder why they chose to have such a significant length of time in between them. And what was Freddy doing for 5 years? I mean, did he manage to kill anybody else since then? Because nobody in the movie is talking about ongoing murders. In fact, nobody in this movie talks about having nightmares at all other than Jesse. And that's just one of the many strange things about part 2. But I'll get into my headcanon explanations after we get through the film. Also, this is the first movie to change the color of the door of the house of 1428 Elm, which is where Nancy lived. It was a blue door in the original movie, becomes a red door in this movie, and pretty much stays that way from here on out. This is also the first movie to give Freddy stripes on the sleeves of his sweater, which is another thing that would stay from this point forward. Jesse has a pretty stereotypical 80s horror family, just regular working class parents that don't believe him when he starts telling them about the night terrors, a little sister that pretty much does nothing in the entire movie, and she's eating, what the fuck? She's eating cereal called Fu Manchus. That is almost funnier than the cat poster from part 1. Almost. The next day at school, Jesse is sleep deprived and he can't pay attention in gym class. He gets hit in the head with a baseball, and then he has a fight with a kind of bully character that turns into his friend named Ron. And Ron pulls his pants down, and then they begin to wrestle. And okay, this might be a little strange and awkward, but can you believe that some people think that this entire movie has gay undertones and is actually some sort of homosexual expressionism? I mean, that's just silly. What's gay about this movie?
I need you to let me stay here tonight. Something is trying to get inside my body.
And you want to sleep with me?
Okay, maybe this movie is a little gay, but the controversy over it is the uncertainty of its intention. There's conflicting statements by the writer and director that they never knew about any homoerotic undertones, but then in other quotes where they say that they kind of see that it's there, so what was the actual intent? Also, the actor playing Jesse, Mark Patton, was gay in real life, but he was not out of the closet at the time of filming this movie. And many people say that the undertones come from his performance alone, but honestly, even though I think it might contribute, the story literally has a creepy gym teacher that is found in a gay bar wearing a leather suit that also enjoys giving kids punishments and then is killed off while being stripped down naked and having his ass whipped with towels. And there's also the part at the end of the movie where Jesse is breaking down psychologically and actively leaves his girl Lisa only to go into the bedroom of Ron for solace. And of course, Ron is shirtless during this scene. And then you have the infamous dance scene in Jesse's bedroom. And thematically, I guess you have Freddy slowly possessing Jesse's body, so it's kind of like dealing with something inside of him coming out that he doesn't understand. It's all just kind of there, and to say it's a coincidence is a bit of a stretch. But hey, in a movie that overall is pretty subpar, it does add an aspect to it that makes it a lot more interesting when trying to analyze. I do feel a bit bad for the actor though, since he never really made much after this film and he was heavily criticized for some of the homosexual undertones, and this was the 80s, so it wasn't quite as prevalent back then. And I think at the end of the day, he's only doing what the director told him, and if the director wanted him to act differently, well, he should have told him, it's on him. But years later, there was a documentary made about him called Scream Queen, and that details his experience with Nightmare 2 and all of its aftermath. Admittedly, I haven't watched this documentary, but I'm kind of interested in checking it out, so that is out there in the ether if you're curious. But yeah, back to the movie. Instead of various nightmare sequences, it only focuses on Jesse and Freddy, as Freddy has a very specific intent this time around. He's not trying to kill Jesse, but to get Jesse to kill for him in the real world. He wants to essentially possess Jesse's body to bring himself into the real world. Why? Well, the movie itself doesn't really tell us why. It's just kind of a thing that's happening.
You've got the body. I've got the brain.
I also have to talk about the bird scene. There's a moment in the movie where the family's pet bird is going crazy. The temperature in the room is rising. The bird flies around. It attacks the father, and then it just fucking explodes. Like, what the hell is happening here? Are we assuming that Freddy went into the bird's dream and killed it? I mean, in the first movie, how he killed his victims in the dream was reflected in reality, like Tina on the wall or Glenn's death in the bed. So, does he burn the bird alive in a dream and then it just goes crazy and explodes in the real world? I don't know. In fact, a few times Freddy makes things happen in the real world that he shouldn't. Why does the toaster catch on fire? Freddy just really wants some burnt toast? Like, a lot of weird things like that happen in this movie. The scene with the gym teacher that I mentioned, Freddy makes Jesse go into this nightclub, and for some reason they let a teenager in and serve him alcohol, so that's a problem in itself. But the gym coach is there, and in a leather vest, and he takes Jesse back to the school and makes him run laps. And this is all in the middle of the night. And I could buy if this was all a dream, but no. The coach actually dies, and we see him get killed by Freddy, but then it cuts to Jesse wearing his glove. So we're assuming that Freddy possessed Jesse and actually killed the coach in the real world. Anyway, Jesse starts to realize what's happening, but he also kind of thinks he might be going crazy. He has a kind of girlfriend named Lisa in the movie, and they start to get it on, but once the tongue action gets a little bit too intense, it can never be too intense if you ask me, but once that happens, Jesse runs to Rod instead for his solace. But here, he admits to the murders and what's happening, and eventually Freddy starts to really take control of his body. And this scene is the best scene in the movie. The claws coming out of his hand, Jesse's skin ripping open to reveal Freddy literally ripping himself from the inside of him, and then Freddy taking the skin off, coming out, standing strong. It's such a great sequence. The special effects are awesome, and this real-world Freddy has claws literally growing out of his hand instead of wearing a glove, which I think is an interesting touch. But now we have Freddy legitimately in the real world for the first time, and some of his powers carry over. And I can be okay with that, honestly. After all, he is not human. I don't really like the idea of Freddy not being contained to the dream world, but I do like that once he is in the real world, he's still strong, he's still powerful, he's just not as powerful as he is in the dreams. It's like taking a power cut for the bonus of being able to interact with the physical world. He can still lock the gates with his mind, disappear into flames, overheats the pool, and take a lot of damage without getting hurt. There is a bit of awkwardness, though, seeing Freddy in front of a bunch of the teens all at once at a pool party setting, and he's just walking around. Freddy is the scariest when he's shot in the dark, and you can't really see him very well. And in a dream where you know he has complete control. But I do appreciate this is still before they give him all the quippy one-liners and jokes in the sequels. He's still pretty menacing here as a presence, and he does kill a bunch of people without much effort.
I'm here to help you. Help yourself, fucker!
Also, this shot is really fucking cool.
You are all my children now.
The finale of the movie takes place in Freddy's boiler room in the real world. We learn he used to work for a power plant, and so that's why he had access to it. Freddy is still possessing Jesse's body, and Lisa comes to confront him. Then there's these two weird dog things with baby faces. I don't know, man. Did Freddy manifest these here? He must have, but what the fuck are they? Of all things to create. I honestly think it would have been a lot better and a lot creepier if he just manifested the girls that sing his nursery rhyme instead, but whatever. We got baby face dogs. Then if you thought the ending to the first Nightmare was cheesy, this is as cheesy and cliche as you can possibly get. Lisa pleads with Freddy that Jesse is still in there somewhere and for Jesse to take control of his body back. I guess their connection is so strong that even if Jesse basically left her for Ron, but Ron's dead now, so it's okay. Even so, Lisa can still get to him. She subdues Freddy and she even kisses the Freddy body to help bring Jesse back. Wow. But I will say the effect of Freddy's face melting here is awesome. The alternate of what we've seen before happens, and this time Jesse emerges from the charred remains of Freddy's body, and seemingly everything is going to be okay. That is, of course, until the twist ending. Yep, it's the same producers, so Freddy can't die. It bookends itself by being back on the school bus within another dream. Jesse and Lisa are talking to a friend, and as the bus speeds up, Freddy's hand pierces right through the friend's chest, as the bus once again rides off into the desert. So this movie obviously is very mixed by fans for many reasons. Gay undertones aside, Freddy's intentions and lore are completely shifted into another direction, and future sequels almost never reference this movie again, almost like we just want to forget about it. I'm assuming Jesse is killed in this final nightmare sequence because we never hear from him again, and does that mean that Freddy's plan didn't work? Well, maybe it did. Okay, so here's my headcanon for this movie. Since this movie is 5 years after the first, and there's no mention of consistent murders, I think you can retroactively place this movie within an interesting piece of lore, that Freddy gets stronger the more that people are aware and afraid of him, and the less people know about him, the weaker that he gets. Now, this isn't directly stated yet, especially not in this movie, but as the sequels go on, and especially in Freddy vs. Jason, this is an important plot point. The town of Springwood buried a lot of information on Freddy. It was a stain on the town, and they didn't want him to be infamous, not to mention the fact that pretty much everyone knows that he was burned to death by vigilante parents, which, even if Freddy deserved it, is still illegal. So instead of investigating and prosecuting them or anything like that, the town just went completely hush on the situation. So a lot of the children that are now teens, the ones that Freddy wants to kill, wouldn't even know about his existence. So what if, and again, this is all just retrospective knowledge, but what if Freddy wanted to possess someone in order to show himself in the real world, really kill in the physical sense, so that would begin a chain of rumors and fears and nightmares and more talk and circulation about him. Get the news circulating, then people would become more aware and the more access that he could have into those people's minds. So I contest that Freddy's plan in part 2 is him playing the long game. It's getting momentary access to the physical world to help spread fear, which will only make him stronger in the dream world. Yep, that's the story. That's what I'm going with. Take it or leave it. Though it does suck to have Jesse die off screen and never be talked about again, I think he was a decent protagonist, and most all the others get to come back for at least one more movie, but I guess he served his purpose. Nightmare 2 still made a big profit compared to its budget, but made significantly less than the first movie in theaters. The producers wanted the series to continue, and clearly set up that Freddy is still alive, but this time they took a little bit longer to develop part 3, giving a 2-year break instead of just fast-tracking it. Overall, I think Nightmare 2 has some great moments, but it's not hard to see that it's a huge step down from the original. And the fact that it's smack dab in between what most fans would consider the two best movies, part 1 and part 3, and that it's basically never really referenced again, well, it kind of makes part 2 kind of fade to the background. I can't say that it's a great movie, and even if I like parts of it, there's not a lot of praise I can give it other than Robert Englund's performance, some of the special effects, and I do like Jesse as a character. I know there are some people that love this movie though, or some that even think it's the best sequel, and that's fine. Every film is subjective. But to me, it's just kind of okay, and that's about it. A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, The Dream Warriors, which released in 1987, is widely considered to be the best Nightmare on Elm Street sequel, and some people claim it to be the best movie in the entire franchise. And it truly is a transitional film considering the future of the property and of Freddy's character, but it's still steeped in enough lore and ideas of the original movie that it doesn't feel like a total departure. This is also the movie that really ramped up the imagination and creativity when it came to the dream sequences, as well as the special effects that come along with it. And I think that was something that was necessary to happen. Although I love the simplicity of the first film's dream sequences, a large part of that was due to its low budget. And even part 3 has a pretty relatively low budget of around $4.5 million. But what they were able to do with the budget of this movie makes it even that much more impressive. After the poor reception of Nightmare 2, New Line went back to Wes Craven once again. And I can just imagine that phone call being about Nightmare 2 and them saying to him, "See what happens when you're not here? Please come back." In the time after the original film was released, Wes Craven went on to release the movie The Hills Have Eyes Part 2, that was supposedly mostly all filmed before they even made the original Nightmare. It just ran out of its budget, so he was able to complete the film and release it. And next, he was primed up to direct the movie Deadly Friend, but would overlap with the time that New Line wanted Nightmare 3 to begin production, so Wes Craven could not direct Nightmare 3, but he did decide that he would give them a script, with the caveat that he would also receive a higher percentage of all the profits of future Nightmare movies, which is fair. I mean, he is the guy that created the series. If they're going to make movies that he hates with his characters, he may as well get some cash for it, so I respect that. So Wes and his writing partner Bruce Wagner, they wrote a version of Nightmare 3 that many ideas would eventually end up in the actual film, but was not exactly the script that became the final project. The main thing that Wes wanted to do was to make Freddy much stronger than he was before, more terrifying, and also bring the character of Nancy back as the protagonist. In a way, it would be a true sequel to the original, especially the fact that nothing from Nightmare 2 is mentioned or referenced in the scripts at all. I said earlier that it's funny that you could make an argument that Part 2 is not canon, since it really does take a back seat to the rest of the series and is kind of just forgotten about. But anyways, we're going to keep it canon for the sake of this video, but that's kind of the general idea behind it. Anyway, Heather Langenkamp did agree to come back to play Nancy, mostly because she knew that Wes Craven was involved. So it was beginning to be a good sign moving forward. Wes also wanted the story to be about Nancy teaming up with other people, also being haunted by Freddy. He mentions that in the first movie she had to fight alone, and for this one he wanted her to have a team. The idea was that a bunch of unrelated characters seemed to travel to a specific location in order to commit suicide, but they were all doing it because they were driven there by Freddy. In this version, Nancy wasn't a working therapist, but still acted as a guide and a leader to the group. And apparently Wes's script was a lot darker than the movie that we eventually got. And Freddy was also a lot more like he was in the original film, hidden in the shadows, sadistic, and way more vulgar. There was also a whole plot element that would have involved Freddy's childhood home and needing to find it and burn it down. Once getting the script, New Line didn't really want to do Wes's version, but they liked a lot of elements from it, so he would take a writing credit and an executive producer credit, but they would also bring in 2 more writers to revamp it, in Chuck Russell, who would go on to direct the film, and actually Frank Darabont, who at the time was still relatively early in his career, but would later go on to have some major success writing and directing a bunch of films, including The Shawshank Redemption, which is widely considered as one of the best films ever made. And yeah, it's a really good film. I would definitely recommend it. So using plenty of elements from Wes's version, these guys basically changed the movie to feel more, for lack of a better term, fun. It's still a horror movie, it still delivers on the scares, but in many ways this new version feels more like a fantasy story over anything else, enhancing the dream sequences to be more fantastical, giving the teenage protagonists abilities in their dreams, thus they are the Dream Warriors, and making Nancy a therapist, giving her more of a reason to be around and interacting with the suicidal kids. Now, I would have loved to see Wes's version, but to be honest, without Wes directing it himself, I'm sure there would have been a lot of context loss. So the fact that another one of the writers also wound up directing helps this vision be seen through to its end. This would turn out to be Chuck Russell's directorial debut, actually, and considering the pressure that was on him for having all these special effects, doing a 3rd movie in a franchise, trying to redeem it from Part 2, not letting Wes down, and actually trying to make a quality, engaging movie, that's a pretty tall order. I guess tensions on the set were pretty high because of the stress of needing to complete everything on schedule, and many problems arose along the way because of that. The actors didn't have the best working conditions, and it was overall a pretty demanding experience for everyone. But with the finished product, you would never know because the movie is fun as hell. The movie starts with a new character, Kristen, played by Patricia Arquette, and this is actually her very first movie role. I think that she does a really good job considering that. Also, she has a very believable scream, and she screams a lot in this movie. Apparently, almost all the guys on set had a crush on her, and it's not really hard to see why. I'll always love her performance as Alabama from True Romance, so I was locked in with her from the start. The opening nightmare scene with her draws us in. It takes us to a decrepit version of Nancy's home in the dream world, and Freddy attacks her. It seems like they were running with the idea that Freddy is attempting to make all the deaths look like a suicide, which would be similar to Wes's original idea. He slices Kristen's wrist in the dream, only for her to have wakened and look like she cut herself. And all this takes us to the main location of the film, Weston Hills Psychiatric Hospital. Here we meet a bunch of characters, both patients and staff, that will carry us through the movie. The teenagers here are all having psychotic episodes and night terrors, which are, of course, all Freddy's doing, but everyone thinks that they're just kind of losing their minds. We have Kincaid, who's this standoffish character. We have Joey, who's mute. Taryn, recovering from drug addiction. Philip, who sleepwalks and also likes making puppets. Will, who is bound to a wheelchair and is the resident nerd of the group. I love how he's clearly playing Dungeons & Dragons, but they probably couldn't use the name Dungeons & Dragons due to copyright, so it's just called Wizard Master. It's kind of funny. And Jennifer, who just wants to be a TV star. And I'm sure that'll work out well for her. Neil Gordon is the psychiatrist that is kind of the lead of the staff here who legitimately wants to help the kids, and he actually has a lot of importance in this movie. He's a good, genuine guy just trying to help out and understand what they're going through. Also funny to note, one of the nurses on staff named Max is played by Lawrence Fishburne. Now, Lawrence is an amazing actor, but his career had not really taken off yet at this point. What's always funny to me is that in later releases of the movie on DVD and Blu-ray, they always put Lawrence Fishburne's face right on the front of the cover, right next to Nancy and Kristen, as if his character has a ton of importance in the movie, but no, it's just because he got famous later on and starred in films like The Matrix. In Nightmare 3, he's only in a few scenes, and he never has any involvement in the dream stuff, and he has zero interactions with Freddy. They never even wound up putting Johnny Depp's face on the front of the first Nightmare, so I find it really funny that they just decided to make Lawrence Fishburne look like a main character on this one. But also, I really like what they did with Nancy's character. She's a bit older now and has become a therapist to help troubled teenagers, which is almost a perfect spot for where she left off, and it gives her the perfect reason to be at the hospital and to meet the rest of the cast. She also knows what they're experiencing and is more equipped to help them because of it. But why is she still alive and not haunted by Freddy herself? Well, the answer is drugs. No, really, she's taking a prescribed medication called Hypnosil that is meant to suppress somebody's dreams. Obviously, it's fictional, but it provides a good explanation and a plot point because it's still a relatively new and experimental drug. And here's something that's going to complicate things. The Hypnosil reveal happens when she drops the vial and Neil picks it up. And clearly on the vial, it states that it was prescribed on 4/7/86. And this is where it becomes a little bit complicated because the ignoring of Freddy's revenge definitely throws a wrench in this if you're trying to make all these movies canon together with this moment, although it can be easily fixed. But the problem occurs with saying that Nightmare on Elm Street, the original, would take place the year that it came out in 1984, okay? But then Nightmare 2 said that it took place 5 years later, which would be 1989. So when does Dream Warriors take place? Well, you could easily say that it takes place a couple months later. It could still take place in 1989. You could say it takes place wherever you wanted it to take place. But the fact that her vial of medication was prescribed in 1986, which means the Dream Warriors has to take place in either 1986 or 1987. Otherwise, it's going to be expired. And it does say that it expires in 1989. Now, you could also say that, does that mean that Dream Warriors actually takes place before Freddy's Revenge? But that's also not possible because if it does take place in 1987 and you want to say the first movie was in 1984, well, that's only 3 years. That's not enough time for Nancy to graduate high school, go to college, get at least a 4-year degree, and become a therapist in some type of way. Now, it probably takes longer than that to become a therapist, but I feel like you need at least 4 years for that to happen. And if this movie did take place in 1989, then that would make sense to me. That would be enough time to make sense. It's probably not enough time to be an actual licensed therapist, but it's at least long enough for me to, in the realm of believability, in the verisimilitude of the movie itself, in a movie where we have dream demons and ghost nuns, it would allow me to believe in that. But that's not actually the case. So how do we solve this problem? Well, I think the only way to solve it is by retroactively changing the year that the original Nightmare on Elm Street came out. Now, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody out there probably knows, but I don't think anywhere in the original Nightmare on Elm Street do they ever mention what year it actually is. I am assuming it's supposed to take place in the same year that it comes out, but there's nothing really stating that. And to give Nancy time, say that was her senior year of high school, say she graduates in 1984, then it at least needs to be, or say she graduated in 1984, then it would have to be at least 1989 in Dream Warriors. But because Dream Warriors supposedly takes place in real time, it released in 1987, and it's supposed to take place in 1987, then we got to do some maneuvering here. So if we want to change it retroactively so that Nightmare 2 takes place the year that it came out in 1985, then that means that the original Nightmare on Elm Street would have to take place in the year 1980. Because if this takes place in the year 1980, then it would give us our 5-year gap of 1985, which is when Freddy's Revenge came out. And if Dream Warriors is supposed to take place in 1987, the actual year that's supposed to come out, that would be 2 years after Freddy's Revenge, which, if you want to make this canon, would be enough time for there to be more fear kind of going throughout people, and people, the children of Elm Street beginning to have the fear and rumors of Freddy Krueger once again. It would also give us 7 years since the original film, so that would be plenty of time for Nancy to go to school and get over whatever happened to her. Because in the second movie, all they say is that she went crazy, but there's no real confirmation of that. There's no real newspaper articles or anything like that. It's just the rumors of the people that used to live in the house before Jesse. So maybe she did go a little crazy for a little bit, went to, a psychiatric hospital, and that inspired her to become a therapist herself. And that would give her enough time, enough years of training in order to do that. So it's a minor change, it's a little bit confusing, and it's a retroactive change. And I don't think that, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody out there probably knows, but I don't think there was a specific date mentioned in the first Nightmare on Elm Street as to what year it is. And if we only change it from 1984 to 1980, I don't think, there might be a little bit of technology that Glenn uses in his room that wouldn't make sense, but otherwise I think it could work. Because then we have our 5-year gap in between those two, and then we have a 2-year gap, which was in real time, 2 years before both movies came out, which puts Dream Warriors in 1987, the same year it came out. If her prescription was prescribed in April of 96 or 86, wait, no, that wouldn't make sense because her prescription would still be expired. So we would have to move Dream Warriors to 1986. Dream Warriors to 1986. Which would take place 1 year before Dream Warriors actually came out. But still doesn't really screw up anything, I don't think. The first main dream sequence after Kristen is admitted to the hospital gives us the first showcase of the enhanced special effects that the movie has to offer. Freddy appears not as himself, but as a giant snake, and it also kind of looks like a penis. It crashes up from the ground, attempting to swallow Kristen whole, and this thing is awesome. And once again, I'm so glad that this was before CGI and that we actually have a giant puppet Freddy Dick Snake and not some CGI abomination. It's fantastic. Kristen actually has the ability to pull other people into her dreams, and so she brings Nancy in for this moment. Nancy manages to save her from the Freddy snake, and it's the first time she's eye to eye with Freddy since back in the day. Nancy is determined to help the kids at any cost, first suggesting to prescribe them Hypnosil, but getting it approved seems to be a problem. Meanwhile, Freddy attempts to attack more of them. A super memorable kill is against Philip, the kid who likes making puppets. First, there's a great stop motion sequence of Freddy manifesting himself as a puppet himself, and it looks awesome. And then he cuts open Philip's arms and legs and essentially rips up his tendons to use him as a puppet himself. I always remember this scene looking so incredibly painful. The special effects are fantastic. And of course, in the real world, it only looks like Philip is sleepwalking. But despite the other kids trying to stop him, Freddy leads him up to the top of the building, cuts the strings, and he falls to his death, making it look like another suicide. The next one is Jennifer, and this is what I would say is the moment that changed everything moving forward. See, Jennifer wants to be an actress, so she's watching a late-night talk show with Dick Cavey and interviewing Zaza Gabor. I guess these were famous people back in the 80s. I don't know. As she dozes off, the interview becomes part of the dream, which starts with a great moment like this.
Can I ask you something?
Certainly.
Who gives a fuck what you think?
And then it leads to this. Freddy comes out of the TV, grabs her, and says,
Fuck the prime time, bitch!
Apparently, this was an ad-lib by Robert Englund himself, but I feel like this line almost single-handedly changed how Freddy was handled for a while moving forward. Although it doesn't happen too often in this movie, Part 3 is the first to really introduce Freddy saying a quippy, funny one-liner or pun right before he kills someone. And this line in particular is almost by far the most famous. Part 3 is interesting in how it handles Freddy. It's kind of like a transitional film in that aspect, because I would say that Freddy is still mostly kept in the background, he's still mostly scary, but it's also the first to feature him shot with really bright lighting, bringing him more into the focus, and giving him more funny things to say. Basically, the beginnings of making him more of somebody you would root for rather than root against. And I think because this movie has such a fantastic cast of protagonists, Freddy is still definitely perceived as an evil entity that needs to be defeated in this one. But this movie sprinkled in a lot more of the funny side of Freddy that would be carried over and tripled down on later on. This line in particular was also the first time Freddy called somebody a bitch. And that would also be carried over into all future movies and become a staple of the character. They even parodied him in Rick and Morty with a character that says bitch constantly.
Welcome to your nightmare, bitch.
Man, he sure says bitch a lot.
You can run, but you can't hide, bitch.
I'll talk more about the change of Freddy as we move forward, but yeah, in part 3, it was definitely the beginning. However, overall, since part 3 is such a fun, engaging movie, it almost doesn't matter here, or you don't notice it as much. I think that sometimes people can forget that horror movies can be fun. They don't always have to be non-stop dark and depressing. A lot of this movie feels like an adventure film, but with some really dark moments. As they have a group hypnosis, they all go to sleep together, and upon entering the dream world, they showcase abilities that they have in their dreams. Kristen is really acrobatic, Kincaid is super strong, Taryn is a badass punk rock chick with knives. Will can walk around and utilize magic. And as far as Joey's dream self, well, it just turns out he's really horny. I can relate to that. He gets lured into the hallway by a sexy nurse that wants to have sex with him, and this is also the first moment that we see tits in a Nightmare film. It's kind of wild, actually, that it took 3 movies before we saw some boobies, but unfortunately, it's not a real woman. It's just Freddy pretending to be one. And if I were Freddy and I could just transform into a woman at will, I would probably be doing other things than haunting kids. But that's besides the point. He captures Joey and he uses him as bait for the other characters. Joey, now trapped in the dream world, ends up in a coma back in the physical world. And I love the bit where Freddy writes "come and get him, bitch" on Joey's body with the claw marks. And I always wondered, did anyone else in the hospital staff see this, or was it just Nancy? Anyways, another plot point in this movie is that Neil keeps seeing this old nun all around the hospital. We find out that she's actually basically a ghost of Freddy's mother, a woman that long ago was accidentally locked in the hospital alongside 100 maniacs that continuously raped her, eventually resulting in her becoming pregnant with Freddy, calling Freddy the son of 100 maniacs. Now, this was not part of Wes Craven's original script or lore for Freddy. This was something that the other writers added in. And as for sequels, they always tend to give more and more explanation for things as time goes on. How Amanda Krueger came back as a ghost, I don't know. But I can buy Freddy coming back as a dream demon, so I guess I can just buy that ghosts exist in this world too. She tells Neil that to stop Freddy, they have to bury his remains and put him to rest. Again, a little strange, a little basic. It's not so much overcoming your fear to beat him, it's just go bury his bones, but it works well enough. Especially since the only person that would know where his bones are hidden is Nancy's father. Yes, John Saxon also returns for this film, no longer in the police force, but a broken, drunk version of himself, drinking himself to death over the passing of his wife, or ex-wife, and everything that happened in the first movie. Anyway, Nancy and the kids decide to enter the dream world to save Joey as Neil drags Mr. Thompson's drunk ass to the junkyard where Freddy's bones are supposedly hidden in order to bury them. This is where things get pretty good. You can tell that they were probably struggling with the budget, but things still turn out pretty exciting. The casualties are Will and Taryn, both killed in ways that are relevant to their characters. Will tries to use his magical powers on Freddy, but it doesn't work, and Taryn's drug addiction is used against her as Freddy turns his fingers into needles and attacks her with them. I always thought this shot of her track wounds opening back up was super disturbing and uncomfortable. The last survivors are Nancy, Kristen, and Kincaid as they find Joey suspended above what looks like a canyon to hell. And to enhance the Freddy lore, he explains that the more that he kills, the stronger he becomes because he absorbs the souls of his victims. The souls themselves can be seen across Freddy's body, literally being a part of him. It's super terrifying, and also it would mean that all the people that he kills don't even get to rest in peace. They just become part of him. The next part, too, I'm a little bit mixed on because Freddy senses that Neil and Mr. Thompson are about to bury his bones, so he leaves the dream world and he actually manages to possess his own bones. I mean, I guess he never would have had a reason to do this before, but like, could he always have done this? Could he always just possess himself? I feel like it would have been a little bit useful before this point, or maybe he could have just done this in part 2 instead of possessing Jesse. I don't know. Anyways, it looks pretty cool, and that's why I like it. It's more stop motion, it's paying homage to Jason and the Argonauts, and he manages to actually kill Mr. Thompson in this moment too. which was a bit of a shock the first time watching it. And I love the victory screech he gives at the end.
Victory screech!
He then returns to the dream world to finish what he started, and Joey finds his dream ability, other than just being horny, and it's to scream really loud. Yeah, I know, I get it, he was a scared mute and he overcomes it, finds his courage to speak again, but it's overshadowed by the next moment. Nancy sees her father and stupidly believes that it's actually him, and it's right before he turns into Freddy and stabs her with his glove. Yeah, Nancy actually gets killed off in the finale of this movie. I have mixed feelings about it. She's the best protagonist the Nightmare series has, and I like the idea of her being a recurring character, but I also understand that sometimes in horror movies, if you survive the first one, you're probably not getting out of the next one. At least it's not nearly as disrespectful as when the Halloween franchise killed off Jamie in Part 6 or Laurie in Halloween Resurrection in the first 10 minutes. Nancy has a semi-satisfying conclusion in that we saw that she did become a therapist in order to help other people. She was still proactive in her approach and inspired the next generation of Elm Street kids to fight back. Kristen, from the get-go of this movie, was kind of primed up to be another lead protagonist, and Nancy was written as her mentor figure. So it makes sense. I just want to know if Nancy was intended to die in Wes Craven's original script or not. Back in the real world, Neil manages to survive the skeleton onslaught and does manage to douse the bones in holy water and bury them, which causes Freddy to basically explode in the dream world, and all the other characters wake up from the nightmare. Kind of wild that Neil, a new character, and not even one in the dream, is the guy that defeats Freddy here, but it serves its purpose. It sucks to see Nancy die, but we do have 3 main survivors, Kristen, Kincaid, and Joey, and that rarely happens, at least for now. But what about the twist ending? It seems to be a staple of the franchise by this point, and the studio would always want to make more. Well, actually the twist here is perhaps the least twisty of all the others, because there is no actual confirmation that Freddy could still be alive. It just ends with Neil going to sleep with a model of Nancy's old house next to him. Oh yeah, Kristen was building these models, I forgot to mention. Anyways, he goes to sleep and a light inside the miniature turns on. But that's it. And considering both part 1 and 2 basically ended saying, yes, Freddy is absolutely still alive and out there, here he is, this one is a little bit more ambiguous in comparison. Maybe it is Freddy, but maybe not. Maybe it's Nancy's ghost, or maybe it's something else. We don't really know. Overall, Dream Warriors is a pretty great addition to the franchise. Bringing Nancy back was a great idea, but the rest of the cast are all unique and likable as well. They also do feel like friends, or like a team that was built, and that's what we needed in this movie. The special effects are great for the time, and it has a feeling of fun and adventure throughout, while still being dark and R-rated enough, and Freddy is utilized pretty fantastically. Even with him being a little bit more funny and a little bit more personable, it's still done sparingly enough that he still works as a great antagonist. I think that this movie has something for everyone and might actually be the most accessible of the franchise. And what I mean by that is because of the adventure and fantasy aspects, I think that you could like this movie even without being a straight up horror fan. But if you do enjoy the horror stuff, there's still enough of that in here that it doesn't feel too distant from the original. Basically, it's the perfect blend. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the movie had a song that was created by the band Dokken that wrote the song Dream Warriors directly for this movie, and it is as cheesy as it sounds. But I gotta be honest, it does kind of grow on you after a while. But anyways, Nightmare 3 was greatly received by critics and fans. People loved it, I loved it, and you know what that means? Yep. We got to make a 4th one. So see, when we begin to get into part 4 of the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, The Dream Master, Freddy Krueger himself had become a household name. It was something that everybody knew about. It was even something that like little children were dressing up as Freddy Krueger to go trick-or-treating. Now, I don't know why anybody would want to dress up as Freddy Krueger to begin with, but children were literally dressing up as, you know, the child murderer Freddy Krueger, to the one point where it might be kind of alluded to that he did more with children than just that. Like, this is the kind of world that we were living in. So Freddy Krueger became this sort of like fun, Halloween aesthetic things people were imitating and parodying and making fun of. And it just became something that everybody knew about. And because of that, there was no more mystery or mystique to the character, and thus Freddy was no longer scary. It's even crazier when you think about it, the fact that the original movie only came out 4 years prior, and that between 1984 and 1988, where nobody knew who Freddy Krueger was, in just that amount of time, Freddy Krueger just became so synonymous with horror and just within the population and the zeitgeist of humanity that it just became that iconic character in such a short amount of time, which is endlessly impressive, but also makes things a little bit more difficult when you're making a horror movie. And now you're going to get to the point where people are going to be rooting for Freddy Krueger. They want to see Freddy Krueger kill people. No longer do they attach and identify with the main characters and the protagonists that are fighting him. Instead, you have people going to the theater dressing like Freddy and wanting to see Freddy do his thing. And it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, because I can definitely see the fun of watching Freddy just tear through and mow down teenagers and just murder them in all of these creative dream aesthetic ways. It is a lot of fun. But it also takes something away. It takes something special away that we began with back in 1984 that I don't think really returns ever again until Wes Craven's new Nightmare, but we're not quite there yet. We're in part 4. And as part 3 had particular moments where Freddy was a little bit funny, or he said a little quip here and there, it wasn't quite that overbearing yet. So part 4 had an interesting direction that they could go. They could try to bring it back to its roots and make Freddy terrifying again and make him disgusting and scary and something that would be in people's literal nightmares in real life. Or they could double down and basically make Freddy like a action 80s protagonist, someone similar to Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger, where every time they would kill somebody significantly in a movie, they would have some sort of like cheesy pun or one-liner that came after it, which happened in almost all of these 80s action movies.
Let off some steam, Bennett.
And that's the direction that they went down on. They totally doubled down on that little bit of aspects of Freddy that they had in part 3 and decided to make that the tone of the entire movie. And like I said, I am a little bit torn because I can see the fun in just making this another sort of 80s slasher movie, which I love all these kinds of films, but Nightmare on Elm Street didn't really start the way that it ended up in that way. And so I do feel like a little bit is taken away, and I do feel like I can't enjoy it quite as much. I felt like I could enjoy it more when I was younger. I don't know why. There's something about that I was just gravitated more towards when I was in my teens. But now that I'm a bit older, and I don't know if I'm a bit wiser, but just older, more jaded perhaps, that I kind of prefer the traditional horror roots of Freddy. Although these movies coming up, 4, 5, and 6, they do have their merits. There are good things about them, and I don't outright hate these movies. Particularly part 4, I actually still do find a lot of enjoyment with, but I also do have a lot of criticisms of. So bear with me for the criticisms. I'm not trying to shit on the movie, but I think it's time to bring awareness to the directional shift of the franchise, and I think part 4 has the biggest factor within that. Even though part 3 did it a little bit, I think part 4 is where it really becomes kind of a trope. It becomes a parody of itself. It becomes what people would think of Nightmare on Elm Street being without it actually being that until part 4 gets there, if that makes any sense at all. Also, I believe part 4 does take place in real time, so it takes place in 1988 or a year after Dream Warriors. So again, Dream Warriors, is it 1986? Is it 1987? I don't know. I'm still confused on that, but I'm pretty sure Dream Master takes place in 1988. So we're still here. We're still flowing through the timeline. And let's get into part 4. A lot of the reason this movie ended up the way that it did was because of how successful Dream Warriors was. The producers wanted another movie that was like that. But my first curiosity is, if that's the case, why didn't they bring back Chuck Russell to direct it? That way they could have made sure they gave it the same vibe and style, but I can only suspect it was all about timing. Part 3 came out in 1987, and 4 in the following year in 1988. After part 3, Russell started production on his next film, which was a remake of the 1950s movie The Blob, which is actually one of the better horror remakes that exists out there. It's really good. I definitely recommend you check it out. But I doubt that New Line wanted to wait until he was finished with that movie and instead just wanted to pump part 4 out as quick as possible in order to make a profit over the series' huge popularity. Supposedly, the producers did approach Wes Craven once again, but his idea involved an aspect of time traveling through the dreams, and the studio just did not like it. And who knows what that movie could have been. And I think that this is one of the unfortunate things about the making of this movie. It's because instead of trying to find an idea that worked or find somebody with a vision for the project, they just wanted to get a movie made. And like I said, all movies exist for profit, but this movie was specifically designed, manufactured, and created for profit only. They went through several different writers until it finally landed on two brothers named Ken and Jim Wheat. And these are the guys that wrote and directed Ewoks: The Battle for Endor. Yeah, does anybody remember the Ewok movies? The little bear creatures from Star Wars: Return of the Jedi? Yeah, they had a couple of spin-off TV movies that I used to rent from the video store back in the day, thinking that they were just going to be more Star Wars movies. And damn, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Granted, I have not watched these since I was a small child, but I remember being severely disappointed. But hey, at the very least, they're not as bad as the Star Wars Holiday Special. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Nightmare Part 4. So they actually started shooting the movie even without having a director signed on. That's how bad it was. Doing second unit stuff and special effects shot before they even had somebody in charge of the project. And that is a horrible sign. And at one point, they supposedly were going to have Tom McLaughlin, the director of Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, which is actually one of the best Friday the 13th movies that there is, and probably would have been a good choice. But nope, because he wanted creative control over the project and they told him they were already filming, he wanted to do something unique, and they just wanted to do a simplistic 80s slasher. Nothing more and nothing less. Basically, this movie was doomed from the start by the studio. Just them looking to make a profit. Eventually, Rennie Harlin would be hired as the official director. At that point in his career, he had made a few Finnish films, but this was going to be his first American film. And honestly, I don't have anything bad to say about him. The movie isn't poorly directed, it's just very studio orchestrated. It's also very 80s. Like, every single scene of this movie is just bleeding 80s all over the place. The soundtrack with the music is filled with songs and synthesizers of the time that really make you just feel like you're experiencing the decade. The way the characters dress, the stereotypical archetype of the teenagers. I think more than any other Nightmare film, this one embraces its decade so much that it kind of just feels like a time capsule. A part of me really wants to go back and enjoy it, but sadly, I was born a year after this movie came out, so I never got to experience the 80s the way that I want to. But hey, at least I always have Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, The Dream Master, to look at when thinking about it. So this movie does carry over most of the survivors of Part 3, but unfortunately it does not handle them well. First, let's start with Kristen. The character is back, but she is recasted with another actress. Dream Warriors, it was Patricia Arquette's first acting role, and she was great in it. She got noticed and was wanted for other roles. And there was probably a lot going on behind the scenes that I don't know about, but the gist of what I could find is saying that Patricia wanted to do more dramatic roles and not remain in the horror genre and get typecasted. And also the price that she asked in order to come back, New Line Cinema just didn't want to pay her that much. And due to just how fast they wanted to get this movie out, I doubt that they spent any time negotiating with her. So, actress Tuesday Knight was cast as Kristen instead. And she does a fine job. She definitely doesn't carry the same energy and intensity that Patricia had, but she's alright. She also doesn't get as much to do as you would think, and that leads me to the other Dream Warriors characters. Both Kincaid and Joey are back as well, both played by their original Dream Warriors actors, but both of them, along with Kristen, are all killed off before the middle of the movie. And it really sucks because Dream Warriors did such a good job building them up and making them feel like a team and people that you want to root for. There was absolute chemistry between them, and in Part 4, they barely have any scenes together before they start to get killed off. At least with Nancy in Part 3, they kept her alive until the very end. Kristen doesn't get as lucky. She doesn't even make it halfway through. Also, the entire opening premise really confuses me. It opens with Kristen dreaming about Nancy's old house, and she pulls Kincaid and Joey into her dream, still having that ability. And although she's scared, it's only a regular dream, and Freddy is still out of commission at this point. but the next day it shows the three of them in high school together. So wait, were they all released from the mental institution? And what the hell happened with the aftermath of all that anyways? At the end of Dream Warriors, 2 more kids, along with Nancy, would have all wound up dead inside the asylum. Kristen, Joey, and Kincaid are the only survivors. If this movie takes place in real time, then it's only 1 year after Dream Warriors, so they're just released and out here and okay and everything's fine now. I mean, I guess with Freddy gone, they would stop having night terrors, but just releasing them like that all at once and they just go back to high school casually sounds kind of strange, but whatever. I'll buy that enough. But what about Neil, the psychiatrist that literally saved everybody by burying Freddy's bones? He is nowhere to be found and not even mentioned in this movie. You would think he would act like a mentor character or somebody that Kristen would go to if she thinks Freddy is back, but he's just not here at all. I guess he skipped town or something. I don't know. I imagine when Freddy revives that Neil would be the one that he would be most pissed off at since he's the one that put him to rest. But it never seems to matter. And since the Dream Warriors are all going to die, we need new characters. Kristen is dating a guy named Rick, who is just a spiky-haired 80s cliche that really likes karate. But something that irritates the hell out of me is that he clearly has no training whatsoever. Maybe that's the joke, and maybe I'm just not getting it. But in his training scenes where he's practicing karate, he is throwing the worst punches I have ever seen. His arms are just straight out. Sometimes they look like noodle. There's absolutely no form in his movements. It is just so ungodly bad. Could they not just train the actor how to throw a punch? Like, if he's supposed to know karate, you would think at the very least they would just show him how to do a jab, a cross, and a front kick. It's not that hard.
See, it literally would have only taken a couple of seconds to show the actor how to do this, and you can already tell because of the quick cut editing style of the scene that it's trying to desperately cut around the fact that the actor has no idea what he's doing whatsoever. But with all of the 80s action movies that existed out there, the Bruce Lee films of the past, or anything that they could have done, they didn't even need an actual karate instructor to show him how to do anything. They could have just said, hey, watch this and imitate it. It's not that hard. I don't understand why they didn't try to do anything with this character. And look, I'm no expert, man. I took some martial arts classes when I was a teenager. I keep up with a little bit of a boxing routine, but I don't train like that. I don't fight. I don't spar people anymore. But dear God, man, this is you to throw a jab. You look at your target, all right. You hold your guard up to protect yourself, and when you throw your punch, you got to be able to retract it very quickly, right? And you're not just throwing a straight arm. Because if you notice, in the scene, he's literally just doing like this. What is he doing? What is that? What is this? That's not punching. That's not karate. You throw a jab. You put your feet planted firmly on the ground. You kind of got yourself at a slight 90-degree angle here. You got your guard up because you're protecting your vitals, all right? You throw your jab. You look at your target. Your fucking jab hits where your eye point is. You hit it. You make sure your thumb is on the bottom of your hand so you don't crush that. You probably fuck that up too. And you do your jab, all right? And the thing is, you're throwing your body weight into it. So instead of just throwing your arms like a noodle, all right, you throw your body weight into it, right? So you push forward a little bit. That's your jab. Your cross. You pivot on your back leg, you swing your body over because you're pushing your body weight into it, so your jab is kind of to set up your distance. Your cross is your power shot, and that's it. Jab, cross, jab, cross, jab, cross. All right, now have him imitate that. That's not too fucking hard. He also throws some front kicks, all right? He's going, whoo-ah! Right? You can't do that shit. You gotta hit with the ball of your foot. You gotta hit where it's actually gonna hurt your target, right? So here, all right, you're lined up. Kind of got your stance ready, all right? When you lift your leg up, you're gonna be hitting with the ball of your foot. So again, you look at your target, and your foot hits your target, all right? You don't break that eye contact, right? That's your front kick. I can't even do it that way. I don't even do front kicks anymore. I'm wearing jeans. I haven't trained for 10 years, but I can still do it better than Rick, all right? Look, man, I never thought that I would be trying to give martial arts lessons in a Nightmare on Elm Street video, but here I am, man. Jab, cross. If you want to throw a hook too, you're gonna come around, you're gonna hit your target like that. Bam, hook, low hook, high hook. Hook on this side, hook on this side, right? Jab, cross, hook, uppercut. Jab, cross, hook, uppercut. That's it, man. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta fucking do. It's not that hard.
Anyway, His sister, Alice, played by Lisa Wilcox, will essentially become our new protagonist, and she's also fine. She is a little bit of a Nancy clone, but not quite as memorable. She starts out a bit timid and docile, but pretty intuitive, and as a character, she finds her strength and agency slowly over the course of the movie, and goes on to face her fears, similar to the way that Nancy did. And all the other characters are not really characters at all. They are just cliche cardboard cutouts of 80s teens. You have the nerdy girl with huge glasses and has asthma. You have the jock character with the heart of gold. You have the big poofy 80s hairspray girl who is really into fitness, and all of their little quirks are just here to give Freddy something to kill them with later on. Unlike in Dream Warriors, these are not characters that you're supposed to root for or identify with. They are just here for a body count. And like I said, this is really Freddy's movie. In fact, it's the first time that Robert Englund gets top billing in the opening credits. So we know that that's what people are here for, and let's talk about it. Because Freddy's got to come back. And Freddy's resurrection makes no goddamn sense. Kincaid has a dog named Jason that is in his dream with him, and I wonder if that's a deliberate reference to Jason from Friday the 13th, but I'm not sure. In Kincaid's dream, he's taken to the junkyard where Freddy was buried. Jason the dog, and I'm not shitting you here, he pisses all over the spot where Freddy was buried. The piss turns to fire, and then the ground opens up, and his bones fuse back together, grow flesh over top of them, and then Freddy is just alive again. Okay, so what the fuck were they thinking here, alright? This is so clearly just an example of that we have no idea how to bring Freddy back, so let's just make a dog piss on him. Like, what? Okay, I can maybe buy that if he was dug up from the ground and no longer laid to rest, which was the whole point of the last movie, that he might come back. But this all happens in the dream world. Kincaid is not literally at the physical location of the junkyard, so how does this even work? Did the actual literal ground at the junkyard also open up the same time that it did here in the dream? We don't know because we never see it. Or is the entire dream just Freddy fucking with Kincaid? Like, what if burying him didn't actually ever work in the first place? Maybe it only just weakened him for a little while until he was strong enough to overcome it and come back. That's the only explanation I can think of that I would actually accept, because it makes no sense for his bones to be dug up in the real world while we are in a dream. And what happened to Freddy's actual bones? Nobody in Part 4 mentions it or tries to go back to the location or tries to bury the bones again or talks about how they defeated Freddy in the previous movie. Nothing. We do know that Freddy can possess his own skeleton, so maybe he did that again and dug himself out and then hid the bones in a different location, but this is all just extreme headcanon and not in the movie at all, and it's one of the many frustrating things about it. Because you have to take huge leaps of headcanon just to understand why anything is happening. In the last movie, you literally had the ghost of Freddy's mom telling you exactly what you need to do to defeat him, and now she's nowhere to be found. And complete with all this nonsense of his resurrection, Freddy just kills Kincaid by a stab of the glove after the man's own dog betrayed him. He should have gotten a cat instead. No time is wasted as we cut to Joey's death scene too. Now, this isn't going to make much sense to anybody watching this video, but I just have to say it. Joey is watching something on the TV, and it's an interview with somebody, and he's talking about his daily routine, and one of the lines he says is,
Then about lunch when I feed the fish, I feed the fish and watch them.
I feed the fish, and, I feed the fish. And for some reason, that line has been stuck in my head for 20 years.
Then about lunch when I feed the fish, I feed the fish and watch them.
I feed the fish and, I feed the fish. Like the way he says it, the inflection of the words, I don't know why. It is just something I repeat in my head for no discernible reason. If somebody asks me what I do in my spare time, I say, I feed the fish and, I feed the fish. I don't know why. It is the stupidest thing to be stuck in somebody's head all the time, but it has not left my mind for 20 years. So I'm just going to go feed my fish and, feed the fish, and I'll be back. Nightmare 4 also remembered the most important aspect of Joey's character, that he's really horny. Freddy makes him imagine a naked chick in his waterbed, but once again, the chick turns into Freddy and drowns him. But not before saying this.
How's this for a wet dream?
Okay, that's kind of good. Once Kristen realizes what's happening and that Freddy could be back, she confides in her friends and tells them the truth. And they mostly all believe her. Kristen, Alice, Rick, and Dan the Jock all go to investigate the house which Kristen sees in her dreams, which is of course 1428 Elm Street, which is now condemned. Interesting that Kristen says this is Freddy's house because it was Nancy's house, but maybe she just means that this is the house that he uses to torment her in her nightmares. Anyways, Kristen's mom thinks that she's beginning to lose it again, but instead of sending her back to the mental health institution, instead she just drugs her child without her consent, grinding out some sleeping pills and mixing it into her water. When Kristen falls asleep, her dream begins on the beach, and Freddy uses his glove like a shark fin, burrowing through the water until it reaches the beach, blowing up a perfectly nice sandcastle. There was no reason for that. And then appearing as himself, putting on the sunglasses, pushing Kristen under the sand, and laughing maniacally in the bright, shining daylight. And yep, Freddy is not scary anymore. Kristen pulls Alice into her dream just before she is killed off, thrown into a furnace, but in her last moments, she gives her power to Alice. And what does this mean? Well, Freddy is absorbing the souls of his victims, which is making him stronger, but it appears due to whatever Kristen does in this moment, the next deaths will give Alice whatever their dream abilities were. With Kristen killed, Alice can now pull others into her dream, and with each subsequent kill, she gains another ability. It's a pretty neat idea, and it feeds into the title, The Dream Master, mastering abilities and mastering dreams themselves. Alice is shown daydreaming in this movie a lot, which is the first time that we've seen anything like that, and she also remembers a poem from her youth called The Dream Master, which ties into how she'll eventually wind up defeating Freddy in this one. But I can't help but feel a little bummed out on how all the Part 3 characters were handled in this movie. At least Kristen gets a little bit to do here, but with the recasting, it kind of just feels like a new character anyways. But the mantle has now been handed off, from Nancy to Kristen to now Alice. And I don't know what happened to Jesse. I think he's just dead somewhere. Alice discovers that she has Kristen's ability when she accidentally falls asleep in class and brings the nerdy girl Sheila in with her. Freddy just appears in the classroom and showcases some of his incredible riz.
Wanna suck the face?
No.
You flunk.
The next death is Rick, and it's probably one of the dumbest kills in the entire franchise. He's in a karate dojo in his dream fighting an invisible Freddy, and if you thought his training in shadowboxing was bad, this is just cringe to look at. It hurts, man. It physically hurts. Could you not just watch like a Bruce Lee movie or something before filming this and just try to mimic it? Just try to make it seem like you know karate a little bit? Anyways, he manages to kick Freddy's glove off, and then it becomes visible, and then the glove flies up and stabs. This kill sucks, man. Alice then gains Rick's ability to use nunchucks, and the scene where she figures that out is so painfully a body double that it actually hurts to watch. Alice goes into another dream, which is kind of cool, where she's watching the movie Reefer Madness and then gets sucked into the screen, but there's also the pizza scene. Alice works at a diner, and in the dream version of it, Freddy shows up and has a meatball pizza with him, and all of the meatballs look like somebody that he's killed. He stabs one and eats it in front of her. Maybe the scene is meant to be gross, but it's just really silly. Okay, one cool thing that I like is he puts Alice into kind of a time loop to distract her. Every time she gets closer to her friend Debbie in order to save her, she's transported back to the diner starting from scratch. She should have told Freddy that she's here to bargain. Debbie's death is probably the most memorable from the movie. First of all, Debbie's quirk is that she likes to work out. But once again, could you just show the actor how to do a bench press? Dear God. Her hands are way too close together. She's bringing the bar down to her neck, not her chest. This is just doing nothing for her, and it's probably going to injure her shoulders more, even without Freddy showing up to break them themselves. I'm sorry, but is it like so hard to look up how to do a bench press so your actor doesn't look like an absolute idiot trying to do one? But whatever, Freddy appears as the worst spotter of all time, not only not correcting her form, but proceeds to slowly break her arms in the process, and then turn her into a cockroach. Earlier in the film, she expresses how much she hates bugs, so yeah, Freddy just turns that against her in this one. It's a pretty great special effect. First her arms fall off, and then she grows these insect legs out of them. Then she gets stuck in a glue trap, and her face skin is ripped off as she tries to pull herself up and get out. All before Freddy just squashes her entirely. It's a pretty fun kill.
You can check in, but you can't check out.
Alice and the jock Dan develop a bit of a relationship over the course of the film. It's not super impressive or anything, but they do have some decent chemistry. Eventually, they get into a car wreck together. Dan is injured, and she's trying to stop them from putting him under anesthesia. But ultimately, she has to go off on her own and gear up for the final battle to face Freddy, putting on an item from all of her friends. There's a gimmick where the mirror in her bedroom is filled up with pictures of all of her friends, so she can't actually see herself in the mirror. She takes the pictures down, sort of symbolizing that all of them are with her now. She's got the karate abilities from her brother, the intellect from Sheila, the fitness of Debbie, Kristen's ability to pull others into her dream, and she's going to face her fears as the Dream Master. And it sort of goes back to the ideas of the original, gaining control over your mind and your fears, being able to control your dream, which I do like. Her confrontation with Freddy is pretty underwhelming, though. They meet in a broken down church within the dream, and I'll give Alice credit for actually trying to fight Freddy physically, but it's so weird. Like, where's all his dream abilities now? Why is Freddy fighting her when he could just turn her into a cockroach? Maybe her lack of fear brings his abilities down. Maybe he's just taunting her, which is probably actually the case, but I don't know, man. This final confrontation is kind of a letdown, especially when Alice just sees a broken piece of glass on the ground and shows Freddy his true weakness, his reflection. Yeah, just like his resurrection making no sense and feeling a bit rushed, so is his defeat. The Dream Master poem Alice remembers has a line in it saying that within the reflection of my mind's eye, the evil will see itself and it shall die. So basically, because Freddy sees himself, it works. There's also some kind of mirror symbolism going on. You know, Alice seeing herself for the first time as positive because she's good and righteous, and Freddy seeing himself as bad and backfires because he's evil. I don't know, man. Why it works is not explained and is pretty stupid, but how it works is awesome, because all the souls in Freddy's body begin breaking free. How it's shown them all fused within his body, they start to unleash. Little hands and faces start ripping out of Freddy's body, one from the top of his head attaching to the wall, and the hands are all escaping. They all start attacking him at the same time too. Freddy's body is literally being ripped apart by the souls that he had collected, and it's just really fucking cool. That is way cooler than burying him or just keeping him alive for a twist ending. I gotta say, of all the films so far, this is the best way Freddy has been supposedly killed. Even if it happens for a stupid reason, like looking into a mirror, the symbolism and the special effects of the souls lashing back and ripping him apart is fantastic. They literally rip his head in two. That's awesome. And then the movie ends kind of simply. Back in the real world, Dan pulled through and him and Alice are together as a couple. She does see a brief image of Freddy in the reflection of the water, but shakes it off. It's just enough to tease that maybe he's still alive, but it's nothing definitive. There's no final kill in the last 2 seconds. They could have ended the series right here, actually, with Alice becoming the Dream Master and overcoming Freddy, carrying the powers and the legacy of the Springwood victims within herself, and being confident to know that all the souls of the dead children are finally free. They've gotten their vengeance on Freddy. It's honestly a pretty good ending. But no, it's not the end. And okay, I know I may have seemed like I was pretty harsh on this movie, and I do have a lot of problems with it, but overall, I do actually enjoy it. I don't enjoy it like how I enjoy the original, looking at it as a piece of art and horror history. I enjoy Part 4 for what it is, a cheesy 80s slasher movie with some fun creative kill scenes. I remember watching this movie a lot as a young teen. It was one that I revisited quite a bit. I wish I liked it as much now as I did back then, but rewatching it for this video, I found myself really enjoying particular scenes and remembering when I used to stay up late and watch all these movies when I was first getting into horror stuff. I have some good memories with it, but I can't go so far as to say it's a good movie, but it is a fun movie. It entertains, and it's probably the last of the original run that I can say that I like. And it was actually, for the time, the most successful Nightmare film in the box office. So at the end of the day, the studio was right in that if they pumped this thing out really quickly, they could keep riding that Freddy wave and make a profit. Largely, this movie did so well, though, because Part 3 was so widely loved and praised. The people did want more of that, which is what the studio tried to do and succeeded in one sense, but also by killing off all the cast of Part 3, not keeping them as a team and having different direction, it also kind of felt like it spat in the face of Part 3. And I think after the initial draw of doing a part 4, after watching it, people kind of got the idea of where the direction of this franchise was going, and that's why the next film after this didn't do as well. Part 4 embraced the cliches, which was fun for a time, but also marked the beginning of the end. And if you don't believe me, there is a rap song that plays during the credits of this movie by the Fat Boys that actually features Freddy Krueger rapping.
You see, my name is Freddy, and I'm here to say, I'll wrap you up and take you away. Fall asleep or you'll wake up dead.
Yeah, Freddy is not scary anymore. But he is a lot more talented than most of today's mumble rappers. So with Part 4 being the highest grossing film in the franchise, a Part 5 was put into production right away and released the following year in 1989. Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child. Now, I will be 100% honest with you guys here. I have kind of been dreading getting to Part 5 and Part 6 because, to me, they are truly the worst the series has to offer. But I haven't rewatched either of these films in years, like definitely over a decade at best, probably longer. So I thought that maybe they might surprise me after so much time away from them. And by memory, I had Part 6 as the worst in the franchise in my mind. But now I'm not so sure that might be the case. As I'm writing this portion of the review, before getting to Part 6, I have just rewatched Part 5, and I am slightly at a loss for words because it's even shittier than I remembered. I have almost nothing to say about it that's positive, and I was really looking for anything about this movie to latch onto. Even the 3 cups of coffee that I consumed getting through this film could barely put me in a good mood, and instead I was thrown into a disaster of epic proportions and lore issues up the ass. Maybe Alice should have taken it up the ass so that she wouldn't get pregnant and we wouldn't have whatever the hell this thing is. But no, to be real, when they say baby Freddy isn't real and can't hurt you, that is a lie. Baby Freddy is very real. Baby Freddy is gestating inside of all of us right now, and all we can do is sit and wait for the horrific monstrosity to come to term and rip us apart from the inside so that we never have to experience this film ever again. Anyways, I really couldn't find a ton of information of the behind the scenes of this film, or whether or not the producers even attempted to approach Wes Craven about any ideas this time, but I think at this point the relationship was mostly severed. And once again, I didn't see any info as to why they didn't try to bring back any of the previous directors, especially Rennie Harlin from Part 4, who made them so much money with that movie. But they were also on a trend now where every Nightmare film had a different director, and that can be a good direction to go sometimes because it gives each movie its own tone and own style. Even though I enjoy consistency, there is something fun about every movie having its own unique identity from the others. For this one, they got a guy named Stephen Hopkins, who had only directed one previous movie at the time called NES Game, which I have never heard of and don't know what it's about, but he also would go on to direct Predator 2 after this Nightmare movie, and I would really rather talk about Predator 2, but I guess I have to save that for the Predator retrospective video.
Shit happens.
He signed on to direct with a script written by a handful of people credited to John Skipp, Craig Spector, and Leslie Bowen, dealing with concepts of the rebirth of Freddy, pregnancy, and dreams of unborn fetuses. Oh yeah, we're going to go in some strange directions with this one. So I will say this, for the positives of this movie. One is that I do appreciate the consistency of the continuity in between movies 3, 4, and 5, because this movie also stars Lisa Wilcox returning as Alice and attempts to expand and develop her character. And unlike Nancy and Kristen, Alice does not pass the mantle on to any other new heroine in this movie, but actually stays alive until the end of the film. And to me, because of that, and because of the development, she definitely solidifies herself as a Nightmare protagonist almost on the same level as Nancy. They even bring her boyfriend Dan back as well, but, he doesn't last too long. I will also say that the idea itself of a child inside the womb dreaming and Freddy being able to access the dreams of a child even before it's born and use that as part of its manipulation and resurrection is a pretty interesting concept. Even though I don't think the execution of it was well done, it's a cool idea. I actually can't show you any of the first 10 minutes of this movie pretty much because it all begins with the conception of Alice's child. Right after the opening credits, Alice and Dan are getting it on. And now it's done in an artistic way and you don't actually really see any nudity, but I'm not going to take that risk with YouTube and show any of it. Also, immediately after that, Alice goes to take a shower. And once again, you don't really see any nudity. It's all obscured by the glass door of the shower, but I'm not risking any of that here on this video. She's then pulled into a dream where she's in an insane asylum, and what we are seeing is what was first presented in Dream Warriors, Weston Hills, where Freddy's mother was trapped and raped by 100 maniacs. Alice is wearing a nun's uniform and has Amanda's name tag on, simulating the event. One of the inmates is actually played by Robert Englund himself. Either it's just meant as a cameo, or you could consider this as the guy that is Freddy's canonical father, the one that actually got Amanda pregnant. Now in part 4, they may have seemed to peek the ways of the most ridiculous way possible to bring Freddy back, having a dog piss fire on his resting place in the dream world and somehow bring him back, but at the end of part 4, Freddy is literally ripped apart by the souls that he had consumed. It's a pretty definitive ending, but not really. And I can buy into this one a little bit because if all the souls escaped, then he would be severely weakened, but not necessarily dead. So he has to regain his power and build himself back up again. And he decides to do this basically by using Alice's unborn child and its purity and its dreams. Kind of like Freddy is attached to the child like a parasite, rebuilding himself. In one of the dreams, Alice witnesses the moment where Amanda gave birth to Freddy. And in the dream, we get this ridiculous baby puppet Freddy. And it just is so over the top and hilarious. And maybe they should have just kept Freddy in this baby form the entire movie. Like, imagine an entire film where this thing is the thing that we need to be scared of. Honestly, the novelty of that could have been better than anything that we actually got in this movie. I would have loved to see it. And I mean, hey, by this point, Freddy isn't scary anymore at all, so why even try? Let's just be ridiculous with it. But no. The baby Freddy goes to the same dream church location from the end of part 4, enters its clothes, and somehow, I don't know, man, somehow just makes itself regrow back into adult size, and boom, Freddy is back.
It's a boy!
And I just gotta say, the Freddy makeup in this movie is just god-awful. Why does it look so bad? Did they just cheap out on it? Was this version a lot more comfortable for Robert Englund to wear? In which case I would understand, but man, it just looks like ass. Like, how do you go from the makeup looking as good as it did back in part 1 and part 2 with the lowest budgets compared to this movie? And also, I think that it also has to do with how Freddy is lit and shot in camera. It's hard to hide any poor makeup effects when we can see him so clearly and so often. Added in with some of the cheesiest dialogue and one-liners the series has to offer, it just throws everything really off. And then Amanda Kruger shows up as well, which is also really strange. Like, where was she during part 4? This movie introduces her being able to interact within the dream world, even though in part 3, her ghost was only ever seen in the real world and only ever appeared in front of Neil. And Neil, where the hell is that guy anyways? This would have been a great way to bring him back, but oh well, it doesn't. Yeah, so in this movie, Amanda is an opposing force of Freddy, someone that could potentially stop him, from what I seem to understand at least. And Freddy, at this point, is attached to Alice's unborn child. In the previous movie, once Alice absorbed Kristen's power to bring people into her dream, Freddy kind of used that as a way to get new victims, and he does that here too with the child constantly sleeping. I guess you could think of it like Freddy is massively weakened from part 4, but uses the fetus like a home base in order to regain his strength, and as it dreams indefinitely inside the womb, he can then reach out to other people and pull them into the dream world at will in order to kill them and then get stronger again, and then he feeds the souls to the unborn child in an attempt to manipulate and control it, even manifesting it as a small child within the dream world that can talk and interact in that world also, which I guess eventually plans to use that child for the basis of its resurrection, like when he pulls himself out of Alice at the end. But then also, he's also afraid of his mother because she can now have power in the dream world or something and wants to put him back in her dream womb. And bro, I don't know, man. This movie is messed up and confusing as hell. You know, at this point, I actually miss the fire-pissing dog. Can we bring him back? Alright, let's just get into the kill scene. So, once again, a bunch of new characters are introduced that are not really meant to be characters, but just people with quirks that are intended to be a setup so that Freddy kills them with the specific thing that they're into later on. Other than Yvonne, whose quirk seems to be swimming, even though she actually makes it to the end of the film, so that's surprising. We have Greta, who is trying to be a model, so she's avoiding eating a lot of food, and Mark, who is a nerdy guy that's drawing his own comic book characters, and you already know what's going to happen to these two. Though the first person to die is actually Dan. Yeah, he and Alice were such a good couple, and he didn't even get to know that she was pregnant by the time he died. Poor guy. And I feel like his death is something that sounded really cool on paper, but not so much in practice. He's racing home to get to Alice, and he's pulled into the dream world, and Freddy just continuously mocks him and jokes around as he causes the vehicles that he's driving to start merging with Dan in some way. First it's the truck, and then the motorcycle. All the wires and metal, it penetrates into Dan's body. It kind of becomes part of him. It gets to a point where he looks like he's just a metal ghost rider driving around before colliding into a huge truck and then bursting into flames. I dig the creativity here, and I heard a lot of the gore from this scene was cut out because the MPAA really took the hammer to this movie, and that's unfortunate, but the jokey commentary from Freddy the entire time, like saying,
Danny, better not dream and drive. Better buckle up, dear.
it's just cringy and overall just not very entertaining. Next is Greta, who's having dinner with her domineering mother and a bunch of business people from various agencies. Her quirk was not trying to eat so much, so when Freddy appears in her dream, he continuously stuffs her mouth with food, and though I also heard that this scene is massively edited because he was also supposed to be shoving pieces of herself into her mouth, which is pretty fucked up and would have been cooler to see, but not so much here. So he makes her choke to death in the real world. Even in the more edited down version, though, I guess the premise here is that it's kind of playing on the concept of anorexia and all of that, but seeing Greta's cheeks puffed out as far as they are and Freddy dressed as a waiter saying,
Bon appetit,
it just kind of takes it back to being too cheesy to be taken seriously. Alice does confide in her friends about the truth of what's going on. Yvonne doesn't want to believe her at first, but Mark does. And they do more researching into Freddy's background with his mother Amanda, and actually found out that she killed herself after Freddy's birth. So yeah, this movie actually brings up things like anorexia, suicide, and even abortion, as it's something that's suggested to Alice that she ultimately refuses to do. It's pretty controversial stuff, and this was back in 1989. But for some reason, I feel like it's more likely to get a movie about those subjects made then than it would be in today's time. But anyway, a premise introduced here is laying Amanda Kruger's spirit to rest, which involves finding her body. So it's similar to finding Freddy's body and laying him to rest in part 3. But in part 3, it was Amanda herself that told Neil to do that, so she never happened to mention that she needs to also have her body be put to rest, and it never came up in part 3. It's clearly just a recycled idea that's tweaked ever so slightly. I mean, technically, it was never mentioned how she died or if her body was under the gravestone in part 3, but man, it's a stretch to just assume she would never mention that if that's something she needed to have happen. The whole Amanda Kruger thing in general is just very strange, even starting from the lore of her being locked up in the asylum. Like, who puts 100 maniacs unrestrained in one location in one giant room to begin with, let alone forgetting that you just happened to lock a nun in there? And then after that, she kills herself, and she becomes a ghost, but only appearing to one person in part 3 in order to explain how to defeat Freddy, which ultimately doesn't work anyway, and then she's nowhere to be seen in part 4, and then in part 5 she's back, but this time in the dream world and not a ghost, but can't do anything until her body, which was never found in the real world, was put to rest. So how does this whole ghost Amanda thing even work anymore? And then there's Mark's death. So Mark, of course, was the comic book geek, and he was creating his own comic books and original characters, and you guessed it, he dies in a comic book world. But this was before the superhero movies were as much of a thing as they are now, so this, of course, was taken to its cheesiest extent. And the funny thing is, actually, Tim Burton's Batman movie released the same year as this movie, and once again, I really wish I was reviewing that movie instead. So Mark turns himself into his OC, the Phantom Prowler, which is some sort of gun-toting badass, and I don't know, he blows Freddy away at first, but then Freddy becomes, don't make me say it, he becomes Super Freddy, yeah. He then turns Mark into paper and cuts him up. There's no blood, there's no gore, it's just paper. I mean, it's a cool effect idea, but it would make way more sense in some kind of fantasy adventure film geared for young audiences. In a Nightmare on Elm Street movie, this is just not what you want to see for a character death. Actually, all the character deaths in this movie are not nearly as creative as they were in Part 4. It even feels way cheaper, even though the budget was a lot higher. So the endgame plan is that Yvonne will go find Amanda Kruger's body while Alice once again goes into the dream world to confront Freddy. You know, last time she had all these extra abilities and powers and martial arts skills, but she doesn't really use any of them in this movie. I guess since Freddy has her child, it's maybe too much leverage for her to fight against him at her full capacity, I don't know. But when the child, whose name is Jacob, by the way, tells Alice that Freddy is hiding inside of her, like within her womb, she somehow is then able to manifest and split Freddy out of her, even though it's her removing him from being attached to the fetus and it's in the dream world. How does this work? Who the fuck knows? She's the dream master. I guess she can just do it. That's all I got. Meanwhile, Yvonne does find the location of Amanda's body, which is just a skeleton at this point. And I mean, it would have been sitting here for like 40 years at this point. So, I don't know. And I guess she doesn't have to bury it or anything. She doesn't have to really put it to rest. She just has to find it. Because as soon as she does and touches it, the ghost is just like, thanks, bye, and then takes off. So, I don't know, man.
Thanks a lot. Bye. Bye-bye.
Maybe the movie was just getting too close to the end of its runtime and they needed to hurry things up. But then, this somehow brings Amanda into the dream world, and she pulls the souls out of Freddy's back, transfers him back into the ugly Freddy baby from the beginning, and then puts him back inside of her womb, I guess. And this doesn't even seem to work in this movie because he reaches out of her womb as the doors close, kind of symbolizing her locking him away, but it's not too foolproof. In the final scene of the movie, Alice and Yvonne and Alice's father are all still alive, and it appears that months have passed because she has given birth to Jacob, the baby in her arms, and all of them sit down for a picnic in the park. And it seems as though it's going to be a happy ending. Although in traditional fashion, the film ends with a tease, as the jump-roping dream girls seem to be in the park too, humming the Freddy nursery rhyme. And as annoying as that is, this concludes Alice's involvement in the franchise. So whether she lives or dies, whether this final moment is a dream or not, whether she gets to have a happy ending, it's kind of left up to our interpretation. No ending to any of these movies so far is definitive in any way, and I think other than the original, this one actually annoys me the most. Mostly because of the next movie not continuing it, and the continuity being so good in between this point. We'll also get to part 6 in a moment, but I have to assume this is maybe signifying Alice's death, because she's nowhere to be found in the next movie, and that movie is about Freddy attempting to reach beyond the town of Springwood, which would assume all of his business is done there. Also, the next movie doesn't even attempt to explain away that Freddy revived after the moment of getting pulled back into Amanda's womb, so clearly, whatever Amanda did, it didn't work. The fate of Alice and her child is left up in the air to the viewer. She does appear in one of the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash comic books, but that is a whole other thing, and I wouldn't necessarily consider that canon. You can also assume that maybe after this, she left the town of Springwood for good in order to raise her child somewhere far away, but once again, it's up to our interpretation. Even though I like Nancy and Kristen better than Alice, I can at least appreciate that they try to continue and develop her character. But overall, this movie is a convoluted mess with a bunch of contradictory lore that doesn't make any sense. The plot is a nightmare to try to follow, no pun intended, and other than Alice, all the characters suck. The kill scenes aren't even that entertaining, they're not really that memorable. The Freddy makeup looks like melted butter, it's awful, the effects aren't really that good, there's nothing scary in this movie, and it's remarkably forgettable. I'm sure it has its fans, and I'm sure that some of you watching are hating me for saying this, and I'm sorry, but I gotta be honest, I really think that this is a bad movie all around, and not like so bad it's good, or so bad that it's hilarious to watch. It's just bad. I think the Nightmare series had definitely worn out its welcome by this point, and it was showing hard. The studios and producers probably also realized this, which is why the next film was intended to lay Freddy to rest for good and be the final installment of the franchise.
It's Super Freddy!
Oh man. I think I gotta keep working on that Elm Street video today. Shit. What movie am I on anyways? What the fuck?
Aren't you forgetting something, Ryan? Aren't you forgetting that you have to review the best movie in the franchise, Freddy's Dead? The funniest, most amusing Nightmare on Elm Street film. I'm sure you're dying to talk about it.
Freddy! You're not real? You're not real?
Oh, this is real. As real as I want it to be, baby.
No, wait, no. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing some stupid, like, Nostalgia Critic style skit video in the middle of the review. Like, it's just gonna... Dude, too many people do stuff like this. It never works. It's never as good as some of the bigger YouTubers that do it. Like, there's no point to do this whatsoever. I don't even know why you're here. You're wasting your time. We're not doing one of these skits, man.
This is your nightmare.
Oh, so it's really Freddy. Okay. So, if this is really Freddy, then what's my nightmare?
You were just a sad, pathetic, short little ginger loser who will someday die alone because you can't even form the most basic of human connections and spend all of your time online chronically talking about stupid horror movies, manga, and anime. You forgot what it's like to know the touch of a real woman, and someday everybody will ever forget you existed and not even remember one single morsel of one single video that you ever posted because they're all dog shit. Also, your penis is small.
God damn, why? I mean, you don't gotta put it like that. I mean, alright, well, what's the next movie I have to review anyways?
You know what time it is. You know it's time for Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare.
No!
Time to wake up now. Time to watch the greatest movie in the original franchise. And that's just a precursor until we get to the 2010 remake.
Oh, God. Whew. Oh, fuck. For a second there, I thought I had to review Freddy's Dead.
Yeah, after rewatching part 6 again, I think I was right before. This is the worst horrid abomination of film and cinema of the original series, shot straight out of an unshowered asshole and splattered across our screens to be viewed in 3D disgust as the Nightmare franchise becomes a nightmare of motion pictures itself that should never have seen the light of day. Part 6 took Nightmare on Elm Street right out of the title and just called itself Freddy's Dead, the Final Nightmare. And I guess I have to give credit where credit's due. Even though there are 2 more Robert Englund Freddy movies after this, this still remains the last traditional Freddy movie in the series, because New Nightmare is disconnected from this continuity, and you can consider Freddy vs. Jason a crossover film. So in a way, unlike many other horror series that put the word final in the title, this one is mostly correct. The idea was to lay the franchise to rest. This would be their 6th movie within 7 years, so beating the series to death would be an understatement. So one last ride to finally kill Freddy off for good. And that's a great idea. Think about how epic the final Nightmare film could be. You could bring back past characters maybe, or make Freddy his most powerful self. You could right the wrongs of the mistakes of the previous sequels and bring it back to its roots, reminding us why Freddy is so terrifying in the first place, reminding us why he's a haunting, sadistic figure within the shadows of our nightmares, preying on the young and fearful. Dive back into those themes of facing your fears and overcoming darkness. Bring everything full circle for one final epic conclusion. But no. This movie could arguably be considered a straight-up comedy. It's the worst Freddy's ever looked, the most ridiculous Englund performance he's ever put in, with him completely hamming it up for the screen in every single scene, basically winking to the audience. The kills are wacky and over the top, kind of like a live-action cartoon, and the way that Freddy is killed off is about as lame and uninspired as you can get. Also, this movie attempts to cram in a bunch of previously unmentioned lore and explanations for Freddy Krueger, including his history, family lineage, and even these worm-like demon things that gave him his power. Wait a second. A 6th installment of an ongoing slasher franchise that out of nowhere tries to add in a bunch of exposition and explanation as to why the killer does what he does and where he gets his power from? Yeah, this is like Halloween 6 Curse of Michael Myers all over again. Well, at least there isn't a weird cult in this movie controlling Freddy, or a producer's cut where he's stopped by little crystal rocks on the floor. No, it doesn't seem to have any of that, but it does have random-ass cameos like Roseanne Barr and Tom Arnold acting like insane parents that lost their children in Springwood, as if they have any relevancy to this franchise at all. Directing duties to this movie were given to Rachel Talalay, and this is the first movie that she ever directed, but she was basically given the job because she had worked behind the scenes as a producer for many of the previous Elm Street movies, and was already employed by New Line. Now you would think somebody that had been basically involved with the series since its inception would feel a sense of importance for this final film, and maybe want to bring it back to its roots, or at the very least make Freddy feel scary again. But no, this is just an outright comedy. I even remember when I was younger watching this one thinking it was so weird compared to the others. Were they trying to make it as silly as possible? Well, let's get into it. I think there's no greater understanding of what this movie is to become when it starts out with a quote from Friedrich Nietzsche and then immediately cuts to a quote saying "Welcome to prime time, bitch" by Freddy Krueger. Remember when I said that line almost single-handedly changed the entire direction of the character in the franchise? Well, this is the ultimate result. We also get this text, first telling us that Springwood is located in Ohio. I can't remember if that's ever been mentioned before, but Ohio is a horrific hell on earth, so it makes sense that it would be the basis of Freddy's location, but also that this movie takes place 10 years from now. So this is where things get strange. In the beginning of Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, it is told that it is 10 years into the future, but we're not exactly told 10 years from what date. Now, this movie comes out in the year 1991, which is 2 years after the last movie, which came out in 1989, The Demon Child. So Freddy's Dead comes out in 19... all right, 1991. Okay, so Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, comes out in 1991. In the beginning of the movie, it says 10 years from now. So you would assume that 10 years from now would mean that the movie takes place in 2001. Which makes it even more ridiculous once we get to like the video game sequence part. But actually, it's supposed to take place 10 years from the Demon Child. At least that's what I'm seeing, because I tried to look it up because it's not anywhere in the film. It doesn't tell us exactly what year that it takes place in. So I was like, okay, does it mean that it takes place 10 years from the release of the movie, 10 years from now, which was my immediate thought, or does it mean that it takes place 10 years from the previous movie? And apparently, it takes place, actually, so it doesn't take place in 2001. It actually takes place... okay, so it actually takes place in the year 1999. All right, so it actually takes place in the year 1999. So right before the new millennium, 1999. What is it with the Nightmare on Elm Street movies taking place in the future, by the way? Because Freddy's Revenge was supposed to take place 5 years after the original, which would have put it into the future. But then we retroactively put the original Nightmare on Elm Street further back into the past so that Nightmare on Elm Street 2 could actually take place in present time, which actually kind of does work because the original Nightmare on Elm Street movie is kind of timeless and there's not really a ton. Maybe there's a little bit of like, you know, the TV that Glenn was watching in his bedroom in the first movie. But besides that, I think it could all work pretty unanimously throughout the 80s, except for the final movie, which would take place in 99. So Freddy's entire reign, you know, took place within the span of about 20 years' time. Now, also, this is the final Nightmare, so this is supposed to be the final movie that's happening here. But there is something a little bit strange, because eventually there would be a continuation. Eventually, we would have Freddy vs. Jason, which takes place and was released in the year 2003. And we are not to that movie yet, but that would, of course, take place 4 years after this film. Or you could say, you know, the original idea of it taking place in 2001 but whatever. But the strange thing about that, and I'll get into that as we review the film, is the state of the town of Springwood in Freddy's Dead is pretty much to the point where, as it explains in the beginning of this movie, every child is dead. There are no kids. 0 kids. Okay? So every kid is dead. Every teenager is dead. And the town is just left almost a barren wasteland where every single adult has pretty much been driven insane, talking to invisible people or running carnivals where nothing is going on. Everyone seems drugged out of their minds. Like, the entire town of Springwood is absolutely fucked. And if that is the case in 1999, then in just 4 years' time, the entire town repopulates. There's all of a sudden teenagers again. Everything is fixed up. The law enforcement works fine. The house, 1428 Elm, that was featured in the original, is fixed up and there's people living in it. So somehow, between 1999 and 2003, they were able to fix everything that is wrong with this town. That is just one of the many problems that Freddy's Dead brings us, not to mention all of the lore issues that I will get into, the way that Freddy's powers work, everything about this movie, and the fact that they didn't even really need to do this 10-year time skip. The only reason they did it was to have the final child of Elm Street, or the final child of Springwood, rather, which is what this movie begins with. The main character, which is the last remaining teenager that is trying to escape from Freddy's grasp. And that was the point that they were going for, as well as Springwood being absolutely fucked by this point. And I can appreciate that idea to a degree, but it also just creates so many more problems. And I also understand that they never knew Freddy vs. Jason was actually going to be a thing. So with this actually being in the final movie, leaving Springwood in the state that they leave it in this film, you know, didn't contradict anything until there was future movies. But this movie actually contradicts a lot of the ways that Freddy's powers work, which we will get into anyway. So anyways, here we are. The original franchise, 1985, 6, 7 for Dream Warriors. I'm still not sure. 88, 89, and then we jump forward 10 years to the wonderful year of 1999. Do you guys remember when they used to do movies where it was in the future, like they did movies in the 60s, and they would always do like 1990X or like 19XX, like you weren't supposed to know what year it was. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Let's talk about Freddy's Dead. We start out with the supposed last teenager from Springwood. He's only known as John Doe because he doesn't have an actual name, because he has amnesia. And yes, it's the classic when a character needs to not know things that they should know. Well, let's just say that they lost their memory.
Don't be a pussy.
We begin with John in a dream sequence, first on a plane, and then he falls from it, and then he's in a house within the sky. And how does this movie attempt to introduce Freddy Krueger? You know, in the last film we were ever meant to see him in a film where he should be at his most powerful and viewed as this colossal threat. Is it a big build-up, a big reveal? No, it's just John opening the window and Freddy is riding around on a broomstick spoofing The Wizard of Oz. What the fuck? If that's not enough, Freddy throws John out of the dream by comically hitting him with a bus and then throwing him through a wall that literally leaves an outline of his body like we're in a Looney Tunes cartoon. And that's the thing, this whole movie just feels like a wacky live-action cartoon. The tone is just silly and goofy, and it doesn't try to be anything else. But the gist is that John is leaving Springwood, and he's being pushed to do so because, as of right now, it seems that Freddy is unable to leave that location, which is just very strange to begin with. He exists within a dream world, so why is it only Springwood that he has access to? But his goal in this movie is to go beyond Springwood and basically infect every other town as well. And to do that, he needs the help of somebody else. Next, we are taken to a youth shelter and introduced to this movie's victims. First, we have Spencer, played by a young Breckin Meyer. You know, that actor from Road Trip. He's got a thing for pot and blowing stuff up. He even knows how to make a pipe bomb, and that'll be important later. All the kids here have horrible relationships with abusive parents, which is the only theme that I feel like could have been used as a powerful motivator for them coming together and helping Maggie at the end, but instead it's just kind of something that's in the background. Tracy is the tough girl training with boxing, and she's way better than Rick was at karate at least. And then we have Carlos, whose quirk is needing hearing aids. So you already know exactly what all of the nightmare sequences are going to be like. But one of the therapists here to help them is named Maggie Burrows, someone who seems to really care about the kids and also has some strange dreams of her own that she can't quite figure out. But don't worry, there's another therapist here too named Doc. Yeah, just Doc. And he just so happens to be a dream expert and knows exactly about literal dream demons that roam the subconscious, looking for evil to give their power to. I can't imagine how that comes into play, or that this dream expert just so happens to be working alongside Maggie, who is, spoiler alert, Freddy's daughter. Yeah, we're going down that route. Freddy can't just be killed off by a new protagonist, or maybe Alice or somebody else from a previous movie. It's gotta be a daughter that was never mentioned or even hinted at once in previous movies. And I could buy Freddy having a kid easily enough, but it gets harder to suspend belief when it wasn't just like Freddy knocked up some random girl, or worse, maybe raped somebody, which would be within his character, a child he disregarded and maybe never met or something like that. But no, we actually have flashbacks of human Freddy Krueger not only raising his daughter until she was like 6, but also apparently having a wife also. So you're telling me that in all the research, in all of the other movies that the protagonist did on Freddy, none of them found out or knew that Freddy was married with a child? Also, I'm trying to imagine Freddy's present personality and him actually finding a girl to marry him and give him a child. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Think about how many real-life serial killers have a bunch of girls that simp over them. It's kind of gross, really. But his wife is supposed to not have known about the killings. It's only when she finds out and sees a torture chamber in their basement that she freaks out, and then Freddy kills her. She does seem to be in a lot of fear when she confronts him, though, so she could have been somebody he found easy to manipulate and control. He also has no qualms about killing her once she finds out, but apparently once he was found out, his daughter was taken away and adopted by some new people, Maggie blocking out the memory of her mother's death, and has no clue that she is related to Freddy. In fact, it's John that thinks he might be Freddy's son until the very obvious twist is made and we realize that it's Maggie. Because John carries an article about the event in his pocket, talking about Freddy in Springwood, Maggie decides to take him to Springwood to see if it'll jog his memory. The other characters stow away in the back of the van as they try to escape the youth center. But once they get to Springwood, things are so ridiculous. Any sense of realism goes out the window because it's not just a broken down town. It's like comically empty, feeling sort of like a Goosebumps episode or something. There's no children, no kids at all. How does this town actually function? You have teachers that are teaching to empty classrooms, the weird Roseanne cameo, people are speaking to invisible kids, everyone is acting mentally insane and wandering around like zombies. It's so silly. It's also even harder to place in continuity when, if this movie does take place in 99, the next movie in canon takes place in 2003, so somehow within that 4-year gap, the town goes completely back to normal with tons of teenagers existing here. Now, I know they didn't plan on another movie being made while making this one, but in canon, that creates a huge problem. I guess it's just something that we gotta ignore. Even more frustrating is that this movie fucks with the lore even more, and it's not just adding history and backstory to Freddy. That can all work fine even if it's weird, but Freddy's powers are once again completely inconsistent. For example, Carlo, Spencer, and Tracy go to this empty house on Elm Street, but after they go inside, the house changes form to the 1428 Elm Street condemned house. But they're not in the dream world yet, so how the fuck did this happen? They didn't go to sleep before entering the house, but somehow Freddy has the power to camouflage the house's appearance, and for some reason, the way the deaths happen are all very different in this movie too. Freddy does still absorb their souls, which is good for continuity, but this time, once he kills somebody, their bodies just disappear. Like in the real world, they just disappear, they vanish, gone. And on top of that, once they go, nobody remembers them. Freddy's about to kill Carlos and Spencer in this movie, and after that happens and they get back to the youth center, nobody remembers who they were. It's not even anything that's played into. It's just a short minute-long scene that explains that they've been forgotten. Something you could completely remove from this movie because nothing about it is mentioned beforehand and nothing about it is mentioned after, and it doesn't have anything to do with the plot. So why even include a change that's that huge in the entire structure of how dreams work within this universe that's never been mentioned before? What is the point of putting it in this movie if it doesn't mean anything? It's such a stupid change. I don't understand it. Anyways, the first death is Carlos, obviously using his hearing aids as the plaything, first removing it, making him deaf so that Freddy can jump around behind him screaming for comedic effect, and then he gives him a super enhanced hearing aid that every sound is now amplified to the highest degree. And yeah, Freddy pulls out an actual chalkboard to scratch his claws against. Sure, nails on a chalkboard is an awful sound, but that's the best we can do. Oh, and then his head explodes. But then, like I said, his body just disappears in the real world, so there's no aftermath. And the next death, oh boy. So even though this movie may take place in 1999, the movie came out in 1991, and video games were just starting to get more and more popular. In fact, the Nightmare on Elm Street game for NES came out 1 year prior to this film. It's an awful game, and it actually would have been pretty funny if they incorporated it in this movie and had Freddy make Spencer play that one instead of what we actually get. But first there's this cameo on the TV featuring Johnny Depp. Yes, of all the movies for Johnny Depp to come back and make an appearance in after all this time since the original, it's this one, parodying the "This Is Your Brain on Drugs" commercial, which was famous at the time.
This is your brain. This is drugs.
This is your brain on drugs.
In universe, I wonder if Freddy is deliberately using Glenn's image for this scene. Spencer would have no idea who Glenn was, and if Freddy lost all the souls that he absorbed at the end of part 4, then Glenn's soul should be long gone also, but he could probably still make an image of him. Or maybe it's literally him bringing up an image of the actor Johnny Depp. I don't know. It's up to your interpretation. Anyways, Freddy pulls Spencer into this video game world of a 2D side-scroller type, and this is just one of the many moments where you feel like the behind-the-scenes were just trying to come up with an elaborate dream sequence that would also be relevant to the times, but not a single thought went into whether or not they should try to make it feel like a horror movie. I mean, I feel like they were specifically trying to appeal to their younger audience since Freddy had become so beloved. He's literally laying back playing the game that Spencer is in, taking control of him. He even puts on a power glove. The Nintendo Power Glove was actually something that existed at the time. From what I understand, it was mostly a gimmick, and it was never as cool as the commercials made it out to be, but maybe I'm just bitter because I never had one as a kid.
The Power Glove for your Nintendo Entertainment System. Now you and the games are one.
Freddy has his own special claw version of the Power Glove, though, and I can safely say, even with a Freddy baby from the last movie, this is perhaps the cringiest moment in the franchise. Maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh. Maybe some people love this segment or love this movie, but I always felt like whenever movies try to cash in on the current popular thing, it does more harm to the movie in the long run. By trying to make the movie relevant in the present time, it turns out to date it worse as time goes on. Whereas the original Nightmare film feels timeless, this one, well, even though it slightly makes me miss my childhood, it definitely doesn't make me feel like I'm watching a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. It makes me feel like I'm watching an ad for the Power Glove.
Get out of here now,
Hey, you forgot the Power Glove!
John is killed next with more Looney Tunes type moments. Freddy makes him fall from the sky, cutting his parachute, and then pushes a bed of spikes for him to fall on, even acting out of breath just to ham it up for the audience. Killing John off would have been a twist if it wasn't already so obvious that Maggie is the actual child of Freddy. She is also what he needed to bring him beyond the town of Springwood. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. He led John to get to her so that he could expand his reach, entering her mind, I guess, and then being taken to another location. I don't know. Both Tracy and the Doc do have nightmares, but both miraculously wind up staying alive and wake themselves up. The Doc taking a piece of Freddy's sweater with him, giving him the idea similar to the first movie to try holding on to Freddy when you wake up so you can bring him into the physical world to kill him. It's actually kind of funny that nobody has even attempted this plan since the original, and it's one of the few things that I'll give this movie credit for. Maggie decides to go under to confront her father, but not before Doc tells her to put on her 3D glasses. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. The last 10 minutes of this movie are meant to be in 3D. I've never heard of a 3D movie only having one scene in 3D. Like, why even do the 3D gimmick if you only have the budget for doing it 10 minutes? Like, why did they do this? Maggie putting on the glasses in the movie is to signify to the audience, like, hey, remember you're supposed to have 3D glasses? Imagine sitting in a movie theater for an hour and 15 minutes and then all of a sudden being like, oh yeah, those 3D glasses that are totally not discarded and covered in popcorn butter at this point. The only semi-interesting thing is Maggie traveling through some of Freddy's memories. There's him as a child in school killing the class pet, and then the other kids making fun of him, calling him the son of 100 maniacs, which is a nice touch, but would have been more sympathetic if he didn't just kill a gerbil. Then it shows him as an older teen cutting himself with delight. The idea is that his adoptive father, which is played by musician Alice Cooper, would routinely beat him, and so that Freddy taught himself to enjoy pain. And that is actually a really dark and interesting topic to explore, and I actually would have liked to learn more about that. Actually, I wish this whole movie was actually more of a Freddy backstory than what we actually got. But then it shows the moment that Freddy is about to be burned up and killed by the Springwood parents. He's surrounded by flames, the 3 dream demons appear, and they just show up and offer him power. And it's just done so quickly. They're like, yo, hey, you want ultimate power? And he's like, yeah, I want it all. And then they just merge into him. No sacrifice, no stipulations, no explanations, no, hey, we'll give you power if you do this, or, Malbolgia saying, you must lead my army. None of that happens. They just are like, hey, here's a power boost. He doesn't even seem freaked out about 3 floating sperms just circling around him. It's just an unnecessary explanation of where his powers come from to give the audience a reason after all this time, but I never asked for a reason, and I was pretty fine not knowing. Anyways, Maggie does pull Freddy out of the dream, for real this time, unlike the ambiguity of the first movie. First, he appears in human form, pretending to be fragile, but then transforms back into how we normally see him. I think the rules are similar to Part 2 in that he still has power in the real world, just is severely weakened and obviously can't control the world around him. But even though he can take a lot of damage, he actually struggles against Maggie. Like, come on. Even without most of his power, you're telling me that Freddy isn't even physically strong enough to fight off Maggie? I mean, the ending kind of makes him look like a bitch, I'm not going to lie. And somehow Maggie is an expert at throwing knives because she manages to pin him up against the wall, stab him with his own glove, and then, hey look, that pipe bomb comes back into play. She just blows him up. Yeah, that's it. That's how Freddy is defeated for good. A pipe bomb. How anticlimactic can you get? But another thing, for Maggie to get out of the room before it explodes, the doc literally rips a metal gate off the hinges. What the fuck? Do you have any idea how strong you would have to be to do that? Why wasn't he the one fighting Freddy if he has this incredible Hulk level of strength? And this isn't like in a dream world similar to Kincaid, who believes himself to be strong and so he is. This is the physical real world. Has anyone ever commented on this moment? I don't know if any other reviewer has ever mentioned just Doc having this incredible superhuman strength out of nowhere. Like, what kind of steroids is this guy on? The movie then ends with a close-up of Maggie saying,
Freddy's dead.
And then it fades to black. I will give credit to them committing to the title of the movie and being the first film to not even moderately suggest there would be a continuation. There's no tease, there's no twist. It's just Freddy's dead and credits, so I can respect that at least. But good lord, this movie is a monstrosity. It's Freddy at his least threatening and most comical, but comes off mostly cringy. There's so many extreme lore changes, like the bodies disappearing, people forgetting them after they die, Freddy's shape-shifting houses in the real world, so much lore dump that's unneeded by giving Freddy a daughter, a past wife, weird dream things swimming around, and absolutely no satisfying feeling of a resolution. This movie feels so disjointed from the others, at least with 3, 4, and 5. They had a consistency to them that is not present here. A consistency with their characters, the setting, and even some of the cliffhangers. This one just makes up its own random-ass ending. Freddy explodes. It could have been way more creative, and this was the end, or it was meant to be. But it is the last solo Freddy movie within this continuity. It ends on a whimper, giving in to how the wide majority interpreted Freddy rather than reinstating him as how he was originally created to be. They were having fun with it, and you can tell that. And you could look at another horror-turned-comedy franchise like Evil Dead, and by the time you get to Army of Darkness, it's pretty wacky and silly. But at least that had the same team behind it making it. And even Army of Darkness is my least favorite of the original trilogy, but whereas Army of Darkness has this fun adventure and charm to it, Freddy's Dead just feels like it's trying too hard. And as a finale, it doesn't live up to the legacy that came before it. Sadly, it's one of the worst of the bunch. But now that we've gotten through it, I am incredibly excited to get to the next two entries, which to me completely redeem everything. So welcome back once again to the timeline board, and this time we are actually making our first very significant shift within the timeline board itself, because we are going into a completely alternate universe with this next movie. First of all, I want to say a few things about New Nightmare before I get into it and start reviewing the film itself. New Nightmare, as you can see on the timeline board, I connected it directly to the original Nightmare on Elm Street. The reason I did that is because Wes Craven comes back to write and direct New Nightmare. So Wes Craven directs the first movie, a little west there, and he directs this movie. So in a way, I kind of consider this like a direct sequel in a way, because this is Wes Craven's vision. He started the franchise with the original, and he does his follow-up with New Nightmare, which is not a conclusion to the series, but is his own kind of thoughts and views and opinions wrapping up everything that has become of Nightmare on Elm Street within this past decade. So basically, before I get too detailed into it, New Nightmare is an entity all in itself. It's basically in its own universe, where all of the other Nightmare on Elm Street films, from the original to Freddy's Dead, are all movies in the New Nightmare universe. So even though I connected it to the first one, it's not like a sequel in a traditional sense. It's more so, it's a meta film. It's a commentary on the franchise itself while also being its own horror movie. So in a way, you can look at it like a sequel to the original, but it's also just its own complete, unique, standalone thing. So all of the other Nightmare movies exist as movies within the New Nightmare universe, which makes this film very unique for very different reasons, which I will get into, not only including its depiction of Freddy in this movie, but also just the commentary on horror and slasher films itself, which is really funny because that's what Wes Craven would go on to be known for, making Scream, and New Nightmare came out a year before Scream. So it's kind of funny that he started sort of the meta look at horror movies before the main meta look at horror movies existed with Scream. I also think it's interesting that this movie comes out in 1994. Fun fact, it actually came out on the same weekend as Pulp Fiction, and a lot of people contribute that to one of the reasons that this movie did so poorly in theaters.
And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger.
Understandable. Also, it is the seventh Nightmare movie, and, people probably weren't quite aware of the direction of the movie or like the meta commentary aspect of it and everything. But anyways, the significance of 1994 is that the original Nightmare on Elm Street movie came out in 1984. So what's wild to me to think about, especially in this day and age, is that everything of Nightmare on Elm Street all happened within the span of a decade, of one singular 10-year period. It started in 1984 and, finished in 1994, at least finished with Wes Craven, at least finished with the original solo movie run of Freddy Krueger himself. There are two more movies that we'll get to, but like I said, one is a crossover film, one is a remake. So this really is like the last Freddy Krueger movie, like traditional, not even traditional, because like I said, it's kind of a meta, play on the franchise, but you get what I'm saying. And just all of it comes out in one singular decade. There was a decade of time that existed between the mid-'80s to the mid-'90s that was literally the decade of Freddy Krueger. Now, a lot of horror movies take like significant gaps in between time of their sequels coming out, or the sequels all come out at once within the span of like a couple of years and never come out again. This long-lasting decade of Freddy Krueger is just very fascinating to me because it kind of came and went. You know what I mean? Like, Freddy Krueger became so popular so quick that they made so many movies, 7 movies in 10 years.
extremely significant, and then it just kind of faded away over time. But the legacy and the knowledge and fear and just the standing the test of time and the character existing within, the minds of everybody and the zeitgeist of the world, everybody knows who Freddy Krueger is. Within that decade of Freddy doing his thing, he became as synonymous as the original Dracula and Frankenstein from the Universal monster movies. He became more popular than some of the other slashers that existed with Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees. He is just something that stood out so much and just created something really special. I also want to talk about New Nightmare specifically for a personal reason. And that is because New Nightmare was the first Freddy Krueger movie that I ever saw. So when I was a young child, all right, I wasn't always super obsessed with horror movies. They actually did used to scare me when I was a small child. Particularly, I was very scared of Chucky. I think because my parents had a doll from, I don't know, it was like some old creepy doll. You know how every doll from like the 1940s is like creepy as fuck? No matter how they designed it, like there's just something about that cold, dead stare in their eyes. Like every doll is just creepy. My parents had this doll that was in this guest room, I guess you could say. We never had guests, so it was never used as a guest room because we never actually had guests. But my room, my bedroom, when I was like 4, 5, 6 years old, whatever, was at the top of the stairs. My parents' bedroom was next to me, and then there was this long hallway, all right? And they had one room to the side, we had a closet, and at the very, very, very end of this hallway, the hallway is actually not even that long. Like now I look at it as an adult, and I can walk the hallway in like 2 seconds. But as a kid, the hallway seemed endless, It was just this endless hallway in front of me, just going down to the depths of hell itself. And in that final guest room, there was this creepy fucking doll that was probably like my great grandmother's or something. I don't know what it was, but it sat in the room, and if you entered the room, it would stare at you deeply into your soul. And I was terrified of it. And so I saw the Chucky movies like on TV, or my parents were watching them or something like that, and Chucky freaked me the fuck out because it was a doll coming to life and trying to kill you, and that doll was in that room. And every goddamn night I had trouble sleeping because I thought the doll was going to wake up and kill me. Maybe that's a story I should have saved for the Child's Play retrospective video, but fun. That's a true fact. So I didn't want anything to do with horror movies. But I think what happened was New Nightmare came out and my parents rented it because I watched it at home. And I know it had to have been right around the time it probably came out on VHS or whatever, because I was young. I was probably like 4 or 5. It was 1994, so 5, so maybe 6 by the time I watched it. And it scared the fuck out of me. Like Dude, I was traumatized. I remember seeing like bits and pieces of this movie as a kid. I was sitting there like next to my mom and dad. I was like under the covers, like halfway watching. I don't know why they didn't tell me to go away. Maybe I was stubborn and wanted to stay. I don't remember. I was 6. But I watched that movie, and even now as an adult watching it, I still kind of remember how I felt as a small child watching it. And so I had this nostalgic love for it. It was kind of my first discovery into this world, and then gave me more problems trying to sleep. Not only was there a doll trying to kill me down the hallway, now I can't even fall asleep because something's going to attack me in my dreams. So it was this whole like thing, right? And so this was like my full introduction and understanding of Freddy Krueger, even though I obviously didn't understand the whole like movie making aspect of it. It was just, it was just scary to me. But because of that, I have a very soft spot in my heart for this movie. And so when I go back to it, I love it for that reason. But legitimately, it is my second favorite of all of these Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a great return to form. I love that Wes Craven came back to do it. You can sense his style, his flair there. I have a few minor gripes, minor issues with the movie, but overall, I think it's absolutely fantastic. And I would say, if you've never watched a Nightmare on Elm Street movie before, obviously watch the original. But then if you're wondering, should you watch the sequel, should you not? I would say, unless you're like really, really into horror and slashers, I would say just go directly to New Nightmare. Like just
just ignore the rest and watch New Nightmare. Like, watch them as a double feature. That's what I would say. So, I guess without any further ado, we will get into New Nightmare and why it's so fucking awesome. After a near decade of the franchise falling into mediocrity and then just into outright being awful, and Freddy Krueger being declared officially dead by the studio, would there be any hope for another good Nightmare on Elm Street film? Would there be a light in the darkness to deliver us from the hellscape in which we had entered and reignite a flame that was so desperately resisting its final flickering out? Why, yes, the Savior has arrived, the beacon of hope that will bring peace, freedom, justice, and security to our new empire. Motherfucking Wes Craven is back, bitch! It was the 10-year anniversary of the original film, and Wes struck a deal with the New Line Cinema Studio that made him a lot of bank and also allowed him creative control over the next project. In between the time he had left the franchise, he had made several other great films, a lot of which I really enjoy in their own way. In 1988, he made a movie called The Serpent and the Rainbow, which focuses on the idea of voodoo, people being buried alive and resurrected, so to speak, through strange Haitian rituals. It stars Bill Pullman, and it's pretty good stuff. He made Shocker in 1989 about a criminal on death row that obtains powers of electricity. And my personal favorite of these three, The People Under the Stairs from 1991, involving a strange couple into some freaky bondage shit that harbor a bunch of human beings hidden underneath their house and a young boy that breaks into their house and then needs to escape. It's incredibly entertaining and I highly recommend it. But in 1994, it was time to return to the world of nightmares, but in a very different way. In fact, this is not really a Nightmare on Elm Street movie at all, and technically speaking, this is not even a Freddy Krueger movie. This movie takes place in our real world, or at least a world in which all the other Nightmare films are, in fact, films, but also calls back heavily to the original film almost as if it's a direct sequel, which since only the original Nightmare and this one are written and directed by Wes Craven, it kind of is, and you can consider it that. Even funnier, 2 years after this movie would be made in 1996, Wes Craven would go on to direct the movie Scream, which one could argue is equally as popular as Nightmare on Elm Street, or maybe even more so in modern day since they are still making consistent sequels to the Scream franchise. But the reason Scream is so renowned and praised by critics and fans, other than it just being a good movie and a good story, is that it played on the idea of horror movies itself. Nightmare, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Hellraiser, these are all movies that exist as movies in the Scream universe. And the killer in Scream was inspired by horror movies and enacting their kills and haunting their victims with the horror movie knowledge. So the more you know about horror movies, the more that you can understand the villain. And Scream was revolutionary for a lot of these reasons. But the funny thing is, Wes had already played with those ideas here first in New Nightmare, though Scream encompassed horror movies in general, and New Nightmare is directly focused on the Freddy films. But still, the meta style of filmmaking is at play here. Heather Langenkamp returns in this movie not to play Nancy, though, but to play herself, as an actress working in Hollywood, known for her portrayal in the Nightmare on Elm Street movie, and beginning to have actual nightmares involving Freddy. Other actors from the film also play themselves here. We have Robert Englund, who actually plays himself in the movie. He plays himself as Freddy Krueger, and he plays the actual Freddy that's in the film. We even have Wes Craven appearing in the movie, playing himself a couple of times. It's a commentary on the series itself, while also being a damn good horror movie in its own right. It's also a movie about making movies, which I love. Movies like Ed Wood, or even the most recent Clerks 3. I love movies that take place on movie sets or have characters in the movie making a movie. I don't know what it is, but there's a novelty about that I can't get enough of. And this film opens up with people on a movie set making a Nightmare on Elm Street movie, and has instances of Wes writing the script, or the actual producer of the film, Rob Shea, trying to convince Heather to come back and star in another film. Stuff like that is always fun to watch. But now let's talk about Freddy, because clearly we have established that Freddy Krueger is a fictional character in this movie. So what is the entity that serves as this movie's antagonist? protagonist. Well, personally, I think this was an awesome idea. This is not Freddy Krueger. This is a demon that has taken the form of Freddy Krueger, an ancient being that has existed in dozens of different forms throughout maybe all of human existence, taking its shape and persona from a current representation of evil that exists within the human consciousness. The demon's real name is unknown, and it has probably gone by dozens of different names throughout time, and it's bound by the storytelling. So essentially, the idea is, whatever the current idealized version of evil is within humanity, as long as we talk about that evil within stories, within fiction, the actual demon is unable to interact within our world. Kind of like, as long as there's an outlet for us to experience it, it can't manifest itself and become real. But once the stories stop, and once we stop talking about it, before another story can be created to recapture that feeling of evil and represent it, the entity is unleashed. Which is such a fucking crazy idea, and I love it. It's just something that represents evil, violence, horror, all those things. Human beings have always been storytellers, and it's through stories that we not only entertain, but we can also learn about the human experience and have it guide us, give us wisdom, or maybe give us hope, or give us an outlet for the darkness that we are excited to experience in a fictional setting, but would never want to experience in real life. With no outlet for that, no more Freddy movies being made, the evil runs free. It's even represented in this Freddy's design. It's a demon trying to make itself resemble Freddy, but there's some major differences. The sweater, though still red and green striped, looks pretty different. It's more crisp and clean, not so tattered up. The burned face is also an imitation of a burned face and doesn't really look like actual scars. He also has a long trench coat and a hat that is a bit different than usual, but I kind of like it. But the biggest change is the claws, not wearing a glove, but actually having them be part of his hand and having a claw on the thumb as well. Personally, I love this design, and I think it works well to separate itself from the other films, but it's also instantly recognizable as Freddy. The film starts out on a movie set, mimicking the beginning of the original, watching some hands assemble parts for the claw glove. But this time, it's a metal skeleton-like claw, and the character chops his own hand off as an attempt to replace it with the metal claw. We then zoom back and see crew pumping fake blood through the stump, and we see Wes Craven, the director, directing this scene. It introduces us to Heather as an actress, her son Dylan, and her husband Chase, who's helping to work on the special effects. But at one point, the mechanical hand begins moving on its own, and then attacks some crew members, brutally killing them, only for Heather to be woken up in her own bed by an earthquake. Yeah, earthquakes are a recurring thing in this movie, and it works in several ways. California was having them fairly often at this time, and did have a major one during the making of this movie. Supposedly, some of the destruction was actually caused by a real-life earthquake during the making of the film, so if you want to talk about meta, well, there you go. It also symbolizes the demonic entity trying to rip its way into our world, which is its ultimate goal. There's also references to Heather getting strange phone calls from an obsessed fan or stalker, which is also based on similar experiences the actress had in real life, as well as people calling up and pranking her by pretending to be Freddy on the other end of the phone. Heather does a really good job in this movie acting-wise, and I think it's her best performance in any of the Nightmare films. She's not only dealing with actual nightmares, but stalkers and trying to keep her son safe, tapping into that Mama Bear energy. She sees him watching the original Nightmare movie and tries to stop him from seeing it, trying to protect the innocents. And out and about, she's constantly bombarded with Freddy fans and Freddy questions. She can't escape Nightmare's influence on her life anywhere she goes, and it's probably how some actors feel when they have that one particular role that stands out from the rest, and even if they are proud of their work, if it's all anybody ever wants to talk to them about, it can get pretty tiring. She goes on a talk show, and you can tell that she wants to talk about other things and not her personal life and not so much the Nightmare movies, but the interview keeps asking only Freddy questions. Half the crowd is dressed up as Freddy too, and they even surprise her with Robert Englund in full Freddy makeup coming out and saying hi and revving up the crowd. There's a great shot in slow motion of Robert's back towards us, silhouetted with bright spotlight, showing that this is what happened with the character. No longer in the darkness, but the center of attention. Maybe it's Wes putting us in his perspective, seeing this larger-than-life creation become grander than anything that he had intended, taking on a life of its own, and he's been unable to stop it, which could also be relevant to the demon taking Freddy's form. After that, there's a cameo of Robert Shea, who has been the producer on these movies since its inception. Actually, he has a cameo in every Nightmare movie. I just never mentioned it. Not on purpose. I guess I didn't find it interesting enough to share. But yeah, he's in all of them. But here he actually has a prominent speaking part, and he's trying to convince Heather to come back in a new movie. And she is reluctant to do so. But hearing that Wes is writing a script with her in mind as the lead is when things get a little bit more strange. Dylan freaks out more and more, talking about the mean man that lives in his bed and is trying to get him. Meanwhile, Heather's husband Chad is driving late at night, beginning to fall asleep at the wheel, and we don't see the new Freddy here, but we see the claw hand rise from his seat, stab him, and he runs off the road, having a massive car accident. And Heather's reaction to hearing about his death is honestly pretty intense. It's good acting. Also, while I'm here, I want to mention this. Unlike the other Nightmare films that were sequels, this movie really takes its time building up to Freddy. It does such a good job building suspense and keeping us guessing as to when he's going to show up. The dreams are back to being incredibly simplistic and basic until the very end. Freddy doesn't even fully appear into the film until after the 1 hour mark. So holding back that long in order to let us feel the tension and feel the suspense is actually a huge breath of fresh air, and it allows us to get to know Heather as a character, begin to like her, understand her, and it's something that was severely lacking in the sequels. You actually care about the characters in this one, which is what makes the nightmare scene scarier. We aren't waiting for the next elaborate special effect kill scene. Instead, it's about wanting to see her survive, or at least wanting to see her not actually be crazy. There's another great scene at a playground where Heather goes to see her original Nightmare co-star, John Saxon, that played her father. He's also talking about the script that Wes is writing and what it could possibly mean. During which Dylan climbs to the highest peak of the playground and almost falls to his doom. The kid is definitely going through some shit, seeing things, having nightmares, having visions, and there's logical reasons brought in, not just the death of his father, but also a history of mental illness in the family, and all these things that keeps Heather guessing on if she's imagining all this strange activity, if she's taking it too far, or if it's beginning to become real. Dylan's only solace is a stuffed dinosaur named Rex, saying that it protects him from the man in his bed. Eventually, Heather takes Dylan to the hospital, and while he's there, she goes to visit Wes Craven. This is where Wes, playing himself, talks about the script that he's writing and how he's basically writing it from his nightmares. The entity is affecting everyone who worked on the original Nightmare film itself. Wes says he has to keep writing down his nightmares in order to contain it, giving the exposition about the creature existing in several forms through history. And the scene ending with an image of his script that is depicting the same exact conversation that him and Heather are having right now, word for word, even before she arrived. Meanwhile, Robert Englund becomes more and more distant from everybody, painting images of his dreams featuring the new form of Freddy, and eventually he disappears from the film altogether and nobody can get a hold of him. It's kind of left up to interpretation. No one mentions that he dies or anything. He just kind of stops answering everybody. So maybe he ran away, or maybe he needed to be out of the picture for the new Freddy to rise up. We don't really know, and it's up to us to maybe come up with some answers. We finally get Freddy's first reveal, though, the first night that Nancy spends alone while Dylan is in the hospital. She falls asleep, and this Freddy bursts out from the closet. He does some one-liners through the film, but it's heavily dialed back and almost too generic that I think it was done on purpose. For example, his first line is, "Miss me?" It's almost too cheesy to not be deliberate, but he sees Heather as her character, calling her Nancy. In fact, he needs her to be Nancy. Nancy was the first character to defeat Freddy, so in this creature's mind, if it can kill Nancy, it can be freed. There's a great scene when Heather tries to go back to the hospital. First, we have the actress Lynn Shay make a cameo again, not as a teacher this time, but as a nurse. Definitely not connected to the Insidious films, and I forgot about her cameo in this movie. But one of the best scenes is when Heather tells Dylan's babysitter to watch him and make sure he doesn't fall asleep while she runs home to get Rex so that he can feel protected. The babysitter goes above and beyond. After she finds out the nurse tried to put Dylan to sleep with an injection, she punches the nurse, threatens the other one with a syringe, and then locks them both out of the room. Talk about going the extra mile. I wish I had someone that had my back this hard. But another key difference with this new Freddy is that it can interact in the physical world to a degree. As Dylan begins to fall asleep, Freddy appears behind the babysitter. And even though the babysitter is awake, Dylan basically pulls Freddy here, and Freddy kills her in a direct reference to how Tina died in the original film, dragging her body against the walls and up onto the ceiling. It's a great kill for the callback alone, but also for the blood looking so good on the white hospital walls. I feel like it was edited a bit because there's not really a lot of gore here, and it was probably cut back by the MPAA, but it still looks really good. The CGI does get rough in some spots, including the scene where Dylan sleepwalks out onto the highway. Freddy manifests above him, lifting him up and kind of taunting him in front of cars to Heather's dismay. It's an alright scene, but the special effects kind of dial back its intensity. When Heather gets back to the house, John Saxon is there, but he's talking to her, and he's completely in character from who he was in Nightmare on Elm Street. He even has a badge and a gun. So you could look at this in a few ways. Maybe it's actually John Saxon being manipulated by Freddy in order to play the character, or maybe he's not really here at all, and it's just a figment of Heather's imagination as she's being pulled more into the dream world. It's ambiguous on purpose, blurring the line between real and fiction. But I love the shot when Freddy is starting to come up out of the bed as she interacts with John Saxon. And the moment she gives in and calls John Saxon dad, that's when Freddy fully emerges. Kind of like he can't fully become Freddy until Heather fully accepts herself as Nancy. Like they can't do battle until they're both in character. And I love when she turns around and the house has changed back into the original Nightmare on Elm Street house, complete with the blue door and not the red one. The climax leads Heather further into the dream world, through Dylan's bed, sliding down into a strange hell-like world that has elements of the boiler room, but also has, like, flying dinosaurs and shit. The fight between them, I will admit, is pretty lackluster. I wish it was better, but it does get the job done. The demon doesn't seem to be super strong or really have that much control over the environment, but I do love the bit where he stretches open his mouth and tries to eat Dylan. It's super weird and something we've never seen before. There's also a bit where his tongue stretches out and wraps around Heather. Look, I appreciate tongue action as much as the next guy, but I do think this moment is a little too silly after this terrifying and serious buildup. Also, his defeat seems to be kind of weak, but you can, again, interpret it in different ways. Basically, Heather ends up throwing him into the furnace and turning it on full blast, burning him up, and the demon briefly takes on what is probably its true form before disintegrating. But I don't think it's literal fire that killed him, and I don't even think it can be killed. I think that by Heather accepting her role as Nancy, despite all the good and bad, Nancy being part of who she is, the story of Nightmare continued, and thus the evil could be contained. Also, since it's imitating Freddy, it might have a natural fear of fire since that's how Freddy was originally killed. And it's also a reference to the story Hansel and Gretel, an old story where two children defeated a witch in the same way. And it suggested, though it's not outright stated, but suggested that maybe the witch was a previous form of this demon before in a different era of storytelling. And so maybe it's always destined to be defeated in a similar way. But whatever the case, that's how it happens. Anyways, at the end, they come back to the real world with a copy of the completed movie script, a script that tells a story of what we just experienced. So you can also look at this whole movie as a movie that was based on real shit that happened, possibly. But what is fiction and what is real? Well, maybe they aren't really so different. I think this movie is a commentary not just on horror, not just on Nightmare, but on the very idea of how we express ourselves through fiction and use fiction as a way to help us navigate our real lives. Maybe I'm giving the movie too much credit. Maybe I'm blinded by being a Wes Craven fanboy. Maybe this movie's mid, but to me, I think it's peak. I think it has some problems, but overall, I think it's probably the most creative and expressive movie to come out of the franchise, and an extremely personal one as well. Wes has stated that he started his artistic outlet with writing and that he always saw himself as a storyteller first. New Nightmare honors the past while also creating something fresh and different. I think it's everything that he wanted to say about what Nightmare and Freddy Krueger had become, on how movies influence us and how they can inspire us to fight back against the evil and darkness in our real lives. Sort of like the original point in the first movie, but much more deeply expanded upon. In short, this movie kicks fucking ass, and I love it. If this movie has 1,000 fans, I am one of them. If this movie has 5 fans, I am one of them. If this movie has 1 fan, it is me. And if this movie has 0 fans, I have definitely been killed by an evil demonic entity taking the form of Fred Krueger and escaping from a fictional world in order to ascend to the physical and kill us all, beginning with me. I'm just saying.
Don't stop it, you're scaring me.
And with that, we have concluded the original 7 Nightmare on Elm Street films. Man, the amount of sleep that I have lost in the last 3.5, 4 weeks of making this video and all of the nightmares that I have of Freddy Krueger himself are kind of starting to become worth it now that we have made it this far into the video. By the way, if you are still with me this far into the video, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my dark black heart with my soulless ginger body. I really want to say thank you guys so much, and I truly appreciate every single one of you that have made it to this point in the video specifically. I appreciate everybody that gave this video a chance and clicked on it, and even if you watched 5 seconds, I appreciate you. But if you somehow managed to make it all the way through all the 7 original film reviews and got to this point, I just want to throw a huge sense of gratitude out for you guys that I truly, genuinely, deeply appreciate it, my friends. I am obviously a huge fan of horror movies, and horror movie content is not necessarily my highest viewed content on this channel, even though the Evil Dead retrospective video did turn out to do pretty well. It was a successful video to me by my channel standards in particular. I think at the time of recording this video, or this portion of the Nightmare on Elm Street video, my Evil Dead retrospective has about 63,000 views, which for my channel is fucking amazing. That is, if I get a video that does more than 3,000 views, I consider it to be a success. So the fact that the Evil Dead video has surpassed 50,000 and now surpassed 60,000, I really, really appreciate it, you guys. And to be quite frank with you, it is single-handedly because of the success of that video that I chose to go directly into making this Nightmare on Elm Street retrospective. I already made the Halloween retrospective back in October, and it did okay. Evil Dead video came out, did much better. It has helped the Halloween video do well since then. And so that is the reason why you're getting another retrospective so soon. I wasn't going to do this video until I was going to try to get it out around Halloween, October of this year. I think I might have already mentioned that in this video earlier. I can't remember. My brain is a little bit fried right now, but it's a little bit of a reminder for you guys. So I thank you. And what I do want to say is I never know how well these videos are going to do. Just because the Evil Dead video did well does not mean that this Nightmare on Elm Street video is also going to do well. So this is still a pretty big risk on my channel to dedicate this much time in order to make this video, because obviously with all the hours I spend making this video that you're watching right now, that is all of those hours that I cannot dedicate to making other content that would probably do much better on my channel. You know, primarily I talk about manga and anime on this channel. I don't know if you guys are fans of that, but if you are, subscribe and you'll get even more than horror content for you to check out. And anime and manga is a huge love that's very close to my heart. But I love many different things, and so I want to make videos about many different things. And I really got to say that making these horror retrospectives between Evil Dead and Nightmare on Elm Street, you know, I wouldn't say that I was not enjoying making YouTube videos before then, because obviously I was, but I think that this has reinvigorated me in a different way. It gave me a whole new format to play with. It gave me a whole bunch new of franchises to dive into and lore to dive into, and I love doing lore videos as well. And so it just has given me so much to play with, and it just feels, I feel that sense of fun. I feel that sense of making a YouTube video that you're really, really passionate about, that you're trying to do interesting things with, that you're trying to make a quality video, but you're also just having fun with, and you're playing with ideas. And, you know, I finally get to express a lot of my thoughts about these movies that I've had for years, but I've never had really the outlet to talk about it. So all of these things together and combined just really have like reinvigorated my passion for making videos and making content and just being a YouTuber in general. It's just it's a sense of fulfillment that I don't think I have felt in, you know, several months before making these types of videos. So I just really want to say thank you guys for that. And because of that, if you could do me a favor, if you have enjoyed watching this video up until this point, and I specifically waited until we were this deep into the video, I specifically waited until after I've already reviewed a majority of the movies, because I get annoyed when YouTubers, say in the very beginning of the video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to like the video, and don't forget to check the links in the description, and all that bullshit. I usually save that all to the very end of my video. No one even watches that part because I say it in the last 30 seconds. But because of the risk of making this video, and because if you've made it this far, it means you at least enjoyed it to a degree. So I'm sorry, and I apologize, but I'm going to shill now. And I'm going to say, if you have enjoyed this video so far, can you please give it a thumbs up? Give it a like. One little click will really help it out in the algorithm. Also, can you please leave a comment? Any comment you want. It does not fucking matter. You can just go down the comments and say, Ryan is a piece of shit. He's ugly as fuck. He needs to cut his hair. He needs to go to the gym more. Like, he's a piece of shit. He's too pasty white. Like, you can write anything that you want. He's short. I'm only 5'5", by the way. You can make a short joke. Anything that you guys want. As long as... I'm not trying to necessarily encourage all the negative comments, but, if you haven't thought of a comment by this point in the video and you don't know what to write, well, I guess those are some ideas for you. If you could please just comment on the video and like the video to help it out in the algorithm, I would really, really appreciate it, you guys. Other than that, also, yeah, in links in the description, I'm sorry. In the links in the description, I do have channel memberships turned on. I have them for as low as $1 a month. So if you want to subscribe to the channel for $1 a month, you get exclusive content and things like that. And I'm trying to come up with more perks too. Same thing with Patreon for as low as $1. And I have a merch store down below too. You can pick yourself up a shirt or a hoodie or something like that. And I have all the social media links where you can follow me. I have Twitter, Instagram, Discord, all that fun stuff. It's all linked down below. So if you wanted to go down below and check that out, that is there available for you. So now that all that is out of the way, my gratitude speech is out of the way, we still have 2 more movies to cover. We still have Freddy vs. Jason and the 2010 Nightmare on Elm Street remake. But there's other things that I want to talk about with Nightmare on Elm Street also, and I thought I would take a brief detour from the movies and begin to talk about some of the other content that has been created around the Nightmare on Elm Street property. The reason I'm choosing to take the break right now is because in between New Nightmare and Freddy vs. Jason, we had to wait about 9 years before there was a return of Freddy Krueger on screen. So New Nightmare was essentially the last movie for pretty much an entire decade. Freddy Krueger took over an entire decade from 84 to 94, and then from 94 to 2003, we didn't have any Freddy Krueger Nightmare on Elm Street content, so there was a pretty big gap of time there. And I thought, since in the real world, you would have had to wait, almost 10 years for Freddy Krueger to come back, I figured why don't we use this time to wait in between reviews and take a little bit of a detour and talk about some of the other media surrounding the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. There is a lot of different things at play between TV shows, books, novels, comics, video games, and a bunch of other things that I want to talk about and touch on here. So now is what I consider the portion of the video to be considered the Nightmare on Elm Street other media portion. Now, the only other outlier is, it's barely covered up with my timeline board now, is Freddy's Nightmares, which is a television series that aired between, I believe, 1989 1990. It's 2 seasons long. That I have never watched and I have never experienced before. And from what I understand about it is it's an anthology, sort of like Twilight Zone-ish show, but with Freddy Krueger as the host, and there are particular episodes where Freddy Krueger makes an appearance. Now, to watch 40-some episodes of a TV series that I've never seen before while we're doing the reviews of the movies, and also most people have never watched that at this point. I mean, I guess unless you grew up in the era, Freddy's Nightmares is not commonly available. In fact, it's not streaming anywhere. I even went online to see where it was streaming, and all sources pointed to Tubi, and Tubi is a free movie and TV show streaming source. And so I went to Tubi and I looked for it, and it is not available. Oh boy, I can't wait. Finally sit down and watch some Freddy's Nightmares, dude. According to Google, Freddy's Nightmares is available for free on Tubi, so we're gonna do it up. Let's see, F-R-E, that should be pretty close, right? Nope, still not coming up, all right. F-E-D-D-Y, Freddy, huh. Okay, still not there.
Freddy, I guess I'll put the S on the end. Freddy's. Okay, and then a space. Still not there. Freddy's Night. No. Night. Where is it? I got the Scream Queen documentary, which I might check out, by the way, but where's Freddy's Nightmares? It's supposed to be on here. It's not streaming anywhere else. Where is it?
I said, where the fuck is it?
Freddy's Nightmares is not available on Tubi. There's also no proper home release of Freddy's Nightmares either. You can't really get it on DVD or Blu-ray. There was a couple of videos released back in the day that have singular episodes, so it's a near impossible series to find. So I can't imagine dedicating a gigantic portion of this video. You know, it's not like Ash vs. Evil Dead for the Evil Dead video, where the series is considered canon and it's super important and it's a great show and every episode is really, interesting as far as the lore and the storyline of Evil Dead goes. With Freddy's Nightmares, we're going to have most of the episodes not really deal with Freddy, specifically. Also, it's arguable if it's even canon because there are things that happen that just don't make sense to the movies. So I've been racking my brain about how to cover Freddy's Nightmares because of that. Because I do want to include it in the video because it is something that involves Freddy Krueger, and Robert Englund literally plays Freddy in the show. It's one of those moments where I wish that I had already watched it. Like, I wish I already had a knowledge of the series so I could just easily give you guys my overall thoughts or reviews of it. It's also a moment where I wish I knew somebody else that had seen it. But it makes no sense to really dive super deep into the TV show when almost nobody has seen it. And I can't even recommend that you guys go out and watch it because it's not streaming anywhere. You can't find it anywhere. So where did I find it to watch some of the episodes? Listen, that's not important. What is important is that we're going to talk about it very briefly. And I think that it's important to start with episode 1. Because it's really the biggest episode that kind of plays into the Nightmare on Elm Street lore. So let's start with that, and then we'll dive into some of the other media that exist out there in the Nightmare on Elm Street world as well. Okay, so this is interesting. This is watching this for the very, very first time. I watched the first episode of Freddy's Nightmares, which is called No More Mr. Nice Guy, which I think, from what I've seen so far online, is really the only episode that purely focuses on Freddy. I'm going to give a little glimpse into the future episodes and see if there's other things that I need to cover, but this particular episode is all about Freddy Krueger, and it is an origin story of Freddy. However, it doesn't really go by the canon of the other movies. Now, this series came out in 1989, so this would have come out at the same time, around the same time, as part 5 of Nightmare on Elm Street, which means all the lore that had been set up in part 1, 3, everything that I'm about to discuss here had already existed, and it doesn't really coincide. But we'll just get to that in a second. Now, this did come out before Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare, so there is no swirly sperm dream demons that give Freddy his power. And I'm not going to hold that against the show because that didn't happen until after the show had already come out. Okay, so that is a what do they call that? A retcon. All right, so that would have been a retcon. So this episode has Freddy as a human, played by Robert Englund. But I had a very big issue with this episode, and it's an artistic choice that they chose to go with. And actually, this episode is directed by Tobe Hooper, who is most famously known as the guy that directed the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which actually is one of the greatest horror films ever made, and no Texas Chainsaw Massacre sequel that I've ever seen has even come close to touching it. However, Tobe Hooper, this episode of Freddy's Nightmares, not your best work. Not your best work, I'm afraid. It's interesting because they were really attempting to go for this sort of Twilight Zone style, I guess, of the Freddy's Nightmares series, meaning it for it to be a horror anthology, but getting it off with Freddy himself. But there are just very strange artistic choices made in this episode that didn't make it work for me. The number one thing is that they don't show Robert Englund's face. And this would have been one of the only times that Robert Englund gets to play Freddy Krueger before he gets burned to death. They do show flashbacks in Freddy's Dead. They show flashbacks in Freddy vs. Jason. But, this is one of the few times where we could really kind of take it in a dark, serious approach. And this is what was really strange to me, is that they treat Freddy in this episode, even human Freddy, like this horrendous, like vicious monster, you know? And yes, he is. He kills children. He's obviously a monster. But I mean, like, in the opening of the episode where Freddy is on trial, he's not just sitting in, next to his lawyer or something, or on the stand of the next to the judge. Instead, he's in this giant, like, iron box. Like, he's seriously, like, being contained because he's supposedly so dangerous that he cannot be let free. Like, his arms are in shackles, his legs are in shackles, and he's inside of a giant iron metal box. Now, granted, I haven't been to a lot of trials in my life, and I wasn't really around during the 80s, so maybe this is just protocol back then. I don't really know. But they are taking very impressive precautions for Freddy Krueger not to get free in this instance. There is a bit of a change here, because in the original Nightmare on Elm Street, it is said that somebody forgot to sign a search warrant along the way that caused a loophole that allowed Freddy to become free. In this episode, it's more so focused on the cop that arrested him that didn't read him his Miranda rights, and, because of that, they set him free. Again, I don't know how realistic that is. I would imagine with the amount of evidence that they would have been able to find, they still could have prosecuted him in some way, but he gets free. I also like this one Towns member that says this line that really reminds me of Chuck McGill from Better Call Saul.
I've given my life to the law. I've always believed in it.
I committed my life to this.
You also see Freddy in court wearing his traditional Freddy sweater and having his hat. So, they didn't take the time to put him in prison garb, but they did take the time to put him in a giant metal box. So there's that. And then, when Freddy gets free, he goes back to the boiler room. He's got an ice cream truck in this episode, too. It was never mentioned that he lured children with an ice cream truck, although that would be something that you could do. And actually, there's a character in Spawn that winds up doing that, and he's, like, completely disgusting and terrifying, and, Spawn kills him by stabbing him with ice cream cones. It's pretty dope. But it's the strange choice of not showing Robert Englund's face. Maybe they just didn't want to show what Freddy looked like without the makeup. Maybe it was the mystery. Maybe they didn't want to humanize him. Maybe because of the theme of the episode, they were trying to make him seem like a monster. And so showing him in his human form, just would take away from that. Also, the way Freddy speaks in this episode. First of all, it's all ADR. It's overdubbed. So you see Robert Englund in shadow, and like his mouth isn't even moving, and then you hear Robert Englund dubbing over it.
Large cop, I got a right to remain silent.
So it just makes this really kind of strange, and maybe that was the point, maybe that was the intent, to make it seem like this dark, demonic voice is kind of like coming out of him from nowhere, just to make him seem like this otherworldly thing. He also seems to kind of know exactly what's going to happen. Like, they do have the scene where the townspeople gather and they go to attack him, and one guy's holding a gun at him, and then the police officer that arrested him the first time comes out trying to get the people to not take this vigilante justice, but he lets his rage kind of take over, and instead of just shooting Freddy, he decides to douse him in gasoline, and Freddy is egging this on the entire time, almost as if he wants it to happen. Like, it seems like in this episode, they make it so Freddy already knows that once he dies, he's going to become more powerful. He's like Obi-Wan Kenobi. If you strike me down, I'll become more powerful than you could possibly imagine, and that's kind of what happens. So he gets set on fire, and then the police officer starts having strange dreams and nightmares, and we don't really get to see Freddy until the very, very end of the episode. He has these dreams where, like his teeth start bleeding, or, Freddy's hand comes out of a box. He has this one strange moment where his wife, I was kind of thinking his wife was going to turn into Freddy, but she just goes underneath the camera and looks like she's giving him head. Like, I don't know what's going on, man. But he's worried about the FBI showing up because now he has illegally murdered somebody, right? And so the FBI is coming to kind of check it out and investigate. And so he has somebody hide the body for him. And maybe this is referencing in Nightmare 3, because this is what I was going to get to also, that the parents of Springwood took Freddy's remains to the junkyard, because that's where they end up in Nightmare 3, and that's why John Saxon's character knows where the remains are, because they have to go bury it. John Saxon's character is nowhere to be found in this episode, so there's also that. And nobody mentions anything about taking his bones to the junkyard, so that also might be a continuity error. But at the end of the episode, the police officer goes to the dentist and he starts seeing girls in their underwear. And then instead of the dentist coming in, it is Freddy. and assumingly Freddy kills him, it's a little bit off camera. There's not really a lot of on-screen death, although there is one scene where while Freddy is human, he kills a police officer and blood falls on a plate of chicken. Overall, I guess it's just cool that they decided to take a backstory look at Freddy and actually put it to film in some way, shape, and form. I think it's cool that Robert Englund got to play Freddy, pre-being burned, like pre-murder, like actually the human version of Freddy. I'd like to see some more of that, but ultimately, there is just some strange artistic choices with this episode that just didn't really vibe for me personally. But it was cool. That was the first time I've ever seen it on really bad video quality on the internet. Overall, I wouldn't say it's really worth seeking out unless you're just a super hardcore Nightmare on Elm Street fan, or if you're trying to make a Nightmare on Elm Street retrospective video that might turn out to be like 5 or 6 hours long. Those are the only two reasons I would say to really kind of seek this out. It was kind of cool, but ultimately, I would say that it is skippable. Okay, so I skipped a few episodes and I watched episode 4, Freddy's Tricks and Treats, which is a story that happens on Halloween. I thought, what a good combination to have Freddy Krueger and Halloween together. Let's do it. But it's kind of, I think I get the idea and the intent of what this series is meant to be like. Because it's an anthology series, every episode is going to deal with a different character, and it looks like most of the episodes take place within Springwood themselves. And, canonically, you could use this as a way to show all of the other murders that Freddy did along the way from the first film to Freddy's Dead, because in Freddy's Dead, he has basically annihilated and wiped out the entire town of Springwood. So if you want to throw this series in canon, even though the first episode kind of proves that it's not canon, but if you wanted to, you could say this is the way that Freddy went about disposing of everybody in the town, because it seems like Freddy is kind of behind the things that are happening in every episode, even though he's not really featured in the episodes that much. In the screen time that Freddy has in this episode, it's about maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes out of a 44-minute runtime episode, and I think that most of the episodes are probably going to be like that, where Robert Englund probably just shows up and filmed all of his scenes in one day, and then they just splice those scenes in the Freddy's Nightmares episodes as the episodes go on, because the majority and the bulk of the episode focuses around a female protagonist, and she has a very strict grandmother who raised her that just didn't want her to be naughty or around boys, and just like very uncomfortable kind of like Carrie vibes going on here. So she's dealing with that. She's also a student in school, and she's studying to not necessarily be a mortician, but she's studying anatomy, being around dead bodies, things like that, and she doesn't really want to believe in Freddy Krueger. She starts having nightmares, and a lot of the nightmares don't really involve Freddy, and if they do, there's like a couple of seconds of him right before a commercial break. Like, you don't really get to see Freddy actually interacting that much with the characters. Like I said, it could be that Robert Englund just films this stuff on a different day and then they just splice it in the episodes. Like, he's not really physically hands-on with the actors. There's even a scene where they start to record her dreams, and it's an experiment to kind of see her nightmares and the things that she's thinking about. And Freddy's on the TV, and then of course he reaches out from the TV, and then wires wrap around our female protagonist, and it's obviously Robert Englund is not there on set actually doing it. So they filmed this entire other thing and then spliced Freddy on the TV, and so the scene works together, but it's not like Robert Englund as Freddy is there physically interacting with the actors. So I'm assuming that's what most of the episodes are going to be like, and ultimately it seems like Freddy wins towards the end of the episode. Like I said, in canon, you can kind of think of this as just the way that Freddy went about the entire town of Springwood, wiping them out. Now, as for the other episodes, there's another episode I want to watch called Sister's Keeper, which actually does kind of relate to episode 1. And then other than that, I think I'm just going to check out the highest rated episode on IMDb, just to kind of get a feel for what the best the series has to offer. Okay, so the episode Sister's Keeper, which is season 1, episode 7, features the two twins that were the daughters of the police officer that was killed in the very first episode. And this episode takes a semi-interesting concept of the idea that when Freddy is in the dreams of one of the twins and attacks them, it's the other twin that actually feels the damage. So there's a scene early on in the episode where one of the twins is having a dream. She gets sliced. You don't really see Freddy that much again, although he is a little bit more prominent in this episode than in the other one that I watched. So when one gets kind of sliced, the other one has the wounds kind of happen at the same time, whether she's awake or not. There's also this guy that is trying to mac on one of the sisters, but when he accidentally gets with the other sister, he's kind of like fine with it. So he doesn't really care. He just kind of wants to get laid. I don't know. But he ends up writing a song for one of the sisters, which is pretty funny because this is where the Freddy with the electric guitar meme comes from. And I knew that it came from Freddy's Nightmares, but I actually didn't know it came from this episode. So considering this is one of the episodes that was highly recommended to watch, it's kind of funny that now I understand where the meme comes from. But really, that's what's happening in this episode. And it's actually primarily more one of the sisters that's having dreams of Freddy than the other one. They both start having dreams of him as the episode progresses, but at first they think the one sister is kind of going crazy. But when they finally realize that they have to face Freddy together, they actually decide to do that. So they decide to go to sleep at the same time and somehow enter each other's dream. And there's a sequence that happens towards the end of the episode that's kind of cool, where Freddy actually does show up and interacts with them, like actual physical contact. So Robert Englund was definitely there filming this with the actors. He grabs one of them and then his arm stretches out to grab the other one. And it's similar to how his arm stretches in the original Nightmare, except this time they have a bunch of like dripping gooey flesh kind of come off of it. I don't know. It is a very cheap effect, but it looks really fucking cool, and I liked it. I dug that part. Now, there's a lot of misdirects here where they attack Freddy and he seemingly disappears and they think that they defeated him, and at the end of the episode, Freddy's hand comes out from the couch, drags one of the sisters under, and when they wake up, one of them is dead and the other one is alive. Assumingly, the alive one killed the one that's dead now, which is what the mother comes in and says, which of course that didn't happen. It was Freddy. But yeah, that's that. And I don't think that this character is continued on in any of the other episodes. Maybe she is. I don't know. Somebody should write that in the comments to say how often characters overlap, because I know sometimes there is like multiple episodes with the same characters, although I don't think it happens very often. Now, like I said, instead of making this video any longer than it has to be, since you're already going to be sitting here for probably a 5-hour runtime of the video itself, and again, since a lot of people have not seen Freddy's Nightmares, it's not streaming anywhere, it's not readily available for people to actually sit down and watch, so it would be kind of silly for me to review every single episode of the series, especially since a lot of these Freddy is only showing up in about a minute of screen time per episode. So instead of that, I got the opening episode, I got a random episode that was recommended, I got an episode that was very highly recommended. So I'm going to end this with reviewing one more episode, and I'm going to review the top rated episode on IMDb, which is an episode called... I have it right here. It's called Do You Know Where Your Kids Are At, which is actually from Season 2. It's Season 2, Episode 10. So I'm going to end the review with that of Freddy's Nightmares. Now, if there's other particular episodes that I should watch or that I really should see, go ahead and write that down in the comments. If anybody is kind of familiar with the TV show a lot more than I am, I'd be happy to check out a few more episodes. But just for the sake of the length of this video, and the fact that not many people have seen the TV series, so this is going to be more primarily focused on the movies. I figure the movies of Nightmare on Elm Street is what you guys want me to dig into and want me to review. But if there is any other standout episodes besides these ones, let me know, and I'll check those out too. And then if I ever get some real solid quality free time, maybe I'll run through the entire series. Okay, really interesting that this is the top rated episode, because there's no Freddy in this episode, really. Freddy Krueger is legitimately just sort of the Rod Sterling or Crypt Keeper type character. He's not really involved with the episode, even though there are some nightmares, and there's like one scene where the girl's face kind of looks like Freddy a little bit. It's not like... He's not really involved with the episode, and I'm wondering if Season 2 is a little bit more like this, where it's just strange shit that's happening in Springwood, and Freddy is kind of like the observer, or just kind of like taking fun in the idea that it's happening. This episode actually kind of reminded me more of that Simpsons episode where there's like an evil Bart living in the attic. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? Because that's essentially what's happening here. So a girl goes over to a family's house to babysit called the Burtons, and the father's name is Jack Burton. And there's only one Jack Burton I could think about.
You know what old Jack Burton always says at a time like this? Who? Jack Burton.
But she's babysitting a little boy, and the sister of the boy is in the basement. And what I mean is she's like locked in the basement. Like she has to feed her through the dumbwaiter in the kitchen. It's a completely like locked metal door. Like you're not allowed to go see this daughter because she's crazy. All right. And the family literally keeps her in the basement. Also, the mother of the girl that goes to babysit is kind of psychologically damaged and losing her mind because once the babysitter falls into the basement, she just doesn't come home. And so her death is faked and the mother just sort of starts going a little bit nuts. And the evil sister that was in there escapes, runs into the mother, and basically sort of becomes like her surrogate daughter. She starts dressing like the babysitter. She starts acting like her. She starts trying to convince the mom that she is her daughter. And actually, because the mom is so psychologically damaged and missing her daughter so much, it kind of works. The plot for this could probably actually be an interesting movie on its own if it was expanded a little bit more, and a little bit of the silliness of it could kind of be like filtered out a little bit. It kind of could work. But essentially, the mother starts to go a little bit crazy, and then the babysitter finally gets free, and there's a confrontation at the end of the episode where the evil sister is now trying to convince the mother that she is the real daughter and that they have to kill the actual daughter. And spoiler alert, they do! They actually fucking do. And then the mother goes to jail, and then the episode ends with the crazy daughter going back to her parents' house and locking them in the basement, basically kind of like running and having full control. And it's that's pretty much it. And then Freddy comes out at the end of the episode and just kind of like comments on the episode itself. So it's again one of those things where Robert Englund is just on a set by himself and they just insert him where they need him. Interesting that this is the highest rated episode on IMDb. It currently is sitting at a 7.5. Now, I don't take IMDb ratings or Rotten Tomato ratings that seriously. I'm just trying to get a general idea of what this show is like, and so I chose some of the top rated episodes. But yeah, man, I think my overall thoughts are this is an interesting concept. This was at the peak of Freddy Krueger being as popular as he was. But I think there is a detriment to that where Freddy becomes, obviously not scary anymore and just a little bit more of a meme before memes were really a thing, where they are kind of using Freddy as sort of this silly kind of like wisecracking, commentating, like Crypt Keeper type character. And I think that characters that are created like that work a lot better, like the Crypt Keeper himself, or like Rod Serling from The Twilight Zone, when you're trying to take Freddy Krueger, who's already an established character, and then insert him into the role of the host of a show. I mean, Robert Englund is great at what he does, so there's obviously like amusement there. Don't get me wrong, I love seeing Robert Englund do his thing, but it does definitely feed into that taking away from the things that originally made Freddy the terrifying force that he was. It is just starting to like rain really bad outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that. But with that, I think that I'll pause on Freddy's Nightmares for now. I watched 4 episodes. I kind of have a decent idea of what the show is like. And from this point forward, we are going to focus on the rest of the other media around and surrounding Nightmare on Elm Street. So join me, if you will, when we go into movie ideas that never worked, video games, other sources of media, and even a little bit of some naughty stuff. Other media. So even though the original run of Elm Street gave us 7 films, that doesn't mean that there weren't more ideas floating around out there. Plenty of nightmare movie concepts were created over the years, but never got to see the light of day. So let's run down some of the movies that almost got made. Robert Englund, the man behind the makeup himself, actually had his own idea for a story within the Nightmare on Elm Street world that he developed after the release of Nightmare 2. I'm not sure if it was the poor reception of that movie that is what sparked the motivation to come up with his idea, but it was tentatively titled Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Freddy's Funhouse. It would have featured a new character, an older sister of Tina from the first movie, coming back to Springwood in order to find her sister's killer. The reason it would be called Funhouse is because he wanted to use the classic 1428 Elm Street house inside the dream world, kind of like an elaborate haunted house that the characters would have to navigate through. It would have traps, confusing elements, probably a room of mirrors, I don't know, but the dream world elements would be pretty elaborate, and that's not including Freddy himself, who, remember, just going by the first and second movie, is still a very shrouded in darkness and less comedic character. On the flip side, the movie would also have various flashbacks to human Freddy and the events leading up to his eventual death. Englund would eventually get to play this out a bit in the first episode of Freddy's Nightmares, but hard to consider it canon at this point. Ultimately, the studio didn't agree to go with Englund's idea, but part of that might have also been that Englund admittedly said he didn't really have an ending for his story, and it kind of fell apart in the third act. Still, I like that the person that single-handedly acted as its central character was invested enough to come up with his own movie ideas and how he would expand the lore. Added to that, multiple ideas popped up over the years of maybe doing a full-on Nightmare on Elm Street prequel film, taking it seriously and showing the Springwood slasher Freddy Krueger in his glory days, and show him getting caught, show the trial leading up to his death and his eventual burning. It would be a grounded, non-supernatural film in the same vein as Henry: Portrait of a Serial Killer, even suggesting getting the same director from that, John McNaughton, in order to do this film. And I honestly think that this should have been made into a movie. Not like the Freddy's Nightmares episode, but truly do a dark, serious horror movie that could also be considered a drama. Make it feel like Seven or something like that. But doing an all-human Freddy movie with no dream sequences or elaborate slasher-style kill scenes was not something that the studio wanted from Freddy Krueger, or maybe it's just what they felt that the audience wouldn't be wanting to see if they bought a ticket to go see one. But if you ask me, I think that this was a wasted opportunity, especially when they could have still used Robert Englund back when he was younger. But Robert Englund wasn't the only actor to come up with his own nightmare movie idea. John Saxon, of course, who played Nancy's father in the original film, also developed a prequel treatment, and it is something else. It's called How the Nightmare on Elm Street All Began, and it is a radically different take on the origin of Freddy Krueger. It stars a younger version of John's character just trying to help solve some ongoing child murders, while also having another daughter besides Nancy, older and from a different woman, who is a troubled 15-year-old girl in the movie that gets involved with a sex and drug cult. Here, Fred Krueger is actually a respected child therapist that John's character books in order to try to help his daughter, who is named Betsy. But things get really weird. Here, Freddy is actually a good person, so to speak, and not the person who is committing the murders. Like, legitimately, it's not a misdirect. But Betsy, his daughter, is corrupted by the cult leader and turns everyone on Krueger by her resentment of him. She even drugs her own father with LSD, which was supposed to lead into a dream/nightmare-like sequence in the movie viewing Freddy as a monster. There's even some things I read about Betsy being attracted to her own father, and things get kind of weird with that. I won't go into it, but you can look up the script if you want to. But ultimately, Freddy is used as a scapegoat for the murders and burned alive by the mob mentality of the town taking out their frustrations on an innocent man. There's the underlying theme that none of these parents bothered to really parent their children, and they allowed them to fall into darkness instead of loving them, which might be an interesting concept in some shape or form, but making Freddy into a victim is an idea that I absolutely despise. It also doesn't make sense moving forward since Freddy is just so sadistic in the dream world, unless you change the lore entirely once again, saying that it's not actually Freddy in the dream world, but a representation of what the town did to an innocent man. But I'm just not down with it overall. I appreciate the creativity and that he was trying to give it a twist, but this one just doesn't work for me. After Nightmare Part 5, several writers took a crack at a Part 6 before it finally landed on Freddy's Dead, and I cannot imagine any script being worse than what we eventually got, especially since one of the versions was a Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6 entitled The Dream Lover that was written by Peter Jackson. Now, before Peter Jackson was doing large-scope epic fantasy films like The Lord of the Rings, he was known for his ridiculously gory and darkly comedic horror films. Dead Alive is a movie that I never get tired of, and it has to be one of the most batshit crazy movies I have ever seen. Just watch this.
I kick ass for the Lord!
Anyway, Jackson wrote an Elm Street movie that was about a severely weakened Freddy Krueger, and people of Springwood were actually enjoying going to sleep in order to go to the dream world and torment him. It's kind of like a reverse nightmare film. Nobody is afraid of Freddy anymore, and he had lost all of his power, until one accidental death, which slowly causes him to regain his strength until finally, once again becoming the Freddy we know by the end of the movie. I honestly don't really like the idea, but maybe in execution it could have been great, especially if Peter Jackson actually wound up directing. Instead, he decided to become a critically acclaimed Academy Award-winning icon, but you know what? I'll never forget Meet the Feebles.
I'm hot, Bletch.
but not the way you think.
There were numerous other ideas that were floated around as well, other treatments, but I wanted to hit on the ones that were the most popular. I'm also not going to talk about the unused Freddy vs. Jason ideas and potential sequels. I'm going to wait until I get to that film to cover those. Overall, though, the only sequels I would have wanted to see at this point were another Freddy vs. Jason or a serious, grounded take on the prequel idea. But as time moves forward, it seems that neither of those ideas are going to come true, so let's just be thankful for the good films that we did actually get. As far as other media goes, there is a handful, but not nearly as many expanded elements as when I did the Evil Dead retrospective. Of course, there are novelizations of each movie, as well as a specific book series in the 90s called Tales of Terror, original horror stories written by a couple of different authors. I've never heard of these before, but all the covers feature the new Nightmare Freddy design, probably because that was the most recent Freddy when the books were coming out, but the covers also all look very similar to like a Goosebumps book. I don't know what the age demographic for these books are, but they look pretty fun. If you have any or have read any before, let me know how they are. I'm really curious if they're any good. There's also a series called the Black Flame series of Nightmare on Elm Street original stories. These ones are all from the mid-2000s, shortly after Freddy vs. Jason, and I suppose they're all meant to take place after that movie, but none of them feature Jason, at least I don't think so. There's actually only been a couple of adaptations in the comic book world, and I'm surprised to see that there hasn't been more. Something like Nightmare, you could really expand and get incredibly creative when you're in that unrestricted world outside of live action. There's a 2-issue Freddy Krueger's Nightmare on Elm Street comic that was actually published by Marvel back in 1989. It's all in black and white, and the artwork looks pretty good. There's an adaptation of Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare in comic book form. There's a 6-issue Nightmare on Elm Street series by Innovation. I have no idea what it's about, but the artwork is extremely strange, but it kind of works for something like this in an odd sort of way. And there's also an 8-issue run by Wildstorm telling an original story. And then, of course, there is the 2 runs that sequelize Freddy vs. Jason and adds in a third iconic horror character, motherfucking Ashley J. Williams from the Evil Dead franchise. Now, out of all these comics, I have actually read both the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash comics, and I made a review for them in my Evil Dead retrospective video. I will, of course, link that down below in the description with the timestamp if you want to go and see me review some of these batshit crazy comics. I could just post that section of the review in this review also, but I don't really want to double dip like that, and I did review it kind of from an Evil Dead perspective, so I don't know if that would fully fit in here, but just throwing that out there that yes, I have covered the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash comics in detail, so if you want to check that out, the link is below for you to look at it. But what about Nightmare on Elm Street video games? Again, shockingly, there is not as many as I would have expected. Once again, in a video game where you are not bound by the limitations of live-action filmmaking, think about how crazy and intense you could make a Nightmare on Elm Street sequence in a game. If you were to make Freddy Krueger game in the same style as like Resident Evil or even one of the first-person Resident Evil games, that could be terrifying as shit. And I'm actually legitimately annoyed that that has never happened. The only full-on Nightmare on Elm Street games that exist are from decades ago. They are from the Nintendo and Commodore 64 era. The NES Nightmare on Elm Street game was released in 1990, just between parts 5 and part 6 of the movies. And considering part 6 had a video game dream sequence, it seems like it would have been a great opportunity to showcase the actual game, but they didn't. It's also a side-scroller where you can have up to 4 players walking around Springwood and collecting bones. I'm assuming they mean to collect Freddy's bones with the intent to bury him, similar to Part 3. But truth be told, I never played this game before, and I could never do a review of it quite as good as it's been done in the past by other people. So what I will do is play a little bit of it for the very first time. Just for you guys, let's see what all the talk is about and see why this game sucks so hard. All right, so this is going to be a treat for you guys and also a treat for myself. Believe it or not, even though I grew up with Nintendo, Super Nintendo, I never played the Nightmare on Elm Street video game. And it's probably because I was deathly afraid of Freddy Krueger as a small child, as well as every other horror creature and villain in horror movies. It took me a while, man, before I was traumatized enough to learn to enjoy it. Anyways, I thought it would be a treat for you guys to play this for the very first time. I've never played this game before. I'm probably not going to get very far. Obviously, I'm not going to do an entire playthrough for you guys because that would just take up like way too much time in the video. I just thought I would just do an introductory, let's see what this game is. Let's see what it's all about, because there's so few Nightmare on Elm Street games out there, so I just figured I would try it for the very first time and record myself doing it. Also, sorry if you notice the headphones, I literally broke them like right before I started recording this video. So I found some red duct tape, which kind of goes along with the red aesthetic of the game here. So yeah, I've never played this before, man. So let's just see what happens. Forward, backward, I can crouch. Oh, I can jump. There's snakes. I don't particularly remember snakes in the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, but I guess Freddy did turn into a big penis snake at one point. Damn. Oh god. Oh shit. I keep hitting the up arrow. I have to use the keyboard. I keep hitting the up arrow as jump, but it's not. It's A. All right. All right. I'm gonna punch the snake. Fuck. No, I'm not. All right, I'm gonna punch this snake. I got it. All right, this snake is going down. All right, come here. I'm ready. Where is he? I'm ready. I want to punch the... Okay, all right, meteors. Okay, snake. God damn it. All right, bat. I can definitely punch the bat. Look at that. I did it. All right, I can definitely punch this bat. Bats are kind of like a go-to horror thing, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like every horror game or every horror franchise has like a bat. Okay, I guess I'm going in here. All right. Or, okay, flies now. I also don't remember flies in Nightmare on Elm Street. Although, that is, I guess you could say, like, you know, bugs are always a horror thing, too. They're like pestilence and, oh, shit. Was I not supposed to get that bone? Okay. Oh, I think this means, okay, so my character fell asleep. I think you can fall asleep at random points, and that's what this is. So before I was in the real world, and now I'm asleep. Oh shit. All right, and I think the premise of the game is like Nightmare on Elm Street 3, you are, like Nightmare on Elm Street 3, you are trying to get these bones to bury Freddy. What the fuck? To bury Freddy. They're parts of his body. What? Oh, all right. What am I doing wrong here? Yes, continue. What am I doing wrong? Why can't I get over there? I gotta do like a running. All right, get this ghost out of the way. All right, I gotta like run and jump. No, what the? All right. So clearly I am horrible at video games, just as I said. But what the fuck? All right. Fucking ghost. God fucking damn it. Dude, I can't even make the first jump. All right. He jumps like that. Okay. This is ridiculous. All right. That doesn't make sense to me. So, oh shit. All right, okay. All right, here we go. Oh god. All right, I fell asleep and Freddy's here. Okay, so he's clawing, he's jumping. I can punch him, right? Go under him. Yeah, come here, you son of a bitch. Okay. I have a red jumping Freddy here, and he is like, all right. What if my character is so vastly slow compared to Freddy? All right, can I get him? Can I just punch him once? All right, I think I got him. All right, no. I punched him once. I probably only have to punch him 99 more times to be effective. But I did punch him once. All right, come here. All right, punch him twice. There we go. Get behind him. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, damn it. All right. I think I can punch away these hands. All right. Okay. Now I got two hands. Where are they? Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's it. You have to punch his dick. I think I figured it out. You punch his dick. All right. Oh shit, that's not working. I don't even know if you can beat him here because it's not like I made it to the end of the level or something. I guess my character just fell asleep too hard and like, now Freddy's here. All right, come on. I don't even know who I'm supposed to be. Is this some random dude in like a red jumpsuit? I look like the Power Ranger. I look like Jason from the Power Rangers before he transforms. I wish I could morph in this game. That would really be useful. This is what I went in the building before. All right, I guess I can't go in that one. Oh, there's rats too. Okay, rats. All right, rats. Yep. Okay, jump over the rats. All right, jump over the bat. I'm just gonna go. What the fuck is that? Is that a Frank? What the fuck? There's a Frankenstein. So we have bats and Frankenstein. That's what is this? Like the Universal fucking monster rejects here? I don't remember there ever being a Frankenstein in Nightmare on Elm Street, and it's so clearly Frankenstein's monster. Sorry, someone in the comments inevitably is going to be like, you know, if Frankenstein is not the name of the monster, it's the name of the dog. Like, yeah, I know, dude. I've seen the movie. Oh shit, the Frankenstein in the dream version has turned into a skeleton, and that looked like a devil creature or something. Look at that. It's fucking Satan. Satanus. That's Latin for Satan. Okay, so I have Satan, Frankenstein's, the bats have turned into, oh my god, ugh, holy shit, 2 Satans, oh god, I'd be gangbanged by Satan here. Not working, I can't go into the cemetery, enter just pauses the game. Maybe the controls are messed up on this version I'm playing, I don't know. I found this online to play, so maybe something is messed up and it's not working right, I don't know. Because I can't seem to go in anywhere. Alright, and I guess now I have to fight Freddy again! I'm going to use the dick method. The dick method works, but you get hit every time also. Alright, there's not really much I can do. I can't jump over him. So, the only thing I can do is... And he's like 10 times faster. So, the only thing you can do is jump over his jump and then try to punch him from behind, I guess. Yeah, I remember this part in the movie where the main character, like... waited for Freddy to jump around him and then attacks him in the butt from behind. Maybe if Nancy did that, you know, the sequels wouldn't have happened. Come on, get your fist in there. Get your fist. Oh my god, bro, this is ridiculous. I don't even know what's going on right now. All right, I guess that didn't work. I guess I'm just back outside. Hey, look at that. I actually timed that, like, pretty perfectly. Oh, shit. Alright. Get out of here. Oh, fucking wolves. And you could throw me to the wolves. Go inside. Go. Go in the building. Inside the building. There's no button that takes me inside the building. I don't understand how I'm supposed to go inside the building. I am hitting every button, which there's not many. There's forward, backward, jump, duck, punch. Like, that's it. Like, that's all I can hit, and I can't go in the school. Okay. It's not letting me go in any of the buildings. I don't know if I'm playing this right. Nope. I don't think I've once have been able to hit him without getting hit in return. Like, there's... Alright, there's his jump. Okay. And yeah. Because, like, his claw extends behind his hand, too. So, it's like when he swipes, he hits in the front, and then he hits in the back. Maybe just stand in one place and just constantly punch. No. Well, I think that's about all the experience I want with this game. It sucks. I might be playing it wrong. The buttons, I might not be working the way they're supposed to, because that first time, the first run through, I was able to go right inside the building. But then every one after that, it didn't let me inside. So I don't know if that's a me thing or if that's a game thing. I could probably see myself, if I was a small child, putting hours into this and getting nowhere and wasting half of my life away. Fun times. The other game was for the Commodore 64 and released in the same year. Also, it's just called Nightmare on Elm Street, the game. It's a little bit different. You have an aerial view of the town and you play as any of the characters from Part 3, the Dream Warriors. So both Elm Street games actually borrow more from Part 3 than they do any other movie, but I guess it would be confusing to call your video game Nightmare on Elm Street 3 when there was never a Part 1 and Part 2 to play. I also find it funny that part of this game is about finding Freddy's house, which was part of the original Wes Craven script that was never used in the actual movie. Many, many years later, in the game Dead by Daylight, which is a survivor horror game that's multiplayer, 1 versus 4 format, 4 victims and 1 person plays the killer, they licensed several horror characters to include in the game, and one of them is, of course, Freddy Krueger. Now, it is the remake Freddy Krueger design, which is lame, but the fact that it's a modern game with Freddy in it, and having him playable as well, that's at least something to give some praise. Freddy was also included in the 2011 Mortal Kombat game, which was fucking awesome. Again, it's remake Freddy in design, but the fact that you can play as Freddy Krueger and beat the shit out of Sub-Zero and other Mortal Kombat characters is just a treat. They give him claws on both hands for that extra brutality, and of course, they give him a handful of brutal fatalities. I really enjoyed this, and I always wanted them to make a video game that was like Mortal Kombat, but all horror movie characters. But I guess this is as close as we can get. As far as other merchandise, it's pretty much endless. There's Freddy Krueger costumes, action figures, dolls, lunchboxes, but one of the weirdest one is the Freddy Krueger face squirter. Yeah, it's a children's toy that is literally just Freddy's face that you put on your hand and it squirts water. Yeah, that's what all the kids want. The severed head of a child murderer that squirts water out of its mouth. Yeah. Some of these things also go for like hundreds of dollars on eBay, along with a bunch of other crazy Freddy merch from back in the day. You could probably make an hour-long video just from the amount of merchandise that exists out there. It's also crazy how often Nightmare has come up in music over the years. I mean, several of the movies have songs that were made for them that feature Freddy in the music videos. We mentioned The Dream Warriors by Dawkins. Are You Ready for Freddy by the Fat Boys in Part 4.
You're tired and ready for bed. Don't fall asleep or you'll wake up dead.
Iron Maiden's frontman Bruce Dickinson originally made the song Bring Your Daughter to the Slaughter for Nightmare Part 5. For Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, you had both I'm Awake Now by the Goo Goo Dolls and Why Was I Born by Iggy Pop. The song How Can I Live by El Nino was used prominently in Freddy Vs. Jason, and even though Freddy isn't in the music video, Elm Street and Nightmares play a theme. Will Smith, years before the slappening, in 1988, during the height of the franchise, made a song called A Nightmare on My Street. It's about how he went to go see the original movie and started having nightmares about Freddy. The video is interesting, and they couldn't use Freddy in the video, so they created this thing. I don't know how to explain it, but it kind of works for the zaniness of the video. And it's got a solid beat that plays on the theme of the original Nightmare movie.
It wasn't a dream, man. This guy was for real. I said, Freddy, how? It's been an awful mistake there. It had been a nightmare on my street.
In 2018, the metalcore band Ice Nine Kills released a concept album called The Silver Scream, where each song on the album is based off of a different horror movie. The song that literally opens the album is called The American Nightmare, and you can make an educated guess as to which movie it's about. I absolutely love this entire album, and every October I have it on repeat. They do other songs on it as well, based on Friday the 13th, Halloween, The Shining, Saw, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, American Werewolf in London, and a lot more. And they even made a part 2, which came out in 2021, expanding to even more horror movies. I love this band, and I love these albums, so I just had to give them a shout out in this video. There's a few documentaries on the franchise too. We mentioned Scream Queen, centering around the actor Matt Patton, who played Jesse in part 2, and the strange effect that it had on his life. Another documentary is called I Am Nancy, which explores the character and the actress Heather Langenkamp. And of course, the Never Sleep Again documentary from 2010 about the entire franchise, about New Line Cinema, behind the scenes information, and a lot more. I honestly have never sat down to watch this, but it is a 4-hour documentary, and I'm wondering if this video will surpass it in length. I doubt that this video will be at least 15% as good as Never Sleep Again, but at least I can say that it's longer. Then also, I think it's only appropriate that I talk about a few Nightmare ripoff films that have come out over the years. Now, you could fit a lot of films into this category. Pretty much any horror movie about dreams, visions, hallucinations, or involve a sadistic, wisecracking killer, you could probably say is ripped off of Nightmare on Elm Street. But then you're walking a fine line of, did it really rip it off, or was it just inspired by? I mean, you could even say the original Nightmare ripped off Psycho by killing the supposed protagonist early on in the movie. There's movies like the Wishmaster series that people think is sort of the B-grade Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, which is ironic since Wes Craven was a producer on the original and Robert Englund is even in it. Some point to the horror movie Slumber Party Massacre 2, in where a girl is having nightmares of the killer from the original and manages to pull him out of her dream into reality, where he goes on a rampage. Oh, and did I happen to mention he's also depicted as a 1950s greaser/rocker and kills people with a guitar that has a giant drill attached to the end of it? Yeah, he gives one-liners before all of his kills, and he even has his own dance sequence.
I love to jam it to the floor, let me twice pipes roll.
But where things begin to really be a ripoff is within the foreign market. Now, granted, a lot of these movies I have not seen, but while researching for this video, I was astonished at the blatant stealing that was going on here. First, we have a Mexican movie called Trampa Infernal. There's no dream sequences that I'm aware of, but it does involve a group of teenagers hunting in the woods that begin to get killed off one by some PTSD-stricken war vet like Rambo, but he wears what looks extremely similar to a Michael Myers mask and also uses the signature Freddy claw glove for his kills. His glove has some serration on the blade, so I guess it's not absolutely the same thing, but yeah, it's basically the same thing. There's a movie called Night Wars about two vets that are having nightmares about Vietnam and end up getting hurt in their dreams, which also leads them to being hurt in real life as it transfers through dimensions. So they get a shit ton of weapons with intentions of bringing them into the dream world in order to fight back.
Don't put me to sleep, Mike. You'll kill me. You'll kill me.
And of course, we have the movies from India. Now, India and Bollywood have a reputation of not only having some of the most off-the-wall ridiculous movies that exist on planet Earth, but they have also notoriously ripped off almost every single popular successful movie and franchise that has ever existed, and Elm Street is no different. I don't know if I'm pronouncing these titles right, but Kuni Muda doesn't have Freddy Krueger in it, but it does have Ranjit, a man that was burned to death and now returns for vengeance in dreams. But not only is the premise the same, but most of the kill scenes are also exactly the same. And they use kill scenes from multiple Elm Street movies, the floating above the bed like Tina, and the puppet kill from Dream Warriors. Also, Ranjit has blades on his fingers, but look, he's got them on both hands. Yeah, that really ups the ante. The other Indian film is Makakal. To my knowledge, it has no relation to the previous film I mentioned, but has virtually the same premise. Burned man with claws haunts people in their dreams. Also, it still rips off exact scenes from the original Nightmare movie, like the body bag sequence. But this movie, I don't even know what to make of this movie because it has all of these horror scenes, but then it offsets it with literal happy slapstick musical numbers and kung fu fight scenes. It also has a character dressed up as and imitating Michael Jackson for some reason. There's a scene where they're peeping in to look at a girl's feet, so if you're into foot stuff, I guess this is the movie for you. I don't know, man. I'm not even sure how it all relates together because the version I was watching doesn't even have subtitles, so I just felt like it was going randomly from scene to scene, and sometimes it would be a nightmare scene, other times it would be a big dance number, other times it would be some fight scene. I don't know what's going on. I just kind of got sucked into all the random dancing and singings, and I kind of forgot that it was an Elm Street ripoff until the end. I guess if anything, it's entertaining, but I don't know what the fuck to consider this movie.
Must
Finally, I found a Russian TV episode called Kashka и Freddy, and plagiarism be damned because they actually use Freddy Krueger in this episode. It's a little boy named Keshka who goes to see Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. And afterwards, he has a dream where he falls asleep and Freddy Krueger actually shows up. They have a guy literally dressed as Freddy Krueger that's literally meant to be Freddy Krueger. I have no idea what this TV show is about, but it's a one-off episode and it is very kid-friendly, so I can only imagine it's a series to show some kind of meaning or teach them something or teach them some kind of lesson or facing their fears, or maybe it's just meant to be funny or just for entertainment. I don't know what it is. There's no gory kills or anything like that. And if anything, it feels more like a Goosebumps or Are You Afraid of the Dark style episode. It just has an actor playing Freddy in it. Now, there's probably a lot more ripoffs out there in the world, but these were the major ones that I could find, or maybe just the ones that are the most blatant. There's also a ton of parodies and references in other shows like Robot Chicken.
No, you've got it all wrong. It's the gifts that I hate. Child abuser! What, you don't understand? It's an itchy sweater!
But it wouldn't be an other media deep dive unless we checked out the Nightmare on Elm Street porn parody, A Wet Dream on Elm Street. And for purely research purposes for this video, and no other reason whatsoever, I had to watch this porn parody version just to see how it holds up to the original.
Hi, Jason.
It's fucking Freddy.
Whatever.
In this version of the story, Freddy was a sex toy salesman, but his products were mostly scams and defective, so his customers got mad and burned him alive. But only from the waist up, because I guess they didn't have the budget or didn't want to put burned makeup on a dick. I don't think anyone would want to see that, so I don't blame them. So girls start having dreams of Freddy where he has sex with them, or they see him having sex with somebody else, and it puts them into an orgasm-induced coma. This version of Freddy also doesn't have claws, but instead, he has massively large dildos on his fingers. The dream sequences are mostly characters watching other people have sex, and then they have sex themselves, and the final girl, after having the longest sex scene with Freddy, manages to defeat him by taking the batteries out of his dildo glove. Since he can't turn girls on without it, since he's horribly disfigured, he loses his power within the dreams.
See you in hell, Freddy.
It's a riveting film, and truthfully, there's too many sex scenes because I kind of forgot what the plot of the movie was at times. And to be honest, most of the girls here were just okay. Overall, I give it a 4 out of 10. So it's time now to get back into movies that actually did happen, and with that, we are going into the new millennium. The 2000s were finally here, and the early 2000s brought us a lot of great stuff, like Hogan Knows Best and LimeWire. And along with that, there was this idea of bringing two giant horror slasher villain titans together into one film. And this has been something that was in the works for many, many years before it actually happened. Now, I'll dive into a little bit of the behind the scenes stuff and the previous scripts and stuff like that when we get into the big chunk of the review. But I want to say that when it comes to Freddy vs. Jason, this film is also very, very close to my heart because this film did come out in the year 2003. In 2003, I was about 13, 14 years old, and this is when I was first really getting into horror movies, even though I have some memory of horror movies before then. And, you know, I don't think there was a specific moment in time where I all of a sudden became, on my 12th birthday, I decided I liked horror movies. It was a natural progression, right? But around this time was when I started to really deep dive into these horror movie franchises. I was going to the video store, which, yes, did still exist in 2003. They didn't become obsolete until the late 2000s. The video store still existed. And in many cases, I was still getting VHS tapes also. I know, it's crazy, man. I'm old as fuck. So I decided to go back and kind of like brush up on horror history, and every single great horror franchise I started to get into for about the very first time when I was around 13, 14 years old. It might have been concerning for my parents as I was just kind of obsessed with blood and gore and, drawing Jason with a machete killing people, in like my school textbooks and stuff. But like, I think I turned out okay, I guess. But yeah, so this is what I was like really, really getting into it, right? And Freddy vs. Jason, it does have a long history, but I first heard about it during this era. And so I was so incredibly hyped that I had just started getting into all this stuff, and now they're going to make a movie where they cross over franchises. New Line Cinema had acquired the rights to Friday the 13th, and they had Freddy Krueger. It was an idea that was floated around for a long time, and they actually decided to do it. And I think that's the thing that blows my mind the most, is that this movie actually happened. This is a real thing that happened. It wasn't like now, you know, where we have the Marvel connected universe and all that. Like, this really wasn't, you know, very precedented, other than back in the old school days where they did like the Universal monster movies, and they eventually crossed over Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, and they did a few other characters back then too. And it was kind of the same thing where they made so many sequels it started to get a little bit stale, and so they decided to cross over their characters, even though there was no references to there ever being a shared universe before they crossed over. They just crossed over. But I at least appreciate the Freddy vs. Jason movie for maintaining a okay amount of continuity. I mean, there's enough there for us to understand the movie. And not only that, but the movie was actually good. It was actually good. I liked it. I know it has its haters out there, but I actually really, really enjoyed this movie for many, many reasons. Now, also, when this movie was beginning to come out, I remember back on, I think it was Kazaa at the time, which was a downloading, mechanism that may or may not be the most legal. I mean, it's so legal to have it, but the things you would find to download. Anyways, also viruses on the computer, not good. That was a big thing back then. I wish we had ad block in 2003. But besides all that, besides destroying my parents' computer, I remember that I would download the trailer for Freddy vs. Jason, and I would literally watch it every single day after school. I was so incredibly hyped for this movie. You cannot even imagine. This was my Avengers back in the day. This is the movie that I was looking forward to more than any other movie. I watched the trailers relentlessly. I watched all the films over and over again at this time. And when it finally came out, obviously, I was too young to go see the movie because I was like 14 years old at the time. And so my dad took me, and my dad had to convince the person at the theater to let me in the theater, even though he went with me. I really don't miss those days. Does anybody else have those same experiences? Like back when they were an early teenager and they wanted to go see all these R-rated movies, and then the movie, staff would always give you shit about like your parents saying like, yes, he's my child, he's allowed to go see it. Fucking annoying, man. And this is why people sneak into movies, right? Which I totally didn't do. But I didn't sneak into Freddy vs. Jason. That's a fact. I did not sneak into that movie. My dad actually took me. So I have good memories with that, with my dad, because there's only so many of those. And I think it pretty much paid off almost in every single aspect, other than maybe the ending, like the final shot, We'll get into that. I'm pretty stoked to rewatch the movie because it has been a really long time. I also thought it was interesting that on the Nightmare on Elm Street Blu-ray set, which is what I've been rewatching all these movies on, it has the original 7 Nightmare films, but it does not have Freddy vs. Jason or the Nightmare remake. And I don't know if that's just a matter for the remake. I don't know what reason that would be, because you would think that would go on here too. But also it's interesting because I always felt like Freddy vs. Jason, even though it is both franchises, it feels more like a continuation of Freddy. Like it feels more like a Nightmare movie than it does a Friday the 13th movie, at least in terms of like, it just has the vibe of a Nightmare on Elm Street film more than a Friday the 13th film, in my opinion, since Freddy is also kind of seen as like the main antagonist. Jason is kind of neutral. Like he's always actually kind of neutral. Like he just kills people. Like that's just what he does. There's no, like get off of his fucking campsite, dude. Like people killed his mom and, they got bullied as a kid, but like he's just like, get away from me, man. He's easily swayed, easily manipulated. He sees a vision of his mom and he's like, all right, mom, I guess I'll go do this. But Freddy, he's just an asshole. So Freddy vs. Jason, I finally got this on Blu-ray, and it actually came with the Friday the 13th collector's set from Scream Factory, which is an amazing edition, which has all the Friday the 13th movies, including the remake and including this movie. Now, with the Friday the 13th movies, it actually has been quite a while since I've watched all of those. So even though I remember the gist of every single movie, I remember the things that happen, there are specifics that I don't remember, character names, the timeline of the Friday the 13th movie, because there is big giant time jumps, which, like I can't remember off the top of my head. So when it comes to this, and this is the timeline board, and this is a segment of the video, so this is something that I felt like I needed to do. But I am going to have to make a few bullet points with this. Number one, of the timeline that I created here, I combined the timeline between Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street, both franchises' timelines together until we meet in 2003. This is a timeline of the 80s, this is a timeline of the 90s, and this is a timeline of the 2000s. But I have to add a few little asterisks right here. Number one, when it comes to the Nightmare on Elm Street timeline, I am giving my timeline based upon me watching these movies and attempting to understand it as they are explained in the movies. Because I noticed if you went online, because I went online to look for the Friday the 13th timeline, and then I saw the Nightmare on Elm Street one. And online, it is saying the official timeline for the Nightmare on Elm Street, the first movie, is 1981. But I disagree. I disagree with context and information from the movies themselves, because Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is supposed to take place 5 years after Nightmare on Elm Street Part 1, which would put us in 1985. And Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 is supposedly supposed to take place in real time in 1987. Now, that gets thrown kind of in a loop because the medication that Nancy has was prescribed in, I believe, April. It's been probably 2 weeks since I reviewed Nightmare 3 at this point, but I believe it was April of 1986. So I subscribed that the movie would have to take place maybe in 1986. So let's be generous and say it's a year, and let's say it does take place in real time in 1987. I don't think there's anything that messes up, and she would have needed time, like I said, yeah, she would have needed time to go to school to become a therapist, so she would need at least 4 years. So if we say, which probably longer, you probably need more time. So if that happened in 1980 and then she was taken away because she was crazy, and remember, she hadn't graduated high school yet, so even if she graduated in 1981, you would still need 82, 83, 84, 85 to like go through school and then like become the therapist. I have a 2-year gap here. That would be 1986 or 1987. So I subscribe that the original Nightmare has to have taken place in 1980 in order for it to make sense to get Nancy to where she is in 1987. All right, so that's my theory. You can call that incorrect if you want to. That's totally cool. This is my video, so we're going to go with that. And besides that, I think everything matches up with any information you would find online about Nightmare on Elm Street, okay? So now that that's out of the way, the second thing is that for the Friday the 13th timeline, I obviously have not had time to go back and watch all 9 movies, 9 that take place before Freddy vs. Jason, to get the timeline correct. So I am taking the timeline from the Friday the 13th movies based upon the timeline that is given online on official Friday the 13th websites and whatnot. So if the timeline for Friday the 13th is wrong here, I apologize for that. I haven't had time to go back and rewatch all of the movies, but I will, because I'm sure the Friday the 13th retrospective video is in my near future. But until that time, this is the timeline that we're going to go with. All right, so here we go. This is how it all links up to 2003's Freddy vs. Jason. Number 1, according to online, the first Friday the 13th takes place in 1979. Even though it comes out in 1980, and I would have liked both movies to start in the same year. That feels a little bit more, I don't know, that's just be a little bit more interesting if they just wound up starting in the same year, but whatever. So, in 1979, over in Camp Crystal Lake, Jason's mom goes on a revenge mission because Jason drowned in the lake years prior in, I believe, the 50s, and yeah, she starts murdering a bunch of camp counselors. Then she gets beheaded, which awakens Jason. And at this point, you can argue whether or not Jason is a human or something, or some kind of zombie creature. We're not going to say that Jason's a fucking deadite, because I covered that already in the Evil Dead video, and it's not canon. It's just something the director of Jason Goes to Hell threw in the movie as an Easter egg, which he wants to completely change the entire lore and history of Jason Voorhees and to say that he was a deadite, but it's not. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again. I already did it. I already went crazy, and I refuse. I'm not adding Evil Dead at all into this timeline. Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, the comic book, is the comic book universe. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it again because I already did it. I don't want to do it again. But Jason Goes to Hell does have the Necronomicon in it, which would imply that the director wanted to imply that Jason's mom was trying to bring Jason back with the Necronomicon. But it also doesn't make sense because where the Necronomicon is in Evil Dead, especially if it takes place in 1980, which at the same time, over in a cabin, Ash reads from the Necronomicon, which would have been there even before then. Thanks to Professor Nobi, but we're not talking about any of that. We're talking about this. We're talking about Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddy comes back in people's dreams as some fucking nightmare demon shit and starts killing teenagers. All right, in 1980, starts killing teenagers. Now, in 1981, 2, and 83, there's no movies. I don't know what's going on during that time. I'm assuming Freddy wasn't killing people because he needed to use Jesse's body in Nightmare 2. And I guess this was just the amount of time it took for Jason to finally get his ass, in gear. Maybe he was training. Maybe he was trying to get himself, pumped up. He did go from being a kid at the end of Friday the 13th Part 1 to an adult. If you count that as a dream sequence, I don't know. But anyways, in 1984, now this was interesting. Friday the 13th Part 2, Part 3, and Part 4 all take place in the same year. And I actually remember this being true because I remember in the movies they talk about the murders that happened, at least from part 3 to 4. Jason gets taken to the hospital and then comes back out and then goes back to the camp within the next day. So at least 3 and 4 take place on the same day. So Jason goes on a huge fucking rampage in 1984 in Crystal Lake. He's killing people all over the place. He's got a beard and then he doesn't. He's got long hair and then he doesn't. And then he gets hit with an axe. And eventually Corey motherfucking Feldman beats the fuck out of Jason and kills him for good. Jason is fucking dead. All right. All thanks to Corey Feldman. And then he could go on to create his astonishing music career afterwards. All right. After that, 1985. Freddy needs to inspire fear within people in Elm Street so he can continue to kill. So he possesses Jesse's body so he could come to the physical world, kill a bunch of people at a pool party, and then make some demon dogs with baby faces. I don't know what's going on. All right, 1986, nothing happens. 1987, the Dream Warriors. Okay, now Freddy has spawned enough fear. The final children of Elm Street are all in an insane asylum, and Nancy comes back as a therapist to try to be their guide. A bunch of people get killed, but eventually they bury Freddy's bones and kill him for good. Until 1988, where a dog pisses fire on Freddy's grave, reviving him and bringing him back to his full glory, where he starts to kill off all the kids on Elm Street and then uses Alice in order to move into other people's dreams within the town of Springwood and start killing more. So a lot of shit is happening in Crystal Lake. A lot of shit is happening to Springwood. The good thing about these two franchises is they take place very far away from each other, so nothing really contradicts anything, right? All right, so in 1989, this one is also interesting. So this is the events of Nightmare 5 and the events of Friday the 13th Part 5, even though that doesn't really count because Jason is not in Friday the 13th Part 5. It's a different guy dressed as Jason. I don't know. And then Freddy's a demon baby. 89 was a weird year. All right, so then we get to 1990, which is Friday the 13th Part 6, my favorite Friday the 13th film. That is where Tommy Jarvis, the character that Corey Feldman played, is now an adult, and he comes to make sure Jason's really dead, goes to Jason's grave, and inadvertently revives him for the dead with a bolt of lightning, Frankenstein style. And now this is the beginning of what people call zombie Jason. So we assume that Jason was a human up till the end of Part 4. Gets killed, and when he's resurrected in Part 6, he is now an unstoppable zombie creature that can take any amount of damage whatsoever, has regenerative capabilities. We would just assume before then he is just an extremely resilient dude. He just lives out in the woods and he's fucking a survivalist, and he's just really strong. But here in 1990, now we assume, okay, he's strong because he's a resurrected zombie, and that's the reason. All right, now from 91, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, for this entire decade, presumably, Freddy is just killing off all the kids of Springwood. He's just killing everybody. Because Freddy's Dead takes place 10 years later, as it said, and we assumed it was around 1999. So during this time, Freddy's just fucking killing everybody. He's killing the whole town. He's killing every single child in the town to make the town like some barren landscape of a void of black death at some point. So while that's happening, at the end of Friday 6, Jason is trapped underneath the lake and he's stuck there. So he's just kind of chilling. Even though there's some weird flashbacks in Friday the 13th Part 7 that assumes he would have been there longer. That doesn't make sense. But in Friday 7, Jason comes back being brought up to fight a girl that has telekinesis. So things that are canon within the Freddy Jason universe. Dream demons, zombies, telekinesis. Just throwing that out there. All right, in 1998, Jason goes to Manhattan. Also, somehow Camp Crystal Lake, the lake is attached to the river or the ocean. Somehow we get to New York City. I don't know. But Jason goes to New York City and he gets hit with chemicals and then becomes a child. And then he's just kind of there. And I don't know how he gets back to Crystal Lake. I guess he hitches a ride on another boat. I don't know. And then, of course, in 1999 is Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, which we covered all the Nightmare movies. I don't know why I said that. But in here, Freddy had a daughter this whole time that lived somewhere else. And this is the weird part because in 1999, apparently all of Springwood, every single child is dead and gone. And all the adults are like walking kind of like out of their minds, schizophrenic, like weird people. But between 99 and 2003, the town is completely repopulated with kids and teenagers and everything is back to normal. So within 4 years time, like I kind of know how sex works. And I think that once you impregnate someone, it takes at least 9 months for a child to be born. And then probably like 17 years for them to be the age that they are or that they should be in Freddy vs. Jason. So your guess is as good as mine. Anyways, Freddy is killed. Freddy's brought into the real world and blown up with a pipe bomb. That's how Freddy dies, is a fucking pipe bomb. Meanwhile, somehow Jason got back to Crystal Lake and nobody goes there anymore. And then Jason Goes to Hell, even though it came out in 1994, I guess it takes place in 2003. Again, the Friday the 13th timeline, I'm going off what the internet has told me, man. It's been a while. So, Jason Goes to Hell, there's more lore about Jason than anybody ever needed. And somehow Jason gets blown up, and then his heart survives, and a coroner is compelled to eat the heart, and then Jason possesses the coroner, and then Jason starts possessing other people by transferring his essence through this worm thing, and he even shaves a dude naked. I don't know why, but he's trying to find a member of his bloodline to transfer his essence into, and then he can reclaim his original body. And that is something that happens in that movie. That is something I'm really excited to go back and rewatch. I'm not going to lie to you guys. But he is destroyed with the not Kandarian dagger and sent to hell. So we have Freddy, who died in part 6, for real. So we assume he dies and gets sent to hell. And then we have Jason, who is literally pulled down to hell by giant demon hands. And at the end of Jason Goes to Hell is where this all began from. Because at the end of Jason Goes to Hell, we see Jason's hockey mask sitting on the pile of dirt, all right? And then we see Freddy's glove come out of the ground, grab his mask, and pull it down into the ground, teasing that we would someday eventually get a Freddy vs. Jason movie. That didn't happen for 10 years. But if you go by the continuity of the timeline, it happened the very same year. So assumingly, now that they are both dead and both in hell, Freddy finds Jason and figures out he can utilize him in order to revive himself. So he revives Jason in order for him to be revived in the minds of people, which causes him to be his classic Freddy self again, and Jason won't stop killing. Therefore, Freddy has to stop Jason so that he can have all the fun and kill everybody. And we finally get Freddy versus Jason. The idea of Freddy vs. Jason was something that had been floating around ever since the 80s when both of the series were at their peak, and it makes sense as to why. Similar genres, but vastly different characters and skill sets. People love the idea of these versus matches and wondering who would win, and I guess it just appeals to our primal nature of wanting to know who the strongest is or who the most alpha contender is. Now, a lot of people say it would make more sense for Jason to fight Michael Myers from the Halloween series, since both of them are silent killers that wear white masks. And look, I would not refuse watching a matchup between the two of them, but I actually think it's because of the huge difference between Jason and Freddy that makes the matchup a lot more appealing to me. You got one guy who is a sadistic, torturous, gleeful killer that has personality, he speaks, and has a bunch of abstract supernatural powers. And then you have another guy that's like a gigantic Hulk strength level living zombie with no expression, silent, and just kills you as quickly and brutally as possible. Opposites attract, and I think that that's what lends itself so well as to why a matchup between these two in particular is so exhilarating. But even if the idea was up in the air, for the longest time the two characters were owned by different studios, and the problem when you try to combine them with that is that you get too many cooks in the kitchen. Everybody from New Line Cinema wants Freddy to win, everyone from Paramount wants Jason to win, but it's more than that. It's that everything has to be approved by so many people, like do they have equal screen time, which character looks the best, who's the plot centered around, who gets the most creative control, and on and on and on. It basically makes it too much of a headache for anybody to try to take seriously. It wasn't until after Friday the 13th Part 8 when the rights to the franchise were up for grabs and sold to New Line Cinema. Coming with the franchise as a producer was Sean Cunningham, the man who directed the original Friday the 13th and also made Last House on the Left with Wes Craven back in the day. So now they were both under the same roof. Sean and other producers were pushing to get this crossover made, but it was not an easy journey. First, Wes Craven would return in order to make New Nightmare, and then, instead of letting Friday the 13th sit, they went ahead and made the 9th installment called Jason Goes to Hell, which is one of the weirdest and most bonkers movies, not just of the Friday the 13th series, but of all horror movies in general. It adds all this lore out of nowhere, makes Jason even more supernatural, being able to possess people. He gets inside other people's bodies until he can get his own back, which needs a piece of his bloodline, and look, we'll get to it someday in a different video. But it does, at very least, own up to its title. At the end of the movie, Jason gets dragged to hell. The final shot is a tease showing Freddy's arm rising up from the dirt and dragging Jason's mask down below it. Now, at the time, this was meant more as an Easter egg, but floating the idea that maybe at some point we would get a crossover. There was no script for Freddy vs. Jason that was ready to go. It was just a tease since both characters were now owned by the same studio, and they could do something like this. But it did get some hype going, so overall it was positive. But Jason Goes to Hell was released in 1993, and it would not be until another 10 years, an entire decade, in 2003 that Freddy vs. Jason finally saw the light of day. So what happened? Well, it went into what you would call development hell, which is ironic since both characters canonically meet in hell after being killed. But yeah, it was apparently a painstaking process for this to finally come together for many different reasons, a lot of which is finding the right script. And this is something that I need to touch on because holy shit, there were some bad fucking ideas out there in the world that never saw the light of day. It's also funny to note, the progress on getting Freddy vs. Jason made was so annoyingly slow that at one point they decided to just make another Friday the 13th movie, and I don't know if it was genius or just pure desperation, but instead of trying to continue from Jason Goes to Hell and figure out how Jason revives and escapes hell and all that, instead, they just moved the movie a few years into the future in 2008, which was in the future at this time, and then Jason gets cryogenically frozen and then put on a spaceship and reawakens in the year 2455. And it is either one of the worst or best Jason films, depending on how you look at it, because Jason gets this futuristic technology upgrade, he becomes Uber Jason, he fights an android chick, I don't know, man. But the clever thing is, even if it was on accident, making this take place in the future meant you could still have Freddy vs. Jason within its canon. And although it shows Jason survive because, well, he's Jason, I mean, I buy it because he can just resurrect all the time. It's not like saying Jason definitively won the fight. It's just, at some point Jason comes back. But yeah, dozens of scripts were written over the years. Most of them were god-awful. Several of them revolve around a Freddy Krueger cult of people called the Fred Heads. Like, did we learn nothing from Halloween 6? No fucking cults, man. But in some versions, the cult was to bring Freddy into the real world, and when he was unleashed, he became too powerful, and so they put Jason's body back together like a Frankenstein in order to stop him. Also, apparently, there was a cult leader named Dominic who was like the lead of the movie and took way too much screen time away from Freddy and Jason. There was also a version of the movie where the fight took place in hell, like literally in hell in a boxing ring, and Ted Bundy was the announcer. Yeah. There was also a movie that involved both time travel and Thanos. Well, not the Marvel Thanos, but a demon named Thanos that apparently has been the mastermind of both killers the entire time. Yeah, that's what we need. Take away all the power and autonomy of the two killers and just give us a completely different main antagonist. Stupid. Also, I guess in this version, they were trying to connect Freddy and Jason by saying Jason was from Elm Street and Pamela Voorhees was part of the burning of Freddy alive, and man, it gets even worse than that, though, because a lot of them tried desperately to connect the two franchises at some point within their history, and they had one where Freddy was banging Jason's mom at Crystal Lake, and then Jason walks in on them. I guess that's pretty traumatizing and probably would turn you into a murderer as well. And there was other versions where Freddy was a camp counselor and molested Jason. Or even ones where Freddy was the camp counselor, molested him, and drowned him, changing the entire lore that instead of being bullied and picked on by kids, it was Freddy that originally killed Jason when he was a child. There's also versions where I guess they were trying to use the new Nightmare Freddy, since that was the most recent Nightmare movie before Freddy vs. Jason, which makes no sense at all. That version isn't even really Freddy, and it's supposed to take place in a real world, so I don't know. Speaking of real worlds, there was also a script where Jason was basically a normal human being and he gets caught and put on trial. Like, who's his lawyer gonna be? Fucking Saul Goodman?
I'd better call Saul. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I.
The list goes on, man. I'm sure you can find many others. I guess there was dozens of different Freddy vs. Jason scripts. I think the main thing that all the versions got wrong is that they didn't respect the lore of both of the franchises. The people coming out to see this movie were mostly going to be fans, and this would be an event film for both sides of the battle. No one is going to care about the fight between Freddy and Jason if it's not the version of the characters that people have come to know and understand and felt like they went on this entire journey with. Finally, a script that was made by Mark Swift and Damian Shannon worked in a way that none of the others did and actually respected the lore, and they treated every movie within the franchise as canon as they possibly could, and for the most part, they did a good job with it. They had the horror cliches that we expected, they had scenes both in Springwood and at Crystal Lake, and they delivered on the fights. And in order to direct the movie, they also went through a lot of different candidates that held the movie up for a while. People like Peter Jackson, Guillermo del Toro, and Rob Zombie were all considered for the film. Eventually, it landed on director Ronnie Yu, and this was a blessing. Yu had a long history of directing various Hong Kong-style films, which gave him a particular vision and style that would be unique to this genre. In America, he was coming off making Bride of Chucky, and say what you will about that movie, but it is the best Chucky movie other than the original, and it also completely reinvigorated that franchise and gave it the tone that we know it as today. So with Freddy vs. Jason, Ronnie Yu was able to give it a fresh energy and intensity that it desperately needed. I love the look of this movie. You can definitely feel the kinetic energy in every single shot, the lighting techniques with the deep reds in the boiler room, the blues, the greens. It makes each scene really stand out. And he did not hold back on the fights or the gore, or even the titties for that matter. He knew exactly what kind of movie this was, and I think it absolutely delivered. It also has an incredible pace to it. The movie starts out and it just goes. There's practically no lull time. For example, in the first 5 minutes of this movie, you get a recap of all the Nightmare on Elm Street films, you see a naked chick, and you see Jason chase her around with a machete. This movie wastes no time. And I love that they did it this way. Freddy opens the movie basically narrating his history real quick in order to catch the audience up to speed. We see Englund playing a pre-burned Freddy for a few shots, and then we get a montage of the entire Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. It's a highlight reel of some of the best moments and clips from every single movie, other than New Nightmare, of course, and shows that, yeah, it's all canon here. Freddy explains that he's been to hell, and he can't come back unless people's fear of him begin to rise up once more. So, he finds Jason, also in hell. and manages to get inside of his head. Now, we don't actually see any scenes in hell. It's kind of abstract. Pinhead doesn't show up or anything here. We just get a narration that we are inside Jason's subconscious. Freddy gives him a classic scenario of killing a half-naked lady, and then appears as Jason's mother, telling him to go to Elm Street and begin killing. This also respects the Friday the 13th lore and reminds us of Jason's respect for his mother. Everything is put into place in the first 5 minutes of this movie. How exactly Jason is revived to life, I mean, I guess Freddy just gives him the right motivation, but, I mean, it's fucking Jason, so I buy it. Jason comes back to life, and he heads to Springwood with the intention that once he begins killing, people will think that it's Freddy, and Freddy will then be able to regain his powers. And that's a good enough premise for me. With characters like these that constantly revive anyway, I don't need it to be incredibly detailed. The movie then cuts to Elm Street, and we have the classic 1428 Elm Street house that has new people living in it. This is the first time people are actually living in it since Part 2, other than just having it be a run-down abandoned house. And I know I mentioned my frustration, the fact that it's only been 4 years since Freddy's dead and the whole town is back to normal, but there is actually a line later on in the film where the police chief mentions that the town has been safe for 4 years, so I respect they at least acknowledge it to a degree. Also, I want to say that this movie has by far the most attractive cast of girls in any Nightmare or Friday the 13th movie. I don't know who was doing the casting, but goddamn, someone got upset in my Evil Dead video and said that I was too horny during the review, and I've tempered it to the most of my ability in this video, but I cannot ignore this. Monica Keena as the main character Laurie is so drop-dead gorgeous and attractive that it's actually distracting from the film. Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child is here, playing a character named Kia, who's also super attractive, and I really love her red and black hair. And then we have Catherine Isabel playing Gib, who is a scream queen in her own right. She also starred in the movie Ginger Snaps as a werewolf, and there's just something about this girl, man. I don't know what it is, but I like it. Anyway, it opens with the three girls hanging out, inviting a few douchebag boys over. Laurie is more reserved as a character and reluctant to talk to any guys since her boyfriend mysteriously disappeared a few years back. And after a quick banging scene, Jason shows up and murders the fuck out of Gibbs' asshole boyfriend in one fantastic kill. There's a police officer named Scott Stubbs who is new to town, and he's kind of our window into things and how they're being handled right now. It seems that at one point everybody knows of Freddy and what he can do, but they keep quiet about it in order to let the town's fear stay low. So he's constantly questioning why everybody seems to know what's going on, but nobody will talk to him about it. Meanwhile, we are reintroduced to Weston Hills, the psychiatric hospital from Dream Warriors. It turns out Laurie's boyfriend Will is actually here alongside another character named Mark, and they are forced to take Hypnosil daily. It's the same drug from Dream Warriors that Nancy was on in order to suppress her dreams. And I like that they brought that back and they kept the canon going with that. But within the town's conspiracy to keep Freddy out of the minds of the people, anybody that has any supposed contact with him is locked away. Mark's brother was killed by Freddy, and Will believes that he saw Laurie's dad kill her mom, which could also be related to Freddy as well. When Will sees on the TV that a second murder has taken place in Laurie's house, the two manage of them to steal some keys and escape. And I guess the security here has really gone down since the 80s. So the general idea is that as long as Jason keeps killing, the town will think Freddy is the one doing it, which will build the fear back up. But the problem is, Jason won't stop killing. The man is a fucking machine of death, and it starts to become a problem. We see this with Gibbs' death. She falls asleep at a rave party in a cornfield and is led into Freddy's boiler room. And I absolutely love the look of this set and Freddy's introduction here, finally strong enough to torment and kill a victim again. And I also want to say that I love the way that Freddy is portrayed in this movie. It's kind of like the perfect blend of all the best of Freddy. Because Freddy is most definitely an intimidating force in this film, and he's treated like a legitimate threat. He's not a cartoon character like he had become in the later Nightmare movies, but he also does have some hilarious lines and deliveries that scratch that itch of a more comedic Freddy at times. But I think the thing that I love most about Freddy in this film is that he's just a fucking asshole in this movie. Like, really bad. He is evil as fuck here, and having him be pissed off at Jason just adds to that intensity. activity. Freddy gives zero fucks about anything except his own pleasure, and anything that gets in the way of that pushes him over the edge. He just wants to kill people, man, and that's all he wants. And he also has so many moments of being incredibly dark, like making himself look like Laurie's father in order to tongue kiss her, or slowly torturing Laurie with his claws at the end of the movie, and when we get inside Jason's mind, just him torturing Jason as well. Freddy isn't exactly kept in the dark in this movie. He's very well lit and he's in a lot of scenes, but it's the attitude that Robert brings to him in this film that is truly standout. I truthfully think that this is one of the best versions of Freddy that we've ever gotten. Scary, a little bit funny, but mostly a true honest-to-God threat once again.
Welcome to my world, bitch.
So right before Freddy can kill Gib, Jason kills her in the real world, along with a creepy glow stick guy that tried to date rape her or something. I don't know, dude, what the fuck? Also, afterwards, we get some awesome Jason scenes.
You weren't invited. Son of a bitch.
Along with Jason being fully set on fire, drawing his machete like it's a fucking samurai sword, and burning the cornfield as he walks through it. I mean, we get Jason on fire, casually killing dozens of teens. This movie rules. Freddy does get one good kill, though, going after Mark, tormenting him with images of his dead brother and then setting him on fire. Freddy's back. Get it? I like it. The main cast gets together to figure out what's happening, knowing about Freddy and how he's being hidden from the town, and then the police officer Scott enters to tell them about Jason, no longer trusting the rest of the cops in town. Oh yeah, there's also this kid named Linderman, who is kind of the resident nerd of the group, and a stoner character named Freeberg, who is designed just like Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. Like, he had to have been inspired by Jay. It's way too similar to ignore, and at one point, I just kind of think they should have casted Jason Mewes as the part.
All you motherfuckers are gonna pay. You are the ones who are the ball lickers.
They all sneak back into Weston Hills and try to get their hands on some Hypnosil to keep them safe from Freddy until they figure out what to do next, but this is where things collide. This moment, I kind of dig it, though I don't understand if Freeberg actually falls asleep. It seems strange that he would here, but maybe he's just so stoned that he's close enough to the dream world. I don't know. But Freddy shows up as a CGI caterpillar with a hookah. But that's not the setup for a kill. Instead, Freddy Caterpillar enters Freeberg's mouth and manages to possess his physical body in the real world. I'm not sure of the lore mechanics of this because Freddy's never quite done it this way, but he did possess Jesse in part 2, and he even possessed his own bones in part 3, so, I mean, why not? He uses Freeberg to dump out all of the Hypnosil and then get 2 giant syringes of tranquilizers to put Jason to sleep. Not before Jason arrives and kills Scott. Goodbye, Mr. Policeman. But as Jason approaches the rest of them, we get this solid and perfectly placed Freddy bitch line.
We gotta go! Now! Come on!
Let me handle this, bitch.
He manages to trank Jason and get cut in half at the same time. Great kill. Now this is where we get to some perhaps controversial moments in the movie. Jason is within the dream world and realized Freddy was pretending to be his mom to manipulate him. It's only done with one simple look that you get from Jason, but at least on a very basic primal level, he realizes that Freddy tricked him and is the enemy. Now, obviously, in the dream world, Freddy is going to be much more powerful because he has control over virtually everything. Jason tries to attack him, but Freddy just regenerates and throws Jason around the boiler room. Now, there is the Jason pinball moment, and it is admittedly really silly. I don't like it, but this movie does throw homages to the entire legacy of both franchises, so I kind of let it slide, as in it kind of represents the more wackier Freddy movies, and it's only one scene, so I'll deal with it. But there's also this. Jason being afraid of water. Now, a lot of people don't like it, but I want to try to justify it. Jason is not afraid of water in the real world. He walks through the lake plenty of times, but this is Jason's deep subconscious, and it's meant to reflect the memory of his childhood self. And Jason is a very simple-minded character. He doesn't have a very deep thought process. He loves his mom, and he likes to kill people. I get it. And as a child, he drowned, and in the nightmare sequence that he's in right now, he's brought back to those childhood memories. They even show him turning into his childhood self. In the real world, this would never happen. But in a dream, I can buy it. Freddy specifically looks for his victims' fears to exploit, and Jason was a child that was bullied, picked on, drowned, and watched his mother die. There's definitely plenty of there to exploit. I like this decision, and I think it makes sense for a dream sequence and makes it more interesting. We see the representation in Jason's mind of the endless bodies that he's piled up, bringing corpses to this broken down house over and over in just a endless loop of killing. And back on the human character side, they decide to bring the passed out Jason to Crystal Lake and go into the dream world to try to bring Freddy out, similar to the original movie and in Freddy's Dead. I also got curious as how close Springwood and Crystal Lake are to one another. Now, we know that Springwood is in Ohio, the hell on earth state that it is. Crystal Lake apparently is supposed to be in New Jersey, so that's like an 8.5-hour drive. So you're telling me that these kids took a van and took an 8-hour road trip and kept Jason sedated in the back the entire time. That is an insane amount of dedication. Like, imagine stopping for gas and this is in your back seat. Also, that brings up the question, how the fuck did Jason get all the way from New Jersey to Ohio just walking on foot? Like, did anybody see him? And nobody saw just this giant 6'5" man in a hockey mask with a machete walking like a third of the way across the country. I don't know what Jason's stealth stats are, but they have to be maxed out. When they get close, Laurie goes into the dream world, and we do get some really great stuff here. Seeing Jason as a kid being bullied, kids putting a bag over his head, which references Friday the 13th Part 2, Freddy banging a dead body. It's all great stuff that you want to see. Freddy is basically making Jason relive his drowning and even joining in on the torture, pushing him further into the lake. At one point, the van crashes on the real world, causing Jason to be thrown from it and wakes up. And this pisses Freddy the fuck off. And dude, I love this Freddy design. They do this thing where when Freddy gets super pissed in the movie, he kind of changes to look like a Freddy demon form, and I love it. The only thing that sucks about it is that we only get about a minute of screen time to see it. And I kind of wish that Freddy looked like this for most of the film, or at least from this point out. I'm a big fan of this design. But since Jason is gone from the dream world, he takes out his frustration torturing Laurie, and it gets pretty sadistic. It shows that Freddy was the one that killed Laurie's mom, and her dad was only trying to protect her. And when he gets Laurie down on her back, there's all this imagery of him attempting to maybe rape her or something before killing her. Like, we don't see anything, but we definitely get that vibe, and it's pretty dark. Meanwhile, the other kids get inside one of the cabin, but when Jason bursts in, he lights the whole thing on fire, and this whole sequence is fantastic. You have Jason attacking the kids here, paired with Freddy attacking Laurie. Linderman gets killed, and when Laurie's hand falls into the fire, she feels the flame, grabs Freddy, and wakes up, bringing him into the real world, and Jason is fucking pissed. Dude, the rock music that builds, the flames behind them, Freddy's oh shit look when you see his face. I don't care what anyone says. This scene right here is peak cinema. This is goddamn peak fiction, motherfucker. And the rest of the movie is exactly what you want it to be. Freddy and Jason beating the shit out of one another. I love when Jason just chucks Freddy out of the cabin. It's fantastic. They do get separated for a bit, and Kia tries her best to insult Freddy, but Jason just smacks her out of the way with a machete. And I love how neither of them give a single shit about the kids in this movie at this point. Jason's just like, get out of my way. And the beatings promptly continue. For some reason, there is all this construction stuff all around, as well as a giant propane tank right next to the dock, which is a little bit too convenient, but who cares at this point? I love the part where Freddy cuts off Jason's fingers and he just looks at his hand like, what the fuck? Freddy uses the machete too, which is great. He stabs out Jason's eyes. Jason at one point rips off Freddy's arm. Look, all I'm saying is the movie is called Freddy vs. Jason, and it absolutely delivers on that promise. They don't just fight for 3 minutes at the end of the movie. Ever since the dream sequence, you could look at the entire final 20 minutes just as a massive fight scene. Laurie and Will manage to blow up the dock, knocking both of them into the lake, and at first one rises out, and you think that it might be Jason with the machete, but nope, it's Freddy. But then Jason comes up for one last attack, stabbing Freddy with his own arm. And imagine the force that you would need to stab an arm through somebody's torso. I don't know how it works, but because it's Jason, I buy it. Now, it is kinda lame that Laurie is the one to deliver the finishing blow that decapitates Freddy. I mean, I get it, but I would have preferred the battle to end in a victory going to either Jason or Freddy, but yeah, decapitation. And then both Freddy and Jason sink to the bottom of the lake as Laurie and Will escape. And it should have ended here. But we have the ambiguous ending. We have a shot of Jason rising up from the lake, holding Freddy's severed head in his hand, kind of like a trophy. And I would have been fine with it ending right here, too. But the annoying part is that the final 2 seconds have Freddy's head winking at the camera before it cuts to black. So, here's the thing. If they had actually been able to make a sequel, I would have been fine with this ending, but it's been 20 years now, so it's safe to say that's not happening. The ending was obviously put into place as an attempt to satisfy both fans. You could say Jason won, or you could say Freddy won. Jason because he rises from the lake with the trophy, or Freddy because he winks at the camera. Maybe this ending is in the dream world, who knows? It's left to interpretation. Look, this may seem blasphemous in a Nightmare on Elm Street video, but I'll fully tell you guys, I like Freddy Krueger more than Jason, but I would have been fine with Jason winning, ending the movie right before the wink. I mean, I think it would make sense. Last time Freddy was brought into the real world, he was killed, and so that's how he died for good until this movie. I believe the same thing would just happen again, so Freddy could still be revived at some point in the future, and you could still say Jason won. I also like it just from a pure aesthetic standpoint. I love the image of Jason walking out of the lake holding the severed head. Maybe he'll put it right next to his mom's. There's also this alternate ending that I'm really glad they cut out of Laurie and Will going back to Bang. I guess after killing, all these monsters and having your friends die, you just want to do that. And then Will turns into Freddy at the very end, like implying that he was possessed with Freddy, and that's how he escaped. I don't know. I'm just glad they got rid of it, man. But the movie was a financial success. It was made for $30 million and made $116 million at the box office. But they could just never get a sequel going. They tried to come up with a way to add in Ash from the Evil Dead franchise, but Evil Dead was owned by a different company, and so the problem of having creative control happened again, and just nothing ever landed. Though elements from ideas of the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash script did find their way in the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash comic book, at least the first version of it anyway, which I have also reviewed in my Evil Dead retrospective if you want to check that out. But since it didn't work, the movie sequel was in development hell once again, and ultimately a follow-up never happened. And it really bums me out, but I am appreciative that we got this movie that took so much love and care of the franchises and its characters. That they went with a script that worked and gave us a movie that had a visual flair and style that fuels the whole thing with energy. And I think it delivered on the concept, and I think Robert Englund does some of his best work as Freddy here. You can tell he was having an absolute blast on set, and it's great that he was able to go out on such a high note, because, yes, the saddest thing about this movie was that this is the last time Robert Englund portrayed Freddy Krueger on film. And canonically, this would be the last time that we see the Freddy from the original films. Both franchises, instead of continuing, would go on to be rebooted in the era of horror movie remakes. Friday the 13th was rebooted in 2009, and Nightmare on Elm Street in 2010, featuring the first and only time Freddy was portrayed by another actor in an official film. I'll always have great memories with Freddy vs. Jason, the hype I had waiting for its release, seeing it in theaters, even listening to the soundtrack, which was awesome and was my first introduction to a lot of bands I love to this day, like Killswitch Engage. And yeah, I guess it's finally time to say goodbye to Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger. You will be missed. No, really, you're gonna be really fucking missed. I never thought this moment would ever come again in my life. There are some times where you go through traumatic experiences and you think, well, at least I'll never have to deal with that again. At least it's over. At least I can move on and become stronger. I just spent $3.95 on Amazon Prime so that I could watch the Nightmare on Elm Street 2010 remake in high definition for the first time since 2010. And the only thing that made me watch the first time was just the morbid curiosity. Actually, I probably didn't watch it until 2011 because I definitely rented it before. I did not go to the theaters to see this movie. And I just thought it was over, man. I just thought it was over. I didn't think I'd have to do this ever again. I thought I saw that movie once. I was traumatized by how insufferably horrible it was. Not scary, just like a really shitty movie. And I was like, there are some shitty movies that are fun. I really enjoy The Room. I really enjoy
Birdemic. I enjoy Troll 2, Return of the Living Dead. There's a lot of horrible movies that are a lot of fun. This is one of those bad movies that doesn't quite move the radar to the point where it becomes so bad that it's enjoyable. It's just bad. Everything about it, the performances are bad, the direction is bad, the camera work is bad, cinematography is shit. Everything about this movie, the story, if you can consider there being a story, everything is bad. And there's so many horror movie remakes that I don't love, but I can at least rewatch. When I rewatched the Rob Zombie Halloween movie, I knew that it wasn't one of my favorites in the franchise, right? But I kind of like that first half if you just imagine it as like a serial killer movie and not Michael Myers, right? The Evil Dead remake. I love that movie. There's part of me that is kind of like, well, it's hard to consider it Evil Dead without Ash, but it's a fucking badass movie, dude. Like, it is intense, it's fun, it's gory, it plays on the original ideas of Evil Dead, but doesn't copy the story completely. It's a lot of fun, and you can tell there was passion by the people that went into creating it. Like, they actually knew about the Evil Dead franchise and, were playing on the tropes and delivering on the goods. When it comes to Nightmare on Elm Street, that's not the case. And so I sat here today, and I watched all 90 minutes of this movie. I thanked God that it was only 90 minutes, because a lot of times with, like, more modern movies, I know this movie is, like, 13 years old now, but I still consider it kind of modern. Everything has to be 2 hours plus. So I like that it was a crisp 90 minutes. If I can give any positive to the movie, it was a crisp 90 minutes. I really hate to have the last review of this video be such a downer, but this is just what happens, man, and maybe this is my nightmare. Rewatching this movie is my nightmare.
Don't lie to yourself, Ryan. We all know that you secretly love the Elm Street remake. It's the best in the franchise. I see you drew a picture of a nice steaming pile of shit, but that's cope. You really love this movie, and I'm gonna show you. Here. This movie is the only A+++++ tier. Now you must endure once again your favorite Elm Street movie. You love this movie, don't you, bitch?
Horror movie remakes have always been a thing. Plenty have existed over the years, and some even turn out to be pretty damn good. But most of them are simply poor imitations of what came before them, not attempting to tell an artistic story or vision, but simply cashing in on brand recognition, or to try to interpret the property for a modern young audience, which in itself creates a way more dated and way more bland version of what was once a timeless original. And unfortunately, the Nightmare on Elm Street remake falls into that second category. By 2010, many of the classic 70s and 80s horror films were being remade. Dawn of the Dead, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Hills Have Eyes, The Fog, Halloween, and Friday the 13th. It was inevitable that eventually someone would have the bright idea to remake Nightmare on Elm Street. Who was ultimately responsible, I don't know, but I'm going to blame it all on Michael Bay. Because in 2001, Michael Bay founded the studio Platinum Dunes, and they started their production history basically remaking horror movies. It would go on to release semi-original films like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, which, looking at the CGI turtles, that movie also kind of feels like a horror film. But I will give them some credit. Their very first feature was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake from 2003. And though it's been a long time since I've seen this movie, and it in no way lives up to the raw and gritty feeling of discomfort and tension that the original brought you, I do remember enjoying this remake. I remember R. Lee Ermey had a fantastic performance in it, and it did have some fun, intense moments. It's not amazing, but as far as remakes go, it was a good one. I like that they also changed up the story a little bit from the original and didn't just copy and paste it. It starts off with the same premise and idea, but then veers off into its own independent work. Absolutely not what the Nightmare remake does. And in 2009, Platinum Dunes produced the Friday the 13th remake. This one takes ideas and moments from the first three original Friday films and then kind of slams them all together, but it does it well, and it delivers on what you want to see in a Friday film, along with giving a pretty good interpretation of Jason. In this version, he's kind of like a Rambo living in the woods and setting traps, along with violently attacking people with machetes that you expect from him. So even though they had made some good remakes, and the track record wasn't horrible, Well, then comes Nightmare on Elm Street. Coordinating with New Line Cinema, this abomination of a film released in 2010, I have not watched since that year until right now. And while rewatching it for this video, I did my absolute best to try to come at it with a fresh lens. I tried to find something I liked about it. I tried to see if it was trying to say something that I missed, to try to find a performance that stands out, but I'm sorry, guys. This movie is a hot, steaming pile of garbage. Let's start with the very idea of this movie. There was no idea. This is a cash grab to capitalize on the rise of horror remakes. And yes, every movie is a cash grab to some degree, and you can argue that many of the Nightmare sequels were also just that. But at the very least, those movies had consistency with one another and had Robert Englund, which was a huge draw. The only reason this movie was decided to be made was the lie of wanting to update a classic for modern audiences. They didn't even find anybody with passion for the material to do it. The guy they chose to direct the movie was only convinced because Michael Bay said that it was going to be a great business opportunity. So yeah, don't go out and try to find someone who's a huge Nightmare on Elm Street fan. Just go with someone that thinks it's going to be a business opportunity. Who did they get to direct this movie? A guy named Samuel Bayer. And who is that, you may ask? Well, he's best known as a music video director. And if that's not a red flag enough, he also had not directed a single film before or after this movie. This is his only film. And you can tell because this movie just looks horrible. Every shot is set up in the most basic way possible, or is just a giant close-up of the characters. Seriously, half this movie is just close-ups of actors' faces, and there's practically no wide shots to show you where anything is or where anybody is standing in relation to other people or objects. Yeah, sure, Rooney Mara is super attractive, but when I'm staring at her forehead for 45 minutes of the runtime of this movie, it gets kind of annoying. Speaking of Rooney Mara, who is a pretty good actress in her own right, she's terrible in this movie, and I don't blame her. She has admitted that she had a horrible experience making this movie, almost to the point where she wanted to quit acting. Yeah, it was literally this movie that made her decide to never take a role that she wasn't incredibly passionate about ever again. And then that brings us to Freddy, the central character of this entire franchise. Robert Englund is Freddy Krueger, and to even attempt to try to replicate or reimagine his performance was doomed from the get-go. This is the first and only time so far that Freddy has been played by another actor, and it was Jackie Earle Haley. And just like Rooney Mara, I like him as an actor, I do, but he fucking sucks as Freddy. He is so stiff and he feels two-dimensional, and I don't just mean with the dialogue, like his body language and movements are just very stiff, like he's standing still a lot. Robert had this creepy, lanky, Nosferatu-style crawling sort of movement when he went across the screen. The performance was in the body just as much as it was in him speaking the lines, but Jackie just stands still most of the time, in a flat, boring shot as he inches closer to his victim. They were trying to make Freddy really dark and creepy, and you can tell that there is an attempt there, but it doesn't work. It's hard to replace another performance that had done 8 different versions before you showed up, and I don't discount the weight on Jackie's shoulders, but it just doesn't work. And Freddy's design is also horrible. He looks like a piece of fried cheese that you left on the bottom of the oven too long. They were trying to make him look like a realistic burn victim and then enhance it with CGI afterwards, and it just backfired horribly. The movie is also filmed very dark as well, but not horror movie dark. I mean, like, so dark you can barely see anything happening on the screen. And from the very opening of the movie, you can tell that this is going to be a generic, forgettable film. It starts off at a diner where we basically see all of our entire main cast at once. Rooney Mara plays Nancy, working as a waitress, but Nancy's last name in this movie is Holbrook, not Thompson. Also, there's no John Saxon character as her father. The last name change is strange because is this an attempt to deliberately not make her play the same character as Heather Langenkamp? Because that was Nancy Thompson. This is Nancy Holbrook. But then why name her Nancy at all if it's not meant to be the same character? Every other character's name is changed except for Nancy. Throughout this whole movie, she doesn't act like the original Nancy in the slightest. Nancy in the original was resourceful, inquisitive, figuring out the mystery on her own, setting up traps to catch Freddy. This Nancy is incredibly docile and bland by comparison. I never bought into her determination or resolve one time in the movie, but I guess that's getting ahead of myself. There's also a character named Jesse, which is the name of the lead character from Nightmare 2, but again, this is not meant to be that character. I really don't know why they did this with the names. Also, it would have been interesting maybe to take characters that we've seen before that never interacted and put them together, but that's not what they're doing here. Anyway, right in the beginning of the movie, a kid named Dean is killed, revealing Freddy right away without any mystery or build-up whatsoever, and after that, the movie basically follows the same structure of the original film. The only things that really change are the names of the characters and a misdirect backstory that's thrown in the middle for some reason. They have the scene where Nancy starts to fall asleep and Freddy appears in the wall behind her, but it just looks like crap, man. Look how much better a $10 special effect using spandex and a spotlight looks compared to the CGI high-budget version in the remake. It is literally insane that we have digressed this far into filmmaking, and I'm not even anti-CGI, but just have some goddamn creativity, maybe. And instead of Tina, the blonde girl in this movie is named Chris, and Jesse is her boyfriend. Chris dies the same way as Tina, floating above the bed and getting cut up by Freddy. But once again, because of the lower budget, it looks way more gritty, raw, and real. Watching her be dragged slowly across the ceiling was terrifying in the original, and here, it's just a lesser version of what we've already seen. Jesse gets caught by the cops and goes to jail, and it's strange that they stick a minor in a small confined room with a grown adult prisoner with nobody watching them. He hasn't even been charged yet with the crime, but I mean, I know I'm not a legal expert or anything, but that seems kind of unjust. Freddy haunts him a little bit and then kills him by stabbing a hole through his stomach. Kind of over the top if you want them to believe that it's a suicide, but okay. And if you're going to try to use CGI to enhance the dream scenes, well, where's the enhancement? I mean, I know the original film had very basic dreams because it had a super low budget. This one is meant to have a higher budget and meant to do more creative things, but there's nothing really on display. The big new improved version we get is basically snow and some dark hallways. Taking over the Glenn role is a new character named Quentin, played by the actor Kyle Smith, another actor that I quite like, and he's been in his fair share of horror movies too, like Red State, Scream 5, and Smile. I actually quite like him also. Like, some of the cast here is good, but it even has Clancy Brown, which is the voice actor for Mr. Krabs, by the way. But if anybody gives anything close to a believable performance in the movie, it's definitely Quentin. Whereas Glenn was a lot more aloof and dismissive, Quentin is extremely strung out, doing his best to stay awake and help Nancy, whom he has a crush on. But as things come together in a similar way, they research the strange figure that they begin seeing in their dreams, but hey, they have the internet now, so it's a little bit easier to figure out. When Nancy and Quentin confront Nancy's mom, we get this flashback sequence of Freddy as a human, who in this version worked as a gardener at the preschool that the kids went to. And isn't that the same premise as the Simpsons parody? I brought up Simpsons now twice in this review. I don't even watch that show anymore. And they do this really strange thing where they present the idea that maybe the kids lied about what Freddy did to them. The kids coming home with scratches and bruises told their parents that Freddy touched them, and without any dealings with the police, they just track him down and burn him. So it's possible that they murdered him without him actually being a bad person, and that's the reason why he's coming back for revenge. And thank God they switched that at the end of this movie, because I hate that concept, and it actually relates to the main idea and concept from the John Saxon script that he wrote years before. There's even a flashback scene in one of Quentin's dreams showing human Freddy running from the mob and then getting trapped in the factory where he's burned alive. Now, I get this flashback is in the dream world, so Freddy is most likely not showing a true accurate history here in order to make himself look sympathetic, but I just hate seeing a whiny, fear-stricken Freddy looking this pathetic. Story-wise, you can say, yeah, this is all an act, but hell, I even prefer Freddy talking to the sperm dream demons, embracing his fate with conviction, rather than being a sniveling, scared Freddy that we see here. The only shot I even remotely like is when Nancy and Quentin go to the drugstore to try to get some caffeine pills and other drugs to make them stay awake. Nancy is falling asleep in the aisle, and it shows her POV swapping from the store to the boiler room and back and forth as she kind of falls asleep and wakes back up. That is the one singular cool idea that I like in this movie. There, I gave you a positive. But just the same, here is the moment that Nancy grabs a piece of Freddy's sweater, realizing that she can bring him into the real world. So when Nancy and Quentin get to the old school and find evidence that Freddy really was a twisted pedo here, I guess, confirmed, they decide to go in the dream world again and pull him out, which is the same song and dance that we've seen before. And this basically turns into the finale dream sequence. Nothing too crazy happens though. Quentin gets stabbed and wakes up, so Nancy's in the dream world alone. She runs from Freddy, and again, the dream sequences aren't that imaginative. She runs to the house, she hides in the closet, she gets stuck in the floor. Freddy says the same line from part 4, "How's this for a wet dream?" One of the only times he tells a joke in this movie. It's just kind of boring, to be honest. Now, they did remove a lot of Freddy's one-liners because they wanted him to seem more terrifying, but again, with this new Freddy, I just don't sense any joy that he's really having here. Sure, they make him laugh here and there a few times, but with Robert Englund's Freddy, he had this maniacal, sadistic glee with every kill. Like, he loved fucking with his victims. That was part of his thing. Here, Jackie just kind of stands there and then stabs you with his glove. If anything, Jackie's version is way more of a traditional slasher villain because he's just very stoic and he just shows up and stabs you with a knife. Well, 4 knives in this case. There's no artistry to his kills. He doesn't look like he's having fun. He just talks in monotone and then stabs you. Like, there's no personality of Freddy here. Then the whole ending sequence is going for this creepy Freddy being super rapey vibe. It kind of works for a moment, but then Quentin stabs Nancy with an adrenaline needle, waking her up, and she brings Freddy into the physical world. And it's so dark you can barely see anything that's happening, and he's killed off almost instantly in the most boring way that we've seen before. All they have as a weapon is a gigantic paper slicer, which is like a giant machete at this point. And Nancy says pretty much the same exact line that Laurie says at the end of Freddy vs. Jason.
Welcome to my world, bitch!
It's because you're in my world now, bitch!
And then kills Freddy in almost the same exact way by cutting off his head, except this time his head doesn't get all the way severed, so I guess that makes it different. What the fuck? And of course, they have to throw in the twist ending. Nancy comes home and Freddy pops out of the mirror, stabbing her mom, and then pulls her mom into the mirror. Which one of them is asleep here, I don't know, and it's another ripoff from the original where Nancy's mom is pulled away in the final second because nothing in this movie can possibly be its own thing. And then it just ends. And with its ending was the end of A Nightmare on Elm Street. The final time, as of the recording of this video, that Freddy Krueger ever appeared on screen. Strangely enough, since this film did pull in $100 million on only a $35 million budget, but there was no sequel. And I think it's because I'm not alone in hating this film. Critics and audiences mostly shat on it, and though it does have its fans, I have to agree with the majority on this one. This movie just sucks. There's no creativity, there's no passion, there's no desire to tell a story, there's no engaging characters, no intrigue into the lore, just a lack of disrespect to the fans. You could tell the person behind the camera didn't really care about Nightmare on Elm Street. You can tell the actors were not having a good time, as if recreating the same exact moments and the same exact scenes from the original movie, but adding CGI this time and then shifting character names around would mask the fact that it's essentially a hollow copy of a genuine work of passion. The 1984 Nightmare on Elm Street is a timeless movie because of the love and care that went into creating it. Its budget was low, but the people behind the camera and Wes Craven directing it made it into a masterpiece. They took nothing and made it into something. Heather Langenkamp's performance as Nancy was engaging and endearing. You cared about her, you rooted for her. There is nobody in the 2010 remake that is worth rooting for. Every character can be swapped out for another emotionless, blank, nameless teen, and the character that should have the most amount of personality, Freddy fucking Krueger, is a wooden and stunted version, hardly ever moving his own body. I'm sorry, but this movie was, and still is, garbage. Although plans for a sequel were the intent, and both Jackie Earle Haley and Rooney Mara were signed on to reprise their roles if they made a sequel, it never got made. I'm assuming that was due to the poor reception of the movie, but hey, that's never stopped them from making movies before, for the money. But thankfully, this was the last of this universe's nightmare that we ever had to endure. As for the future of the franchise, there has been a lot of talk over the last decade, but nothing has ever solidified. Robert Englund is in his 70s now, so it's unlikely we will ever see a true return to form of his portrayal of the character. In 2018, Robert did play a brief cameo actually as Freddy Krueger in the TV series The Goldbergs. It's a comedy series that takes place in the 80s. I don't really know much about it beyond that, but in the scene, a character falls asleep watching Nightmare on Elm Street, and Freddy taunts her for a bit.
I'm sorry, who do you think you are?
Your worst nightmare.
The scene is cute and wholesome enough without even knowing much context behind it, and Robert's makeup actually looks really good, but you can also tell his age. In a recent interview from May of 2023, Robert specifically mentions that he considers himself to be retired from the role. That with aging, his back issues, arthritis, and other factors, it makes it difficult for him to perform the physicality of it, not to mention the hours in the makeup chair. He also has commented that he's fine with somebody else playing Freddy, though that could also be that traditional PR politeness when he has to mention it in interviews, but we'll never know. He also mentions that he believes the remake was a miscalculation and that the characters were too hard to connect to, which I agree with. Finally, when he was asked about his iconic status, he said, "He's not an icon. Freddy Krueger is the icon, and that he's just a character actor that got lucky." And though I do feel he's selling himself a bit short, yeah, I understand. Outside of horror fans, not many people would know the name Robert Englund, but everybody knows Freddy Krueger. And it's a bit of a shame because he's done a lot of great work outside of the Nightmare franchise also, but I also kind of like that he's stuck with the genre, whether it was by choice or not. He didn't become somebody who feels like they're too good to get covered with blood on occasion. And as much as I feel like I would want another Robert Englund Freddy movie, I gotta be real. It's been 20 years at this point since he's been Freddy in a movie, and I think it might be better to just let him and the character rest. Unlike other rebooted series that I feel may have potential still, Nightmare on Elm Street is one that I am okay letting go of. Not because I wouldn't want more, but because to me, nobody can play Freddy except for Robert. He's just one of those characters that can really only be played by one person because that one person is single-handedly responsible for making that role what it is. Just how I feel nobody should play Ash other than Bruce Campbell, and they were smart to not even attempt to recast him when they started their reboots. But with Nightmare, you can't do it without the character Freddy Krueger because he's the draw. Also in 2019, the rights to the character went to Wes Craven's estate. He sadly passed away in 2015, so without him or Robert, I think it's okay to let Freddy be dead for good. Actually, what I would love to see most is more comic book and video game adaptations with the character because I think those mediums are ripe for opportunity and you never have to worry about anybody aging out. When it comes to Wes Craven, I have such an admiration and respect for this man as a creator and a filmmaker, and even happier to know that pretty much anybody who has ever worked with him said that he was the nicest person on set. It's good to know that even famous people or people that you look up to are actually good, sweet, kind, genuine people, and even funnier that one of the kindest people around almost exclusively made horror movies. But I think if you find a lot of people that are into darker stuff like horror movies, heavy metal music, or things that seem traditionally taboo, those tend to be some of the nicest people out there. After his last project in the Nightmare series with New Nightmare, he of course went on to make the Scream series and skyrocketed his career even more. He directed the first 3 Scream movies almost back to back from 1996 to the year 2000, and then he returned to it in 2011 with Scream 4. And Scream 4 would actually turn out to be his final film, so he did leave off with a good one, or at least something tied to an important piece of his filmography. In between Scream 3 and 4, he had a period of time where he was making more thrillers rather than straight-up horror movies. A werewolf movie called Curse that I really love because Christina Ricci is so freaking goddamn gorgeous in that movie. It's insane. But also, that's the movie that has the famous scene of the werewolf giving the middle finger. He did a movie called Red Eye with Cillian Murphy and Rachel McAdams, and then a film called My Soul to Take, which is probably my least favorite movie he's ever made. You can skip that one. But probably the most interesting one to note is that in 1999, he made his one and only non-horror movie. It's a biopic called Music of the Heart that stars Meryl Streep. Yeah, I know, wild. It was apparently inspired by a documentary about Roberta Guaspari, whom the film is based on, and it's somebody whose story that he really wanted to tell. Overall, Wes's body of work has some hits and misses, but overall, I just love his movies, and him as a storyteller. Deaths of celebrities or people I never met don't usually hit me that hard, but I was definitely bummed out pretty hard when I'd heard the news on Wes. On August 30th, 2015, after battling brain cancer for quite a while, it finally took his life. My heart truly goes out to all of his family and all of his loved ones. Wes Craven, in my eyes, was an absolute legend, and I'll never forget him. And before the video gets to its conclusion, I gotta give you guys my top 10 kills in the entire Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Alright, at number 10 I have Joey's death from Nightmare on Elm Street 4, How's This for a Wet Dream, just because I feed the fish and I feed the fish, but also it's probably how I would go. I'd probably see some sexy naked girl under the bed. For me it would be like a dark-haired emo chick, but just the same way I would probably die in a wet dream, so I feel that. At my number 9 I have the babysitter from New Nightmare. Now, I know this is basically just redoing Tina's death from the first movie, but it's done very, very well, and I think that it's held off long enough into the movie that when it finally happens, it's a great Freddy reveal, it's a great callback, the blood looks great in the hospital walls, and just the fact that this time a little boy has to sit and watch, I don't know, there's something about this that I've just always really enjoyed. At my number 8, it's Wanna Get High from Dream Warriors. Freddy's hands turn into needles, and this is one of those scenes that it's really creative, but also disgusting when you see the opening wounds, like the track wounds opening up again, and then Freddy just kind of jamming his fingers into her arm. It's just one of those moments that's really uncomfortable, but also creative at the same time. At my number 7, I gotta go for the pool party in Nightmare 2. As silly as that movie may be, I do love the moment where Freddy just pops up in front of everybody and the one guy's like, hey, I want to help you out, man. And he's just like, help yourself. My number 6 pick is going to be one that I don't see people talk about often. It's actually going to be John Saxon's death, Mr. Thompson from Dream Warriors, because Freddy possesses the bones of his dead body and attacks Neil and Mr. Thompson and kicks their asses. He's just bones and he's beating the shit out of them. And he throws John Saxon's character onto a huge metal spike and kills him, killing off a legacy character, not even as Freddy himself, but just as Freddy's bones. And then, of course, there's that victory screech.
Victory screech!
At my number 5, look, love it or hate it, man, this kill in itself is pretty fantastic. Welcome to prime time, bitch. What can you say? One of the very first one-liners Freddy gives before killing somebody, one of the first times Freddy says bitch. It's just one of those kills that sticks out in people's minds, and it's never gonna go away.
Welcome to prime time, bitch!
My number 4 pick is going to be Glenn from the original, good old Johnny Depp, just kind of chilling, listening to his music, and then very simplistic but very effective death, as most of the original Nightmare kill scenes are. He just gets pulled down, sucked into the void inside of his bed, and then just somehow an ocean of blood just spews out onto the ceiling, way more than would just be in one human body. So I don't know what's happening here, but damn does it look cool. My number 3 pick is going to be the puppet kill from Dream Warriors. This one is also great. We get a little stop motion Freddy puppet, and then just the imagery of this kid's tendons being ripped out of his arms and legs, and him being kind of marionetted around the hospital before Freddy cuts the strings and he falls to his death. It's creative, it's creepy, it's sickening, it's uncomfortable to look at. The special effects look fantastic. It's just great, man. And my number 2 pick is going to be Debbie turning into a cockroach. She's just trying to lift some weights, man. She's trying to make some gains. Freddy is the worst spotter in history, breaks her arms, and then, beyond that, he just decides to turn her into a fucking cockroach. And it's disgusting, but it's so memorable. Like, this kill I remember almost more than any other Freddy kill because it's so ridiculously elaborate. And even for a character that's, like, not even in the movie that much. Like, she barely does anything, but she has one of the most iconic death scenes. But I think my number 1 has to be the classic Tina from the original. I mean, nothing is ever gonna beat having what our supposed protagonist is all of a sudden just kind of freaking out possession style and getting dragged across the wall, getting dragged across the ceiling as blood spews out from her, blood drags across the wall. Her boyfriend has no idea what the hell is going on. She's spinning around the room. It is terrifying, it's disturbing, and you got to put yourself back into the state of mind of what if you didn't know who Freddy Krueger was yet. This is the very first movie. You don't know what he is. You don't know what he's capable of. You don't know of the humor that he turned into later on, and you just see somebody screaming their lungs out, getting dragged across the wall. That is some serious horror shit, and I love it. Now, I don't feel like we can bring this video to a close unless I give you my official tier list ranking of the entire Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Now, you can probably guess which order I'm going to put them in based upon the reviews themselves, but let's go over this. Maybe I'll surprise you guys a little bit, and we'll see exactly where every single film should be. So 9 films in the franchise. Let's start from the very beginning, man. The original Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't think there's any question whatsoever. The original goes up in S tier. I think it's one of the best horror films ever made. It's in my top 5 horror films ever made. I think it's an absolutely iconic film with amazing performances all around. I think you really, really care for the characters. I think Freddy is at his absolute scariest in this movie, is our introduction to it. And I like the resourcefulness of the low-budget filmmaking. Not to mention the fact that Wes Craven actually had like a real story, a real idea that he wanted to tell. He had something that, you know, kind of disturbed him, learning about all the information of those people that died in their sleep and wanting to put it into a film, creating Freddy based upon things that have scared him. So it was really a passion project to bring this to life, and just the fact that it worked. Like, not only did it work, but it worked so well that everybody throughout the 80s, 90s, and even now, even if you've never seen any of the movies, people know who Freddy Krueger is. Freddy Krueger has become the same status as Dracula, Frankenstein, and all of the classic Universal monsters. The people know the name. Even if they've never seen the movie, they know the name. And it's all thanks to the original, man. It's all thanks to Wes Craven. Now, for Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, this one is, I think, by definition, a middle-of-the-road movie for me, because I don't love it, but I also don't hate it. I think it did some interesting things. I like Jesse as a protagonist. I think Freddy is still pretty scary in the movie, but they didn't really do anything interactive with the dream sequences. Also, just the whole concept of wanting to bring Freddy to the real world and not really placating on that dream demon aspect of him kind of took a little bit of away from it. Also, there's some weird shit in there, like the baby dogs, and yeah, I don't know. But I like when he comes into the real world and he has like the real claws on his hand. I always thought that was a cool little adjustment. But I can't really give it a high rating because it's just very middle of the road. So I think I'm going to give it a C tier because it's just okay. It's average. You know, it's a 5 out of 10. It's whatever. Now, Nightmare on Elm Street 3, The Dream Warriors. Okay, so this is an amazing movie. I love this movie to death. This movie is kind of the bridge between the like the original Freddy and then going into the more campy vibe, but it doesn't go full hardcore camp yet. I think the humor in the movie actually works very well, and like I said in the review, Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is very much like an adventure film. Like, it's a fun horror movie. The characters are fun, the characters are engaging, you actually care about them. The kills are just out of this world, man. The puppet kill. This movie has so many great things going for it. But I think, to me, see, when I do tier lists, I really, really reserve S tier for only like maybe 2 movies, right? Like, I feel like S tier loses its meaning if you put a lot of movies in S tier. So for me, I'm going to put Nightmare on Elm Street 3 in A tier. All right, it's almost S tier. It's almost S tier, but I'm gonna have to put it in A tier. But I do love this movie. Now, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, The Dream Master. During the review, I shit on this movie a lot, and this movie has a lot of things to make fun of, and this movie has a lot of annoying features, and I'd say that this is the first movie that really starts the downward spiral of the Nightmare on Elm Street films. But having said that, I actually do really like Part 4. I actually do find it to be incredibly entertaining, and I like Alice as a character. It's a fun movie. It's a stupid movie, but it's a fun movie, and it's just like the most quintessential slasher 80s movie of the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Like, it's the one that feels the most 80s. It's the one that's the most cliche. It's the one that's the silliest, like, well, not the silliest, but like, it just starts that point of like, no longer are the Nightmare movies going to be serious. Like, this is going to be what it is from this point forward. But I actually do quite like it. I enjoy it for what it is. So I think I'm going to put it in B tier because for what it is, I like it. Now, when you get to Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, this is when I think the movies start to really become shitty. Dream Child doesn't really have a lot of redeeming factors to it. But I wouldn't say it's like, it's not the worst on this list, right? Because we have worst, I'm going to put Part 5 in D tier, because there is worse on this list, but it's not good. It's not good. And Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, this one is F tier. This is F tier. This movie sucks. This movie went full 100% with the comedy, and a lot of it doesn't work. Freddy's makeup looks horrible. The acting is poor. The 3D elements that are just randomly inserted in at the end. Also, just the over-the-top ridiculousness of it, of having the whole town of Elm Street like this sort of like walking psych ward where everybody has lost their minds and there's literally no children whatsoever. I think Freddy is just at his goofiest. It's his final film and he's introduced riding a broomstick, and it's just like, I don't know, man. If it's like a live action Looney Tunes, I could understand people liking it, but for me, it drops the ball. However, the next movie, I think, totally redeems itself. Wes Craven comes back to do New Nightmare, a meta look on the franchise, kind of a commentary on the entire slasher franchise in itself, most particularly Freddy Krueger and Nightmare on Elm Street, and creates a different Freddy, a demon kind of taking the form of Freddy, playing on the fictional aspect of, that kind of collective consciousness, that collective fear of mankind. And it's another passion project. And so to me, the two Wes Craven films are what reserve S tier in my mind. Those are the two S tier. You can view them as a double feature. Like I said, you really don't need to see the sequel. If you don't really care about like watching the whole franchise, you could literally just watch the original and New Nightmare, and you would have a good sort of double feature right there. They also work very well as bookends, kind of Wes Craven starting the franchise and finishing it. Even though New Nightmare takes place in its own universe, I think that just the passion behind it. Now, I can understand the ending, is a little bit anticlimactic. There's not really a battle with Freddy. He is killed very, very easily. I understand that. But if you think about it, Freddy was also kind of killed very easily in the original, right? You just have to kind of overcome your fear. Then the ending was kind of tacked on because it had to be, but the original intent was that, when Nancy was able to overcome her fear of Freddy, she was able to gain power over him in the dream world. So yeah. Freddy vs. Jason, I love this movie to death. I know it has its haters, but to me, I am 1000% a fan of this movie. I think this movie is so fucking fun. I love the way it's filmed. I love the intensity of it. And I think that it really is one of the best performances of Freddy by Robert Englund. I think he's having so much fun in this movie. I think he's menacing as hell. He's the perfect blend of everything that you want from Freddy in this movie, because he is intimidating and he is terrifying, but he also has a couple of the one-liners. He also is a little bit funny, but he does like really creepy shit, like when he's like almost semi-raping Laurie at the end of the movie, but he also has like humorous moments. So I think it's just kind of everything you want out of Freddy, not to mention the fact that the movie completely owns up to its title, Freddy vs. Jason, and you get them beating the shit out of each other. They beat the ever-living fuck out of each other throughout this entire movie. It's bloody as hell. I love it. I'm going to put it in A tier. And to me, I'm sorry. To me, I'm going to put this above Part 3. I do, after rewatching on the movies, I got to say, I like Freddy vs. Jason more than Part 3. I love Part 3 a lot, and I know that Part 3 is most people's favorite or second favorite, so putting it at number 4 I know is probably going to upset some people, but just for me, for my sensibilities, what I love, I got to put Freddy vs. Jason above it. So yeah, that's going to be in my A tier. And then finally, the Nightmare remake. I don't think it's any surprise it goes in F tier. Now, there might be a little bit of a debate, whether it goes above Freddy's Dead or not, but I think it doesn't. I think it pretty much fails on every single level. I hate the way that it's filmed. It's not really that creative. It just rehashes every single thing from the original movie. It does everything the original movie does, but worse. The performances are trash, and, somebody beyond Robert Englund playing Freddy Krueger, willing to give it a chance. Jackie Earle Haley is a great actor in himself, but as Freddy Krueger, it really, really falls flat. I never plan to watch this movie again. I never planned to watch it again, but for this video, I did. And now, once again, I never plan to watch it. Now I can't imagine a world where I have to watch it again. Because, I watched it for the first time because, whatever, it came out, I gave it a shot, I didn't like it. It was been like 13 years. I'm making a retrospective Nightmare on Elm Street video. Okay, I guess I'll watch it again. It's been 13 years. I don't really remember a lot of it. Fine. All right, I watched it again. Now, I can't think of another reason I would need to watch this movie for the rest of my life. But I say that now, and who knows what the future may hold. But anyways, all right, this is going to be my definitive list. So number 1, the original Nightmare on Elm Street. Number 2, New Nightmare. Number 3, Freddy vs. Jason. Number 4, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. Number 5, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. Number 6, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. 7, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. 8, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6, and 9, the Nightmare on Elm Street remake in last place. So, let me know what you guys think of my list, and let me know yours down below in the comments. Go ahead and write your list down below of your rankings of all 9 Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I'd be curious to know. Other than that, guys, I just want to thank you for watching this video, especially if you've gotten this far. For a while, I was tracking the length of this video, seeing how long it would be. I know at this point I'm over 5 hours, but I don't know how long it's exactly going to be when everything kind of comes together. So if you sat through this journey with me, if you went through all of the 80s into the 2000s and the beginning of the 2010s, if you went through this whole journey of this video with me, reflecting, going back, reviewing, rewatching all of these movies, well, thank you guys, is what I want to say. I really, really appreciate you being here and going along with this journey with me. I want to say really quick before I end the video and wrap up, that if you did like the video, go ahead and like it and comment and all that stuff. Try to help it out with the algorithm. I want to say that doing these types of videos are always a risk, as I said before, so I don't really know how well this will do on the channel. When I did the Evil Dead retrospective a few months ago, you know, that one, I wasn't even sure if it was going to get like 2,000 views. It wound up getting over 60,000. It's starting to slow down now, but hey, from 2,000 prediction to 60,000, I'm very, very happy with it. This one, I don't know how well this one's going to do. You know, I really don't know. I try to do a variety of things on my channel. I try to cover a wide selection of different topics and media and just life stuff as well. Like, I don't want to be pinned down and limited to just one thing. I think one of the most fun things about YouTube for me is being able to branch out into creativity. It's being able to do things that you feel passionate about, because at the end of the day, YouTube originally, you know, it's a little bit strict. It's got some crazy guidelines now, and it's a little bit more of a hassle to deal with. It's a little bit more corporate, you know, mandated kind of, you know, popular stuff now. But the original idea is that it's YouTube, right? It's supposed to be what you want to do. It's supposed to be for creators. It's supposed to be your channel. So on my channel, I'm going to upload whatever I feel like I want on my channel. And it gets a little bit hard sometimes when you're trying to fight the algorithm and you see the views starting to tank down, and then like the revenue goes away, and it's just like, you know, then you want to placate to the things that are popular. But then if you do that, sometimes you kind of lose passion for those things, because you're like, am I making the video based upon what I really want to do, or am I just doing it to try to get the algorithm to boost me back up? And it becomes like a whole big complicated mess. You know, you're looking at this analytic page that is constantly telling you all of this math, giving you graphs of what's happening, and it's very, very unforgiving. And you never really know what's going to happen next. You really never really know if you're going to have a good month or if you're going to have a bad month, or what it's going to be on this platform. But I think for me, one of the things that I found in recent times is doing things like this, or doing things that are a little bit more ambitious, or branching out a little bit more, are things that really kind of reinvigorate my passion for having YouTube. You know, I always wanted to make films. I always wanted to provide some entertainment, but hopefully some insight, and hopefully some helpful tips along the way too, for just life in general. I don't know. But anyways, without ranting and rambling forever, basically what I'm saying is that this is an experiment, and if you guys like it, just let me know that you like it. You know, comment down below and talk about it, and share it with other horror movie fans, share it with Nightmare on Elm Street fans. And if you like this video, I have a retrospective on Evil Dead and Halloween that already exists. So if you enjoyed this and you want 10 more hours of content, well, I have those franchises as well. And you can let me know what other franchises you want me to cover. Now, I really, there's some that are like more up to the forefront. I know I have to do Friday the 13th now, because obviously, and I really want to do the Alien franchise. I really want to do the George Romero Living Dead franchise. So there's a few that I have on my mind that I would like to get to, you know, first. But if you have particular horror series or horror franchises that you would like me to cover in a format like this, go ahead and leave it in the comments below, and I'll check it out. And if we want to get really ambitious, if there's anything beyond horror that you would like me to cover in this format, don't say like the MCU or something. I'm not going to do that. But you know, maybe like I don't know, trying to think of a franchise like The Matrix, or I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like different things. So maybe even outside of it, you know, maybe even outside of horror, doing like another ongoing series that I could definitely cover. I wouldn't even have made this video right now if it wasn't for the response that I got on the previous retrospective video. That one was just a pure result of passion and throwing it out there and just seeing what happens. And it did well enough to make me think, okay, fine, let's try another one. You know, if people liked it, then yeah, let's do it. And it was the response from you guys saying that you liked it, that you enjoyed it, that you wanted to see more. And I got inspired, you know, I felt like it was just fun. It was just fun. And like people liked it. And I was like, hell yeah, let's do more. Fucking Nightmare on Elm Street. I fucking love those movies. Let's do it. You know, and that's kind of what it was. So I would love to do more. So you guys let me know, man. You guys let me know. Besides that, I guess that's it. So I love you guys. Thank you for watching. And I guess I'll see you in your dreams.
You actually thought it was over? You thought this video had come to a close? Well, I'm gonna show you something, bitch. I'm gonna play for you a 10-hour loop of the Nightmare on Elm Street 2010 remake. Get ready to experience all the pain and glory once again. Every single close-up, every single piece of CGI. Again and again, over and over. No, get out of me. No, you're not gonna take over. Not again. I will not lose control.
Oh God, you guys. I was just inside Freddy.